The daily routine of business, des affaires courantes ordinaires. I believe dépôt de documents, tabling of documents, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs, Infrastructure and Communities.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 32.2, I have the honour of tabling in both official languages the following reports. The Leaders' Debates Commission report entitled Democracy Matters, Making Debates Count for Citizens, a report on the Leaders' Debate Commission 2021 federal election experience, the departmental results report for 2019-20 of the Leaders' Debate Commission, and the departmental plan for 2021-22 of the Leaders' Debates Commission.
Thank you. Introduction of government. Oh, sorry, I did skip over you, didn't I? Mr. Lammer, we'll try that. Parliamentary Secretary, the Leader of the Government in the House.
Standing Order 36 back to 8A, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 6 petitions. These returns will be tabled in an electronic format.
Dépôt de projet de loi émanant du gouvernement, déclaration de ministre, rapport des délégations interparlementaires, présentation de rapport de comité. The Honourable Member for Mississauga Lakeshore.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour of tabling in both official languages the second report of the Standing House Committee on Foreign Affairs and International Development regarding China and Tibet pursuant to 109. We ask the government to table a response to this report.
Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. And the presenting of positions. Présentation de pétitions. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today to present a petition on behalf of constituents and others concerned with the current state of ecological and environmental crisis, and they point to the need as greater than ever before for environmental education. They call on the House to take a leadership role in enacting a Canadian strategy to support educators, to support communications, to support community leaders to develop greater levels of scientific and climate literacy, to be able to take actions that result in a healthy and sustainable future for all.
I interrupt the honourable member. It seems that we're having an issue avec interprétation.
The sound quality is not adequate enough for interpretation. I think the microphone of the MP is not in the correct position.
Interpreters are signaling that the microphone wasn't positioned properly for the quality of the sound. The honourable member could adjust her microphone.
Oui, désolé, Madame la Présidente.
Yes, my apologies, Madam Speaker. I would like to therefore try again.
Just, yes, perhaps a little higher. Yes, better.
Apologies. The petition I'm presenting this morning relates to the nature of the crisis of environmental and climate crisis, and points out that we will need high levels of scientific literacy and environmental education and clear communications, and we'll need them as never before. They're asking for the House of Commons to put together a strategy for the federal government to take a leadership role to assist educators and community leaders to be able to increase the levels of understanding, of awareness, and of environmental education at a very high level of leadership from the federal government. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Southbrook, Interlake, Eastman.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm proud to present today petition E3917, signed by over 2,000 Canadians, drawing attention to the war in Ukraine by the Russian Federation, the war crimes that have been committed.
The
honourable member for Salaberry-sur-Roi has a point of order. Yes, well, this morning I'm not quite sure what is going on, but when the Honourable Member started talking, there was no interpretation.
Can the honourable member start again, please?
Thank you, and hopefully interpretation's working, Madam Speaker. So I'm just proud to present petition E3917, signed by over 2,000 Canadians, for drawing attention of the House to the unprovoked war in Ukraine by the Russian Federation, how war crimes have been committed in the region by the Russian Federation, how Vladimir Putin, as president of Russia, has threatened Ukraine, Canada, and our allies with retaliation, including using nuclear weapons, and that is a great risk, and that there is 1.4 million Canadians who identify themselves of Ukrainian heritage, myself included, and that they also draw attention to the House that Canada has participated in NATO missions all over the world. And so they're asking the government to provide to Ukraine immediately bulletproof vests, helmets, making sure that our Canadian Armed Forces are on high readiness and ready for rapid deployment. Look at supplying lethal weapons and other supplies to Ukraine. And of course, that NATO and our allies continue to help close the airspace over top of Ukraine, provide those humanitarian corridors, and ultimately provide peacekeepers to bring stability to the country. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for North Okanagan, South Shuswap.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it gives me pleasure to rise today to present this petition provided to me by constituents of the North Okanagan Shuswap, raising attention that all Canadians have a right under the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms to freedom of expression without discrimination, and the undersigned citizens call on the House of Commons to protect and preserve the application of charitable status rules on a politically and ideologically neutral basis without discrimination on the basis of political or religious values and without the imposition of another values test, and affirm that the rights of Canadians to freedom of expression. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Beaches East York.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I rise to present petition E3812. The petitioners note that while Canada has committed to advance gender equality, that sexual and gender-based violence continues within the RCMP, that officer-to-officer organizational violence, combined with the failure to investigate the complaint seriously, results in an unsafe and hostile workplace, and the hundreds of petitioners, including the lead author, Susan Rabicek, call upon the Government of Canada to hold a debate in the House of Commons to review the current system of investigation and accountability, to provide legal counsel and compensation to affected victims, to require the federal government to report on an ongoing basis the cost of legal and workers' compensation resources they're using to defend their positions against victims' complaints, and to honor its commitments to ensuring the National Action Plan aims are wholly fulfilled relating to female officers.
Honourable member for Saint Laurent.
To present petition E3698 to the Minister of Health, a petition initiated by residents of Saint Laurent and Canada, Camille Nicola Isaacs from Saint Laurent, Parsifamily, and Fatih Davoudi, who basically say that whereas dementia costs in Canada were estimated at $12 billion in 2020 and projected to reach $16.6 billion by 2031. Total out-of-pocket costs paid by caregivers were an estimated $1.4 billion in 2016 and projected to rise to nearly $2.4 billion in 2031. The growth in the number of persons diagnosed with and living with dementia represents an unsustainable trajectory, with cases forecasted to amount to nearly 1 million by 2033. And disease prevention and health protection strategies must be a focus to reduce this trend. And so the petitioners call upon the Minister of Health to, 1, declare dementia prevention a national healthcare priority, and as part of the National Dementia Strategy, work with provincial governments to encourage the adoption of strategies to, A, reduce preventable diagnoses through the delivery of health promotion and disease prevention services, such as public education programs and strong calls to action for screening and early detection. B, decelerate risks and symptoms through the deployment of a standardized national cognitive assessment test targeting at-risk groups. And C, reverse symptoms for persons with mild cognitive impairment by providing access to clinical trials financed by a dedicated public-private sector fund and by matched funding collected from private sector and non-government organizations. And 2, ensure training.
May I remind the honourable members that we are asking members to present a very short description of the petition and not read the whole petition as a whole. It takes a lot of time, and there are other members who have petitions to present.
Medical staff to learn how to screen for symptoms and better manage dementia. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
You, I'm sure.
He has one.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have before me a petition that has been signed by many residents of Winnipeg North, and what they're doing is they're asking all levels of government to work together on the important issues affecting our seniors, such as long-term care and mental health. They're putting an emphasis on programs, whether it's New Horizons or Age and Opportunity programs, to OAS, GIS, and other types of support programs. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to rise to present a petition today where petitioners recognize that Canada has committed harm towards Indigenous peoples through historical and ongoing genocide. They recognize that the Truth and Reconciliation Commission was back in 2015 with 94 calls to action. Petitioners call on the Government of Canada to place all 94 calls to action at the top of the political agenda, with a particular focus on 18 to 24, focused on Indigenous health. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today, Falun Gong practitioners are gathering on the Hill in advance of May 13th, which is Falun Dafa Day. The first petition I am presenting highlights the horrific persecution of Falun Gong practitioners in China. This has been going on for decades. Various resolutions have been passed in other parliaments, U.S. House of Representatives, the European Parliament. Action is urgently required to address human rights abuses impacting all of the people living in China, and Falun Gong practitioners have in particular been a victim, in spite of the fact that their simple activity is a spiritual practice seeking to advance the principles of truthfulness, compassion, and forbearance. Petitioners call on Parliament and on the government to work to end the targeting of Falun Gong practitioners, in particular to take measures to combat forced organ harvesting and trafficking, and to publicly call for that end to persecution, as well as to use appropriate sanction mechanisms targeting the perpetrators of this violence. I am pleased, especially today, to be able to highlight this issue. The second petition is on a similar issue. The second petition is specifically to highlight Bill S223, a bill that would combat forced organ harvesting and trafficking. It recognizes that this is a practice that happens in certain places around the world, and it would seek to make it a criminal offense for a person to go abroad and receive an organ taken without consent, and also create a mechanism by which someone could be deemed inadmissible to Canada if they're involved in forced organ harvesting and trafficking. The next petition I'm tabling is about the situation in Ukraine, in particular the Russian invasion of Ukraine, an invasion that in a sense started in 2014, of course, but we've seen the further invasion in recent months. This is obviously an issue that the House has been seized with at various times, and there are a number of specific asks in here. Some of them involve sanctions measures that have already been undertaken, and we support those measures but are calling for more to be done. I particularly want to highlight the asks for boycott on Russian oil and gas imports into Canada and Europe, and securing energy agreements with Western partners, increasing the supply of military equipment and lethal defensive weapons to protect the territory and human rights of the people of Ukraine, providing urgent humanitarian assistance to the people of Ukraine, and providing vital assistance to refugees impacted by the conflict, and allowing Canadians with family members in Ukraine to urgently bring family members to Canada for as long as the conflict persists. So these are a number of the asks, along with other measures involving sanctions targeting perpetrators of this violence. The next petition I'm tabling is with respect to the political neutrality of charitable status. Petitioners are concerned that the Liberal platform actually talked in the last election about politicizing charitable status and applying a values test in association with charitable status, whereby the government would deny charitable status to organizations with which they have particular disagreements. And this is a concern not just to those organizations who might be affected, but to the whole charitable sector, to see what the impact would be if government started to go down this road of politicizing charitable status. Petitioners want to see the House of Commons protect and preserve the application of charitable status rules on a politically and ideologically neutral basis, without discrimination on the basis of those values, and to affirm the right of all Canadians to free expression. The next petition that I'm tabling highlights the ongoing detention of Hussein Khalil in China. Petitioners note that, as a result of various efforts undertaken Michael Kovrig and Michael Spavor were released after 1,000 days of unjust detention, and are very pleased about the release of the two Michaels, but note the continuing detention in China of Canadians, including Mr. Chalil, who has been there for well over a decade and a half, and the government of China has refused, in violation of their own law and constitution, to recognize Mr. Chalil's Canadian citizenship. Petitioners want to see the government of Canada demand the release of Hussein Chalil, to formally state that the release of Mr. Chalil from Chinese detention and his return to Canada is a priority of the government, of equal concern to the unjust detentions of Michael Kovrig and Michael Spavor. They want to see the government appoint a special envoy to work on securing Mr. Chalil's release, and they want to ask the government to seek the assistance of the Biden administration and allies around the world in obtaining Mr. Chalil's release, just as we saw with respect to the two Michaels. Am I out of time, Madam Chair? Or? Not yet. Okay. All right. The next petition that I want to table highlights the human rights abuses targeting the Hazara community in Afghanistan. Petitioners note that various genocides have impacted the Hazara community over a century and a half. And the situation of the Hazaras was very challenging even prior to the Taliban takeover. Of course, it's gotten much worse. Petitioners want to see the government take action to support Hazaras. In particular, this petition calls for the recognition of past genocides against the Hazara community and the designation of September 25th as Hazara Genocide Memorial Day. The next petition that I'm tabling is on the issue of vitamin D and its benefits, as well as the data that exists with respect to its beneficial effects in the context of COVID. It highlights a number of detailed studies that have shown that higher levels of vitamin D is associated with more favorable outcomes for individuals who get COVID-19. It cites those studies and notes that people get vitamin D from sunlight exposure. So during the wintertime especially, it's important for people to get vitamin D exposure by being outside or through supplementation. It calls on the Government of Canada to recognize the emerging scientific evidence that low levels of vitamin D are associated with worse outcomes from COVID-19, and to work to increase public awareness about the importance of individuals maintaining recommended vitamin D levels. And I'll leave it there, Madam Speaker.
Peace River Westlock.
Madam Chair, and I just want to also recognize the Falun Gong on the Hill here today and present this petition around combating forced organ harvesting. The folks that have signed this petition want to make it a criminal offense for a person to go abroad and take a organ without the consent of the person giving the organ. This particular bill has passed through the Senate unanimously 3 times, and they are hoping that this Parliament is the Parliament that gets this bill passed. The second petition I have to present today, Madam Speaker, is from petitioners from across the country who are opposed and want an end to the COVID-19 mandates. The petitioners state that throughout the pandemic, truckers have served Canadians and are heroes, and now they are subject to a vaccine mandate. The petitioners calling on the House of Commons to immediately end all COVID-19 mandates implemented and controlled by the federal government, which include federal employees, truckers, and travelers. They are calling an end to all COVID-19 mandates. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Presenting petitions. Orders of the day. L'honorable député de Salaberry. Question. I'm sorry. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Yeah, there is a revised response to question 306, originally tabled on March 23, 2022. Could be made an order for return. This return would be tabled immediately.
Agreed. L'Honorable député de Salaberry-sur-Roi.
The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Madam Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 42-1, all the block's time will be spent into 2 for the purposes of today's proceedings.
Yes. Yes. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government.
Madam Speaker, I didn't quite finish. We got the one revised response, and then finally I would ask that all remaining questions be allowed to stand.
Agreed. Orders of the day. Ordre du jour.
Ordre du jour.
Government orders, business of supply, study of an opposition motion on Standing Order 30 regarding the prayer in the name of Mr. Champoux. Mr. Champoux, seconded by Ms. Gill, moves that given that the House respects the beliefs and non-beliefs of all parliamentarians and of the general public, and is committed to the principle of the separation of religion and the state, the diversity of views, and freedom of conscience while upholding the secularism and religious neutrality of the state, and out of a desire for inclusiveness, the reading of the prayer at the opening of a sitting be abolished and replaced by a moment of reflection, and that accordingly Standing Order 30 be amended in paragraphs 1 and 2 by substituting the following. 1. A moment of reflection be observed every day at the meeting of the House before any business is entered upon. 2. Not more than 2 minutes after the moment of reflection, the business of the House shall commence. The Honourable Member for Drummond. Are you done?
Merci beaucoup, Madame.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm very proud to table a motion today on behalf of the Bloc Québécois regarding the traditional practice of this House, which consists of reciting a prayer before opening the doors on every day that the good Lord brings us. Having read the text of the motion yourself, Madam Speaker, I'll consider that done, but I would like to clarify something. I want to make something clear before I begin. I know that some people in this room may see this proposal as a tactic, an unsound tactic, an attempt to stir up trouble, something not very Catholic, not very Christian, so to speak, but that's not true. It's the opposite of a trap, to tell the truth. It's a call for a healthy discussion on a sensitive subject where some people here might feel that their beliefs are being attacked, so to speak, and I really want to make it clear that that is not at all the purpose of today's debate. What we're proposing today is to reflect on a practice that has outlived its time and is no longer as relevant as when it was first introduced. The subject is a delicate one, which is maybe why no one has really thought it appropriate to put this question to a debate. No one has dared question the prayer, but I humbly believe that this is the right thing to do.
Question à l'occasion.
The House will decide at the end of our discussion whether or not it's appropriate to maintain the prayer as a preamble to our proceedings, or whether, as I believe, it would be more reasonable, more appropriate, and more inclusive to simply abolish this ritual and replace it with a moment of personal reflection. I want to assure members of the House that our aim is not to be disrespectful of anyone's religious beliefs, and I assure you, Madam Chair, that our words will reflect that throughout our debates today. Respect for religions, but in return, I also call for respect for those who have no religion. This is what I'm talking about. I'm advocating inclusion that also takes into account those who are non-believers. I said earlier that today's context is different from the one in which traditions of this nature were established in Parliament, and I would quote a certain John MacDonald, who in 1877 justified his motion proposing the reading of the daily prayer in the House by saying, "All Canadians are Christians." Assuming that was true, which I doubt very much even back then, it shows that the context then was very different from today, where no member of this Parliament would go so far as to claim all Canadians are Christians. On the contrary, since Father Trudeau and his multiculturalism, there are those who boast that all religions are equal and welcome in the public sphere. Is this not yet another argument for us having this debate? Madam Speaker, the years pass and customs change. It's our duty to adapt to the reality of the people and to question our practices regularly. For example, this demonstrates the relevance of this motion. I'll give you some survey data published by Léger in October 2019, showing that only 51% of Quebecers say they believe in God. 51% of Quebecers believe in God. In the rest of Canada, the numbers also have a lot to say, but a significant proportion of Quebecers and Canadians say they do not believe in God and they do not have any particular religion. At a time when we're trying to be as inclusive as possible, can anyone here honestly claim that prayer before the House respects the beliefs or non-beliefs of everyone? For example, as it stands, an atheist member who feels their personal beliefs have been violated by the prayer, they have the choice of either putting up with this exercise or waiting until the prayer is over before coming into the House. In both cases, their freedom of conscience is being infringed upon. This same atheist member could appreciate, on the other hand, a moment of reflection that could be used to meditate, to think about the work of the day, to think about their grocery list, whatever. In fact, the prayer in its present form does not even reach out to all religions. It's a Christian prayer recited in a congregation that includes people of all sorts of different faiths. Do Sikhs, Muslims, Jews, Buddhists, Hindus really subscribe to it? I ask this question out of pure curiosity, very honestly. The big advantage of what we're proposing is that with a moment of reflection instead of prayer, each of us could use that time according to our own personal convictions with a prayer or not. You can pray privately if you want, silently. I think it has the same value for the God you believe in. One of the fundamental principles of secularism, as I understand it, Madam Speaker, is that the state should never favor one religion over another. And the best way to treat all religions equally is not to favor any one of them. The principle of the separation of church and state is hardly new. It has been applied in various Canadian legislatures at varying speeds. For example, the prayer was abolished in BC. Nova Scotia abolished the prayer in which started back in the 1800s. They abolished it in October 2021. And both the Liberals and the Conservatives in office tabled a motion along those lines. So they all supported the motion. And I would quote the Premier of that province, Tim Houston, who explained that this change was to ensure that Nova Scotians felt represented in this legislature, regardless of their race, gender, sexual preference, language, or religion. And I would point out that he is a conservative premier. I never thought I would ever quote a conservative in support of my argument about secularism, but life's full of surprises. In Newfoundland and Labrador, interestingly, they never said the prayer in the legislature. In Quebec City, in 1972, the National Assembly decreed that the prayer be abolished and replaced by a moment of reflection. And it wasn't until 1976, December 15th, only 1 month after being elected, after René Lévesque was elected, the prayer was officially abolished. And the Speaker of the National Assembly at that time was Clément Richard, who left us in March of this year. What's surprising is not the nature of the motion being proposed today, it's the decision was made in Quebec City to keep religion out of the public sphere. I grew up in a practicing Catholic family, Madam Speaker, and I served in the Mass, but I was always encouraged to reflect and think about things, and little by little I developed my own spiritual side, far from religion, far from organized religion. And there are values like respect, love thy neighbor, sharing, and so on. These are things that I learned through religious practice, but I believe they're fundamental values that are part of a society, and they don't need to be connected to any particular religion. And I'd like to quote a believer who terrorized priests with his free thinking. And this individual recommended that priests focus on their own sermons and that they shouldn't be lecturing others on how to live their lives. There have been lots of moralistic priests over the years, and my grandmother used to say that spirituality was like intimacy. It shouldn't be put on public display. Only actions should be. And in that spirit, I'm proud to table the motion that we're tabling today, and I look forward to the debate. Thank you. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-Westmount. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I always am interested in what my colleague has to say. He's a good speaker, and I'm very curious because it's not very often that we as members have an opportunity to table motions with a lot of substance to them. There are a lot of issues that are of concern to Canadians and Quebecers these days, and I don't think Quebecers are losing any sleep over this particular issue. So I'm just curious to know why he thinks it's so important as compared to all the other legitimate concerns that Quebecers currently have. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Drummond. I'd like to thank the member for his question, and I would answer, are there any more concerning, more serious issues that should monopolize our attention? Yes, of course. There are bigger issues than the prayer in the House of Commons, but an opposition day serves to hold debates that are perhaps not as urgent as the other ones we debate in the House of Commons. The Bloc had tabled a unanimous motion with the same objective as this one, and that motion was rejected. So the opportunity of an opposition day, and we only get 2 per session, by the way, so it's a good opportunity to resubmit the motion and get some frank, healthy discussion, respectful discussion. So on the contrary, I think this is a very good time to present this motion and have a discussion with our colleagues in the House. The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Focus in my question on the issue of freedom of conscience. The member spoke as if a member listening to somebody else deliver a prayer would be an attack on their freedom of conscience if they didn't agree with the prayer. Respectfully, it is an absurd understanding of freedom of conscience to say that my conscience is violated by listening to somebody else pray. I've attended many religious services for faiths that I'm not a part of, and I respectfully listen but don't participate if I don't agree with what's going on. Now, I wish the member was more concerned about freedom of conscience. I wish he would take a stand, for instance, for people who don't want to be forced as a condition of their profession to participate in things or to not do things that are that contravene their conscience. But surely I think the member would have to agree that it is more a violation of an individual's conscience when they are, as a condition of membership in a professional association or wanting to work in a particular area, compelled to do something or not do something, rather than simply asked to listen to somebody else saying a prayer.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Madam Speaker, we're in a place that represents the people where decisions are made, and I think there should be a clear separation between church and state. That's my first point. The second point is that I don't feel attacked when I listen to the prayer. I just don't feel involved. It doesn't speak to me. But I could turn the question around on my colleague and say, how is his expression of his religion in this place? Why is that worth more than my expression of my beliefs? Why is my need for personal reflection inferior to his need to recite his prayer? Why can't he do it silently? We're talking about lack of respect or freedom of conscience in a context. Both questions are legitimate.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I enjoy working with my colleague. I have no difficulty with what he just said, but you have to question the Bloc Québécois' priorities. There's a climate crisis. There are international crises going on. There's a housing crisis in Quebec affecting Drummondville and other communities. There's a pandemic as well, Madam Speaker. So you really have to question why we should have to spend a whole day talking about this. But the Bloc made its decision. They've decided that's their priority for this session, for this opposition day. But I'd like to ask my colleague a question. If the Standing Order 30 were to be amended, would it not also be important to talk about the recognition of Indigenous land? This is something that has been raised many times over the years in the House, and it never has led to any change in our standing orders. The honourable member in 15 seconds. Madam Speaker, the motion we're proposing here has only to do with the prayer. As I said to my colleague opposite earlier, I'll give him the same answer in the NDP. There's never a good time or a bad time for an opposition motion. And should we take this opportunity to include a statement about Indigenous peoples? That's a different debate for another day. We're talking today about the prayer and replacing the prayer. Nothing more, nothing less, Madam Speaker. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Manicouagan. Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, my first love as a student, as a teacher, was literature.
Ça a été en quelque sorte pour moi.
In fact, that was my alma mater. And through literature, it is letters, that is literature itself, that I have caught a glimpse of, since it embraces the whole of human knowledge, both voluntarily and involuntarily. And perhaps that's always why I have had such admiration and insatiable curiosity about the 18th century. The Age of Enlightenment, which is Erklärung in German, depending on whether you're in England or Germany, that was a century of reason, knowledge, and intelligence. The Enlightenment is the century of the encyclopedia, the reasoned dictionary of science, arts, and trades, the century of Rousseau, Voltaire, Diderot, the century that chanted liberty, equality, and freedom. It is the century of man guided by the lights of the Spirit, the century of the Universal Declaration of the Rights of Man, but also those of the woman and the citizen with Olympe de Gouges, that of democracy, access to knowledge, progress, tolerance, humanism, and equality. It was the century of the French Revolution, but also of the American Revolution, a century of emancipation, the century that began the long process to the separation of church and state in France. Because following the French Revolution in the space of little more than a century, in order for the French people to win the struggle so that the people themselves could manage the state, they had to take power from those who they could then only look down on. That is the century of the dawn of the people. It is a major legacy, Madam Speaker, that these men and women have left to us. In fact, it is all of humans who decide for humans in the place of a God. It is this very legacy that gives me the legitimate right to stand before you today in the House of Commons to represent the 100,000 or so citizens of Manicouagan. You will therefore understand my astonishment, Madam Speaker, when in the fall of 2015, more than 3 centuries after the French Revolution, as I was about to take my seat in the House of Commons, I heard the following words before the opening of the session, and I quote, "Almighty God, we thank you for the many graces you have bestowed upon Canada and its citizens, including freedom, opportunity, and peace. We pray for our sovereign, Queen Elizabeth, and the Governor General. Guide us in our deliberations as members of Parliament, and help us to be mindful of our duties and responsibilities. Grant us the wisdom, knowledge, and understanding to preserve the blessings of our country for the benefit of all, and to make good laws and wise decisions. Amen. End of quote. Madam Speaker, I was forced to pray to the Christian God. I looked around me, and almost everyone was joining in. Christians, but also, possibly, Jews or Muslims, Hindus or Buddhists, agnostics or atheists. I could not, and I still cannot, understand why a parliament would impose, even with the noblest of intentions, unless it was unconsciously, not only faith, but its faith on all parliamentarians, employees of the House, Quebecers, and Canadians. The House of Commons was depriving me of my freedom of conscience. It is clear, Madam Speaker, that the Canadian Parliament has not yet consummated the divorce between the Church and the State, which is necessary because every belief carries its own hegemony. As a thinking human being endowed with reason and freedom of conscience, to defer to a higher power which would grant me wisdom, knowledge, and understanding, as we hear in the prayer, which would be able to guide me in my deliberations to become aware of my responsibilities and duties, as we also hear in the prayer, constitutes, in my opinion, a disempowerment. My power is being taken away from me. The graces granted to Canada do not depend on a divine Christian will through which practicing Christian parliamentarians are acting. The favors Canada enjoys are preserved by the choices made by the people's representatives according to the will of the people. The government is responsible, Madam Speaker, and the elected officials are accountable. Of course, in my view, this prayer poses an apparent aporia with respect to freedom of conscience and with respect to accountability. No one can be forced to believe. All they can do is pretend. No one can debate in a certain way if the conclusion has already been decided upon. This is what this daily prayer symbolizes. It is for these reasons that I moved on June 12, 2019, on behalf of the Bloc Québécois, to substitute a moment of reflection for this prayer. Madam Speaker, with the most sincere and benevolent respect for all religions, and in all humility, because far be it from me to think of myself as someone like Prometheus, communion in a prayer that requires me to surrender my freedom of conscience and reason to the invisible hands of a Christian God is viscerally impossible for me. To paraphrase Étienne de la Boétie, servitude of the Spirit can only be voluntary. And I refuse to be thought for or by other people or another entity. I choose, I assume. You will have understood, Madam Speaker, that in my opinion, religion belongs to the sphere of private life. This choice that some people make to believe, because having faith is a deliberate, conscious choice, this choice that some people make to follow the precepts and values of a godly discourse in order to determine their existence is something that is made intimately and personally. Faith is a matter for the individual, not for society. A belief cannot be imposed, and society cannot be forced to act according to imposed individual beliefs. The state must remain neutral. The state must be secular. Therefore, Madam Speaker, I will not disclose to you whether I belong to a particular religion, whether I practice it or not, whether I'm an atheist or an agnostic, or what I think of the religion of gods or of men. I will simply reiterate the respect I have for these great discourses, all of which condone love, peace, sharing, whose vocal values have shaped the world since the dawn of time, discourses that aim for transcendence and that distinguish us from the rest of the animal kingdom. Likewise, our intelligence and our humanity. In closing, Madam Speaker, you will understand why, when you must recite the prayer, I remain behind the curtains, and I say to myself that I must not be the only one who chooses to stand back, whether out of self-respect or out of respect for others, out of respect for our beliefs or our reason, discreetly or even ostentatiously. Religion, Madam Speaker, is a private matter, and it should remain, as I do, behind the curtains, behind the doors of our homes, and within places of worship. Instead, let us, as parliamentarians, come together in a genuine fashion for a moment of free reflection. And then they can decide as to whether to dialogue with their conscience or with God. Then I will enter the House, and the House will enter the 21st century. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do think it's important to note in response to the member's speech that the traditions of this place do not emanate from the horrific orgy of violence that was the French Revolution. They emanate from the British tradition of pluralism, of accommodation, and especially here in North America, of the accommodation between different linguistic, faith, and other communities. I'm proud of our pluralistic tradition that says instead of violently seeking to eradicate religious belief, as happened in the French Revolution, and this was the history of that revolution, which was the attempted violent eradication of religious believers. Instead, we have a tradition of saying, can we accommodate difference? Can we listen? And can we accommodate different perspectives? Now, the reality of the way the opening program of this House works is that we have a monotheistic prayer, and then we have a period of reflection. So if you're a non-believer, you can listen respectfully during the first part, and then engage in your own reflection. Now, I think that reflects pluralism, that there's space for all of those traditions. And I think our Canadian model has worked far better than the effort to violently eradicate other perspectives. I hope the member would at least acknowledge that in the context of her discussion of the history.
The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I did not refer at any time to the terrors of the French Revolution, as my colleague did. And I must say, and I said earlier, I love history, I love knowledge, so I would be very interested in discussing with my colleague and to very humbly share my opinion on that time through which we achieved democracy. And the combat of peoples for freedom is not only that of the United Kingdom. And I would add, Madam Speaker, because we have been told that this House was not interesting, this topic was not interesting for the House, that other subjects should be brought up that are more important. But obviously opposition days, as my colleague said, allow us to look elsewhere outside of normal parliamentary topics. So I know my colleague is very passionate about this, and I am eager to hear him speak further on this topic in his speech. Thank you.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Government Health Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I am surprised in terms of the Bloc would have chosen this particular motion, and I'll be able to address that shortly. The question I have to the member is, has the Bloc actually raised this issue at the Procedures and House Affairs Committee, given that what they're really looking for is a relatively thing that occurs every so often, and that is a simple rule change. Have they raised the issue at FROC?
The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. I think that it's a very important question that we should be discussing in the House. I think we need to debate it here. I think that all parliamentarians should have access to this opportunity. We're parliamentarians. We're here to debate different topics. Yes, this is an opportunity for everyone to share their opinion, but I think that we need to bring these debates forward before everyone, not just a single committee, because we represent Canadians and Quebecers, and so I think we should all be able to participate. It's a matter of freedom of conscience. So let's debate that together here in the House. Thank you. The Honourable Member Pour Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her brilliant speech. I'd like to hear what she has to say on other things. For example, every time we've talked about secularism in recent times, we've been told that that's not a relevant topic. But the far right we're seeing a resurgence, and we're looking to the United States where the right to abortion is at stake. So what does she think of the fact that the Constitution of Canada in the preamble mentions the supremacy of God, and that the head of state, the head of Canadian state, is also the head of the Anglican Church? Does she agree with me that we are in a theocratic monarchy? The Honourable Member from Manicouagan. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I could go on and on with my colleague about this topic. First of all, obviously for me, there is also a certain bias, despite what one of my colleagues said earlier. And what I mean by that is that it changes not. Our colleagues say that the prayer changes nothing, but as I said, we can see that the responsibility of our decisions, the prayer says that it is up to God. And so, in my opinion, a system of values, it's as if God is responsible for my ideas. We mentioned abortion earlier, and of course, for the Quebecers that I represent, it is difficult for me to say that it is an Anglican Christian God who makes decisions in their stead.
Debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government Health.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And it's, I'm not too sure in terms of exactly what to think in terms of rising to address this particular debate today, Madam Speaker. I asked the question of the member of the bloc whether or not they've even raised the issue in Procedures and House Affairs Committee. And the response we get there was, well, no, it's an important debate. Every member should be able to contribute to the debate. Has the member not realized all the discussions that take place in our standing committees today? And all the different issues that you could apply that very same principle to? You know, my colleague from NDG Westmount made reference to the fact of issues in the province of Quebec today. And yet, for some reason, Madam Speaker, in my number of years as a parliamentarian, I don't quite understand the reasoning behind bringing forward a motion of this nature. There are many other options that the bloc could have taken. What it tells me is that they are making themselves absolutely and totally irrelevant to the issues in the province of Quebec, let alone Canada as a whole. In the last 6 years, let alone the last 2 years, I have not had one constituent, no one in Canada has ever approached me saying, this is an issue that has to be dealt with. Canada has just gone through, and we're still in, at least in part, a pandemic. In fact, the province of Quebec still has mandatory masks. Imagine, if you will, Madam Speaker, what it is in the minds of the people of Quebec. And the people of Bloc, the members of Parliament from the Bloc, even the member stood in his place and said, well, we only get 2 days, 2 opportunities in a session. Choose such a topic. It goes far beyond the pandemic. We could talk about what's happening in Europe, Madam Speaker. People are dying in Ukraine. Heroes of Ukraine today. And Canada and the way in which it is contributing to what's taking place in Europe. Yet the Bloc say, no, we're not interested in the pandemic, what's happening in the province of Quebec, the war that's taking place in Europe or Ukraine. Well, what about some of those other issues that I know the people of Quebec are interested in? The party that claims to represent Quebec and their interests is not the Bloc. It's the members that are sitting across their way. Those are the ones that are representing the interests of Quebec. Because those are the individuals that I see stand in their place and talk about the environment. I can inform and remind my colleagues in the bloc that the people of Quebec are concerned about our environment. I know that not necessarily because I'm from Quebec, because I listen to the Liberal members of the Quebec caucus, and I know the environment matters, Madam Speaker. And Conservative members of Parliament will often raise the issue. Now, we might at times disagree, but I can tell you that that is an issue in the province of Quebec. There's a genuine concern that's there. Why wouldn't they want to talk about the climate crisis, Madam Speaker, or other environmental type of issues that are being faced in the province of Quebec today? You know, we often hear the Bloc ask a question on health care. It's an issue that I'm very passionate about. In fact, I have brought in petitions which talk about how important it is that we have a national presence in the issue of health care that goes beyond just dollars. The Bloc will argue, just give us money. Their justification for give us money has really never been amplified or clarified in this House. Why wouldn't they talk about health care, Madam Speaker? I can tell you that Canadians from coast to coast to coast, every region of our country, are concerned about issues such as mental health, long-term care. These are issues in which it doesn't matter where you are from Canada. There are MPs that are talking about it. Unless, of course, you're from the Bloc, because today they're saying that that's not an important issue, Madam Speaker. It's not important enough, but rather they want to talk about prayer.
I have to interrupt the honourable member.
Just a minute, please. Your mic is not on. The honourable member Jonquière. Madam Speaker, it would be very interesting to hear the member for Winnipeg North talk about the motion that we're debating. He's talking about the funding of healthcare. Sure, that's fine. I might remind the honourable member that colleagues have a certain amount of leeway in their speech, and I'm going to allow the parliamentary secretary to continue. I'm sure he'll get to the topic.
And I can assure the member, I am going to be talking about faith, and I am going to be talking about motions. And what I'm really frustrated on is because there are so many other opportunities. And that's why I started off, Madam Speaker, by saying and posing the question to my friend across the way. Has the Bloc raised the issue at PROC? Remember, what we're talking about is changing the standing orders, Madam Speaker. Which standing committee deals with changing the standing orders? Procedures and House Affairs Committee. It meets twice a week. The Bloc have representation on that committee. If it's such an important issue, why haven't they at least addressed the issue or tried to bring it up at PROC? I think they're, Madam Speaker, really off base on this. There's a list of questions that we all have about standing orders. In fact, there is a rule that says every so often you have to debate the need for changes of our standing orders. And that's actually what it is that they're trying to do today, Madam Speaker. In the month of June, I believe, is when it comes up. We're actually going to be dedicating a day of the House to talk about changing the rules. Why wouldn't the Bloc seriously raise the issue at that particular debate? Or, if they're not happy with that because they say, well, we can't move a motion, why didn't they raise it at the PROC committee? To say that, well, we want a wholesome debate here inside the House of Commons. I can tell you there are many issues that are before our standing committees in which ultimately the very same argument could be made, Madam Speaker. I think they're using it as a justification. You know, when I was thinking in terms of the different types of issues that I would have liked to have contributed to debate today, Madam Speaker, I made reference to the pandemic, the war. I made reference to the environment, climate change. I talk about health care, Madam Speaker. What about the issue of seniors? You know, this is something in which seniors in Canada are looking for strong political advocacy. And we have seen a government that's been very proactive and progressive in dealing with sound senior policies. I would think when you're talking about changing a standing order versus what's happening in our communities with respect to our seniors, I would have put a whole lot more weight on that issue, Madam Speaker. So let's think in terms of faith. You know, 2 weeks ago, I was at Calgadar Dabar, Gurdwara. And after visiting that Sikh Gurdwara, I went to Sikh Society Gurdwara on Mullard. You know, my campaign co-chair, Ashish, actually has the entire Quran memorized. You know, I just recently had given greetings for the Falun Gong 30th anniversary, which is actually taking place later this week. I have a dear friend for 30 years that brought me a while back to a Buddhist temple. I say this, Madam Speaker, because Canada is a great nation with a great deal of diversity. I understand the importance of spirituality and the role that it plays in society, and I'm very respectful of that, Madam Speaker. Yes, I am of Christian faith, and St. Peter's Church is a growing church, over 5,000, I believe, parishioners that attend that church in Winnipeg North, Madam Speaker. I understand the multitude of different faiths and the important role that they play in society. But I can tell you, whether I'm visiting a Gurdwara, a temple, a church, or even someone's living room where we're talking about faith, no one, not one person in the last 10 years has raised the issue of a prayer in the House of Commons. Not one, Madam Speaker. That, to me, says a great deal. You know, in the last little while, I stood up in my place and I've talked about how important it is that we try to enable debate on a wide variety of issues that are having an impact on the lives of Canadians day in and day out. And it's one of the reasons why, as a government, we're trying to say from a government's perspective, because we understand that there's a limited and finite amount of debate that can take place inside this chamber, we were prepared to extend the hours. And with the support of not the Bloc, but with the support of the New Democrats, we were actually successful in passing a motion that enables more debate on the issues that Canadians are facing day in and day out, Madam Speaker. I'm not too sure, but I believe the Bloc voted against it. You know, they can correct me when I get my questions and answers, but I believe they actually voted against it. And then on the other hand, Madam Speaker, they will say often from their seats, well, we should be not trying to speed through this legislation because we want to have some more debate time. That tells me they recognize the importance of the debate, which is a good thing, Madam Speaker. We've seen in the past where they seem to recognize the value of a standing committee. You know, this issue could go towards a proc committee just as easy. In fact, it would be easier than to bring it to the floor of the House of Commons. I think they understand that, Madam Speaker. After all, when it came to the MAID legislation, they were advocating that we should sit past the summer months. And because we have demonstrated as a government that we're listening and working with opposition parties where we can, we in fact are sitting well past the summer on the MAID Special Standing Committee, Madam Speaker. So that in itself recognizes that the Bloc Party, at least their House leadership, understands the process. To me, if that being the case, why would they be bringing forward this motion today? One can only speculate. And sometimes when you speculate, you get into trouble. I do believe at the end of the day that maybe the Bloc are trying to be a little bit mischievous here. As opposed to dealing with the issues of the day, and there are many of them, you know, Madam Speaker, I look at it, even today, prior to getting into this debate, I brought forward a petition today. I stood in my place and I presented a petition that was signed by seniors in Winnipeg North. I don't know if they're seniors, but they were all residents of Winnipeg North when I tabled the petition. The essence of that petition was saying how important OAS, the old age supplement, the guaranteed income supplement were. It highlighted the New Horizons program as a government program. It made reference to organizations like Age and Opportunity, and it kind of brings them together and says that as parliamentarians, we should be advocating for our seniors. Now, this is the part where I think the Bloc would be really interested as part of the petition. It said that when it comes to seniors, and you talk about prayers, that it's important, Madam Speaker.
I have to interrupt the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Un moment, s'il vous plaît. Un moment, je ne vous ai pas.
Just a moment, please. The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you, Madam Speaker. He's been talking about a petition for 5 minutes. It's nice that it's for seniors, but relevancy, please. Please stop interrupting another colleague during his speech. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary has chosen how he is addressing the topic, so I'm sure he'll get to it. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, I just raised the issue of the petition only because I was talking about the petition earlier. I presented the petition earlier today, and I might have been maybe a minute on it, but I think that there is some relevancy to it because it is an issue that the Bloc often talk about as important, federal versus provincial jurisdiction. And a part of that motion, or a petition, said it was calling on all parliamentarians to advocate for seniors and that governments of all levels work together. What a novel idea that I would suggest to my colleagues in the Bloc. This is something in which is a reflection of many of the constituents that I represent, some of which actually signed that petition. Madam Speaker, and that is the point that I'm really trying to hammer home. And that is the fact that we have a very finite amount of time in order to be able to debate important public issues. And the Bloc are in a very good position in the sense that as the second opposition party, they're provided the opportunity to bring up opposition day motions. But I truly believe that at the end of the day, that the motion that they are proposing, that we actually debate and vote on today, is very much off the topic of what's on the minds of Canadians. So when you talk about changing the standing orders, and that's what I would encourage my colleagues and others to contribute to when they're standing up contributing to this debate, is to broaden it. You can talk about the priorities, but you can also talk about the changes to standing orders. Because I do believe there is a need for us to look at ways in which we can improve the functionality of the House of Commons. As this is a motion that will change the standing orders, I'd like to share a few thoughts in regards to what we could have been talking about, but what no doubt we will be talking about come June, because that's when the debate on standing orders is going to be coming up, Madam Speaker. There are some very simple changes that I would like, Madam Speaker. An example of that is I like the fact that we should have some sort of digital time clocks, so members can look at the time clock and do their own count in terms of time, so we know how much time. I appreciate you gave me the 2-minute figure there, Madam Speaker. You know, and those are some of the things in which I think that we would get universal agreement towards. I like the idea of how it is that we might be able to enable more members to be able to participate in debates. And there's many members of the House on both sides, for example, that would ultimately argue that we should work on Fridays, and some would say, well, no, those should be constituency days. I would ultimately argue, Madam Speaker, let's work. Let's start it at 8 o'clock in the morning and let's go till 8, 9 o'clock in the evening, but with a bit of a condition, Madam Speaker. Let the Member of Parliament notify the Speaker in advance, let's say by the Wednesday, that he or she would like to be able to address this particular issue, non-votable, and allow it to be able to go for that debate. So a member of the House can choose what it is that he or she would like to debate, something that's in second reading, even ultimately, Madam Speaker, enabling that person to provide his or her thoughts on important legislation. You might even expand that into private members' business. The point is, Madam Speaker, is that there's many standing order changes that would improve the functionality of this House. And that debate will be coming up in June. I would encourage my friends in the bloc to take into consideration the motion that we're talking about today, the issue of prayers, and maybe bring it back into that debate. I'd be happy to give to leave for the bloc to change the topic, and we can talk about our environment or housing or the war or the pandemic. There's many other issues we could talk about today, and we can continue this debate when the debate's...
And we're going to hear questions now. Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Yorkton Melville. The Honourable Member's mic is not on. The Honourable Member for Yorkton Melville. No, we still can't hear you. Wait, no. It's on mute. I'm going to another question. I'll come back to the Honourable Member. L'Honourable Député.
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Well, I am always astonished to hear my colleagues' speeches. I would just like to point something out to him. Healthcare funding, we held an opposition day on that already, and his government did nothing. Seniors, we had an op day on that as well, and there was even a vote here in the House on our motion, and your government voted against it. What about the environmental issue? Don't make me laugh. We ask questions about it every day. I might remind the Honourable Member that I am accepting nothing. You must go through the chair. Yes, there's a very simple strategy, Madam Speaker. When the government is simply trying to sidestep the issue, my Conservative colleagues want to talk about abortion, so they'll say, well, it's not time to talk about abortion. But I want to tell you something. I've been following the Quebec political scene for 35 years, and there's a crucial question, and that is the place of religion. There was the Bouchard-Taylor Commission. There was a bill in Bill 21 in Quebec that is now law. So to say that Quebecers aren't interested in secularism, that's completely false. Today, people are using secularism, and they're trying to turn it against us and saying it's racist. So if we can't do that in this House of Commons, then there's a major problem. I might remind the honourable member to be careful of his language, the honourable member.
Madam Speaker, and you know, what I am saying is that Quebecers, I believe, have an interest and want to see parliamentarians of all political stripes talking about issues of the day that are actually impacting them. And I would cite, for example, the member made reference to healthcare, that he's brought healthcare, and good for the Bloc. They brought healthcare. I can assure Bloc members that seniors and issues, many issues facing seniors, another one. The member made reference to the environment. We can still talk about, Quebec still has those mandatory masks, and there's many politicians in the House that would say that that's not a good idea. Not coming from our government, because we follow health experts and science, Madam Speaker. But the point is that there are so many other things that I believe is on the minds of Quebecers, and not to worry in the sense that I can assure the member that at least from a Liberal caucus perspective, we will be dealing with those issues.
The honourable member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Can you hear me now? Wonderful. Thank you so much. All right. I appreciate the opportunities in this place to actually discuss issues that everyone doesn't agree with. Obviously, that's the essence of what we do. But I have to say, look, to me and my constituents, it is offensive that the Bloc does not enter the House until after the national anthem, O Canada, is sung, because they openly indicate that their purpose is to separate from Canada, and they freely do not pledge allegiance to Canada. And yet, I and clearly all members respect the reality that this is their choice in this place. And the whole premise of the separation of church and state is an American construct, and it's being abused here because its purpose is to protect the church from the state, not the other way around. And the Christian God is definitely not the only God being prayed to in this prayer. As the member mentioned, I too have wonderful conversations with colleagues across party lines about faith and their beliefs that define who God is, and including those who honestly see themselves in that role for themselves. So our charter is here to protect citizens from compelled belief from the government. And now it's being abused on fundamental freedoms, freedom of conscience, as the member previous to this member spoke on, and the freedom of expression in the public square afforded by the Charter itself. Religion and expression of faith is not just a private matter.
Can we have a question, please? Can we have the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary?
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Whether it's the national anthem being sung in our classrooms, in our schools, to our arenas and football games, the maple leaf means a great deal. I've always personally enjoyed watching the national anthem sang on the floor of the House of Commons, especially when our pages do it. I look forward to the pages getting back to that whole grouping and the singing of the national anthem. It's a beautiful song when it's done bilingually. Madam Speaker, I would encourage all members to participate in the singing of our national anthem.
Honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Very proud to rise. For people back home who don't know the bitter batters that are going on in Parliament, opposition motions are really important because it gives a chance to lay out key issues. It's been fascinating listening to my colleagues in the Bloc talk about legislatures across Canada. I didn't know they were so fascinated by the broader federal system. Talking about regulations in Parliament that nobody's ever really heard of. This was an opportunity to bring forward a big, important issue. For example, Bay du Nord. Or after Roe versus Wade, the right of women. So I'd like to ask my honourable colleague, although I do know that he did vote with the Conservatives to try and stop women's right to choice, how important it is at this time that we are debating key issues that matter to people as opposed to the regulations in the House of Commons that nobody has ever paid attention to.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Madam Speaker, the member has been around for a number of years, as I have, and that's why I try to emphasize. And I say the last 10 years. If memory serves me correct, I can honestly say, since I've been a parliamentarian over 30 years ago, it's just not an issue. And when you look at it from that perspective, and then you say see what's happening around the world and in our nation today, whether it's a court ruling in the United States, whether it's a war in Europe, or it's a worldwide pandemic, there is so much more that we could have been spending time debating today, Madam Speaker, and I just see it as a lost opportunity.
Honourable Member for Yellowhead.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Many times I've heard the member from Winnipeg North speak in this House. Usually it's about delusional items, how great his government is, but still I've listened. I never thought I would ever agree with the member from Winnipeg North because of this, but today I am. I want to ask the member, though, do you feel that the Bloc was actually trying to grandstand and divide our parties and create some kind of great wedge between us, but now they're starting to realize that their motion is going nowhere?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Madam Speaker, I appreciate the comments, and if a member wants to have a hug afterwards, we can have a hug based on the last speech. Madam Speaker, at the end of the day, I made the suggestion somewhat lightly. But I do think there is some merit to it. If the Bloc did want to change the topics, I could suggest one or two. One right that comes to mind would be the climate issue, our environment. And I say that because I know many of my Quebec colleagues within the caucus constantly talk about the importance of the environment and the impact of climate change. And with unanimous consent, it'd probably be the first time in, I don't know, at least since I've been here, Madam Speaker, that we would do that. But I'd be prepared to see that happen.
The Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The member for Winnipeg North has mentioned his interest in getting questions from the Bloc on the climate crisis. And while I can't comment on their choice for today, they have often raised really important concerns, specifically with Baie du Nord. And so I wonder if the member for Winnipeg North would like to comment on how the governing party approved Baie du Nord mere days after the UN Secretary General called decisions like this moral and economic madness. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a good question, and that, as my New Democratic friend had pointed out in his question, could have been what we were debating today. And if that had been the case, Madam Speaker, because there's no doubt a lot of Canadians, in particular people in Quebec, that are concerned about the Baie du Nord. And at the end of the day, to have that kind of a debate, we would have heard the critiques coming from opposition members, and you would have heard explanations coming from the government as to why this is a good thing for Canada, Madam Speaker.
Debate. The Honourable Member for Barrie Innisfil.
Oui, merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a great pleasure to rise in the House as member for Barrie Innisfil and on behalf of my constituents. And I'd like to mention that I'll be sharing my time with my colleague for Louis Saint-Laurent, Madam Speaker.
Speaker, today is an opposition day, which means that one of the opposition parties gets to decide the topic of conversation here in the House. And this is one of two Bloc opposition days this spring when we get to discuss some matters that are important to them, and I expect to the people of Quebec. And with great respect to my colleagues, and I mean that sincerely, we should be discussing issues that are having a profound impact on Canadians and Quebecers, issues like affordability, issues like the RCMP investigation into the fraud of the Prime Minister, and his lucky break in regards to that. The Liberals' conduct on foreign relations, government mismanagement with accountability. We've got a passport crisis, fiasco, if you will, that's happening in this country that should be discussed. Increasingly sketchy justification shown by the government for invoking the Emergencies Act, just to name a few. And this country has never been more divided than it has been in the last 6.5 years along regional, race, ethnic, faith lines, division that we've seen in the last 6.5 years as a result of the Prime Minister wedging, stigmatizing, dividing Canadians. And we've been hearing a lot in this House from the government side on levels of disinformation that, quite frankly, are disturbing as it relates to the invocation of the Emergency Act, etc. So to talk about this today, about Standing Order 30, I don't suspect will gather much attention across this country, perhaps with the exception of the House. And I don't know about you, Madam Speaker. I was in my riding this weekend, as I am every weekend, and there weren't many people, not a single person who came up to me and asked me what my position was on Standing Order 30. So what is Standing Order 30, Madam Speaker? In short, it directs the Speaker to read a prayer at the start of the day's sitting before the TV cameras are turned on. No one sees this. It's a private moment of reflection for 338 of us who sit in this House, and that's why the Speaker always follows the moment of reflection with, "Let the doors be open." The doors are open and the public comes in. Only on the rarest occasions has the public ever actually been privy to it. My staff were telling me, and I have some staff who've been here for more than 40 years, a long time, Madam Speaker, that the last occasion that the prayer was read in public was October 23rd, 2014. That's the day after the terrorist attack at Centre Block and the National War Memorial. That was the day that Kevin Vickers, the Sergeant-at-Arms who downed the armed gunman in the Hall of Honor, led the Speaker's parade into the House. Mr. Vickers was rightly greeted with a sustained 3-minute standing ovation by a packed chamber that morning. The prayer was read, and let me tell you, I understand the moment, and the incidents of that week really put into perspective the prayer's call to, quote, "give thanks for the great blessings which have been bestowed on Canada and its citizens, including the gifts of freedom, opportunity, and peace that we enjoy." Now, after the prayer, the House erupted into a very emotional and heartfelt rendition of O Canada. Mr. Vickers, the true hero he was, did not gloat in arrogance or beam with pride, but rather he struggled valiantly to keep his tears to a minimum, much like you might expect any genuine Canadian hero to be, modest in demeanor and deeply humbled by displays of gratitude. All of that was visible to Canadians that day because the honourable member from Regina Capel, who was then the Speaker, made the executive decision to allow Canadians into the galleries and for the TV cameras to be turned on so that we could witness it. The House needed it, the nation needed it, especially after a very distressing day in Ottawa when no one really quite knew what or how much was happening. The video of that morning of raw emotions when the prayer was open to public can still send chills down your spine, Madam Speaker. That procedure of prayer, normally read in private, is rooted, as I mentioned, in Standing Order 30, which traces its origins to 1927, when our rule book went through a significant update driven by a special committee chaired by the Speaker, but that amendment was a simple codification of a practice that began in the 1870s, after the adoption of a recommendation from another special committee. The current prayer, read daily, was developed by the Procedure and House Affairs Committee in 1994 under the chairmanship of Peter Milliken, with a view to having a short prayer reflecting the diversity of religions embraced by Canadians. Do you see a pattern here, Madam Speaker? It's that committees and consensus drove these decisions. Canada's Conservatives have long held and long observed the importance and necessity of amending our internal rules and procedures through consensus. It's an important point when you're talking about the rules which regulate the balance between governments and oppositions, especially when you consider the fact that Canadians ask Conservatives and Liberals to swap sides of this chamber every few years. And another switch, I'm sure, is coming pretty soon, Madam Speaker. The approach is just as relevant when it comes to matters of conscience, such as prayer. On top of that, we're required by our own rules to conduct a review of our procedures after every election. The motion would have been a natural suggestion to raise then. Standing Order 51 requires that the House hold a day-long discussion sometime between the 60th and the 90th sitting day of the Parliament. The results of that conversation are then referred to the Procedure and House Affairs Committee to consider. Today is the 68th day that the House has sit since the election, and based on our calendar, the 90th sitting day will be on June 16th. So quite literally, Madam Speaker, we're going to be holding a comprehensive discussion about changes to our procedures sometime within the next 5 weeks. A member of the bloc could have used a few minutes of his or her 10-minute speaking slot to make the suggestion and then see where the committee goes with that idea. Perhaps a consensus would form around the proposal in today's bloc motion. Maybe the consensus would back the status quo or possibly even recommend some third approach that we haven't thought of yet. That speaks to the power of parliamentary committees and of consensus-based rulemaking, and it should be happening in this case as well. Therefore, Madam Speaker, I will be voting against the bloc motion because I sincerely believe that permanent changes to our procedural rules, and especially on the subject matter like this, really ought to come from a standing order review process, be deliberated upon by a committee, and be implemented as the result of a consensus-based recommendation coming from that committee of MPs, as it always has been. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député Jean.
The honourable member for Jonquière. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd just like to point out to our colleagues that, in my view, the question of neutral institutions is one of the most determinative notions. An institution should not speak on behalf of one religion or one group. And when it comes to choosing this subject for today, I would remind my colleague that during the first wave, his party chose a motion about oil, saying that there should be a national oil day, and that was fully in the middle of the first wave of the pandemic. If you ask a Quebecer if they were interested in debating whether oil was irreplaceable, I don't think they would be that interested in that. But I think if you ask a Quebecer about this notion of secularism, they would.
The motion he's referring to was of National Oil Day, or whether it spoke to the importance of energy independence in this country and not relying on despot nations, say like Russia, for dependence on oil, or Venezuela or Saudi Arabia. You know, I guess there's a fundamental difference between perhaps, and I do say this respectfully, what the bloc feels is important. This, to me, is not necessarily an important issue when it comes to the orders of this place. It's done, as I said, Madam Speaker, in private. There's a moment for quiet reflection, and oftentimes in that quiet reflection, I pray for a change of government. I pray for a return to normalcy in this country, where Canadians are united once again and not divided. Those are some of the things that I focus on in my time of quiet reflection, in private, in this chamber at the start of every session. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. The Opposition House Leader made reference to the month of June, where we actually will be reviewing a number of, hopefully, debates that will take place, or we'll be witnessing, I should say, a number of debates that will be taking place, all of which will no doubt be making suggestions for the standing order changes, and then ultimately go to the PROC committee. And I'm wondering if the member could provide his thoughts in regards to whether or not even a motion could have been brought directly to PROC before it would even be entertained to coming here.
Well, Member for Barrie and Eastville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I think the honourable member knows the answer to that question, that absolutely, as I referred in my speech today, that there is a process, a long-standing process for us to change the standing orders. I'm looking forward to that discussion. I'm sure that all members on all sides of this House will have suggestions on how we can improve the standing orders, not the least of which I hope, and I hope there's all party consensus for this, is that we end this fiasco of virtual sittings and we get back to some sense of normalcy where all members come back in this place like other legislatures have done around the world in G7 countries and other provinces in this country. It's time we get back to normal, and I hope the standing orders will reflect that. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I'll say for my part, I don't want to diminish in any way the significance of the motion that's before us. I know that people's faith, Canadians come from all walks of life and different faith traditions. For some, they're not people of faith at all, but they have their own sense of values and what's important to them. And I think symbols matter here, and the opening prayer has been a symbol. I think it's appropriate for us to discuss this, but I do think that if the goal is to make a change, the mechanism of an opposition day motion, I don't think it's wrong, but I would say none of us came to Ottawa on Sunday knowing that this was something we were going to discuss. It hasn't been something that we've had an opportunity to discuss within our caucuses. It's not something we've had an opportunity to hear from our constituents on. So it just seems to me that this process isn't a great process. Even if it was to be done by an opposition day, the lack of notice means that we've missed an opportunity to really engage with Canadians about what this symbol, if it is indeed an important symbol to them, what it means to them to make these changes. And so I wonder if the Honourable Member wants to comment a little bit on that nature of the process that we're undergoing right now.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thanks to the honourable colleague for that comment. I hope I didn't diminish in any way. I really tried to show respect to the Bloc's motion on this. It's their right in the supply period to have these type of opposition day motions. They get two, as I mentioned. There was a notice of motion that was put on two motions that were put on the order paper on Friday, so we knew that one of those two were possibilities, and we prepared for the eventuality that this may be the motion. But again, I go back to the standing orders, Madam Speaker, and that being the appropriate venue to change the standing orders based on consensus, based on the involvement of PROC and deliberation through that process. So this is a long-standing tradition and process that we should continue to engage in and not use opposition day motions to change the standing orders. Thank you.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable député de Louis-Saint-Laurent.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for the very enlightening speech on parliamentary procedure, because that is the subject we're discussing today here. We are assembled to examine changing Standing Order 30. That, since 1927, has established a tradition through reading a 4-sentence prayer, which takes 28 seconds to say. With a few missed words, it can last a whole 31 seconds, but this is what we are here to study today. A bit of context. Let us remind ourselves of what this is. Just before we open the doors to all the people coming into the House of Commons or who watch us on television, the speakership enters, takes a seat, and this happens in camera then. The speaker reads a prayer. Then we have a moment of self-reflection, after which we open the doors. So this happens in camera. Madam Speaker, I was present for hundreds of such ceremonies, and I never remember someone having raised an issue on the matter. Here we have the full list of Canada's mosaic. We have atheists, Christians, Muslims, and people from all faiths. And I don't think anyone has ever felt out of place or uncomfortable with this procedure. And so, Madam Speaker, that is the situation as I see it. There are two elements that I would like to keep an eye on when it comes to the Bloc Québécois motion. The Bloc Québécois suggests that it should be replaced by a moment of self-reflection, but it's like running headlong into an open door, trying to open it. It's already open. We already have this moment of self-reflection, and so they want to replace something by something else which already exists. There's a bit of an issue in that equation. Madam Speaker, the way to move forward when we want to change rules and regulations, well, usually the way to do so is by going through the Government Parliamentary Affairs Committee, where all parliamentary leaders, all whips, meet with the speakership, where we can do some debates in camera, and through consensus we reach decisions. The established and normal way to do so is that. Now, they're allowed to table a motion, of course, but the parliamentary leader of the official opposition rightly said that it should be sent to the right forum during its weekly meeting so that a consensus can be struck with the opinion of every party. The Bloc Québécois, however, decided to do differently. Two elements that are rather surprising in my opinion. Today's procedure, it should have been done with the consensus of all political parties. They would like to change the prayer to a moment of self-reflection, which already exists. All very surprising, Madam Speaker. What is even more surprising is that I am privileged to have been the member for my riding for the past 7 years. Before that, I was in the National Assembly, and so before that, I was a journalist, and so I followed politics. No one has ever talked to me about the prayer in the House of Commons. Now, some people may be concerned about it. I don't want to minimize people who are concerned by having a prayer, but in 35, 40 years of life as a journalist and as an elected member of parliament, no one has told me, well, hey, it's not a good idea to have a prayer before the House of Commons. I'm not saying we shouldn't think about it, but no one's come to me to talk about it. What people often talk to us about, people's main concern, I might be wrong, but people's main concern is inflation. That is something that is of concern to everyone. I would have loved to have had a motion from the member of Mirabel, an excellent recruit for the Bloc Québécois. I would have loved to have seen a motion tabled by the honourable member for Mirabel where we could have talked about inflation, problems and potential solutions suggested by the Bloc Québécois. But no, instead of talking about inflation, what do we have? We have something about prayers in the House of Commons. We also could have talked about housing and housing prices that keep going up, that worry a lot of people. Younger people no longer have access to all of our dreams. We've all had the dream, the privilege that we had in the past to be able to purchase a house. What could the Bloc have said about this? What could they have suggested? What could the New Democrats have suggested? What could the Liberals have suggested? We could have had a debate all day, but what are we doing? Nope. We're having a debate about a 28-second prayer in the House of Commons. Madam Speaker, we could have talked about the carbon tax. The increase in gas prices today, Madam Speaker, all Quebecers, wherever you live, have seen that the gas pump is at more than $2 a litre. The member for Joliette, who has been here since 2015 and who does an excellent work, by the way, could have raised a motion on that matter, and we could have debated about gas prices, but no. The member for Joliette doesn't want to talk about inflation or rising gas prices. Instead, today we're talking about the prayer in the House of Commons. Madam Speaker, we could have talked about the 76th day of the war in Ukraine, following Russia's invasion. The Prime Minister of Canada is in a similar situation. Our Prime Minister went to Kyiv with the Deputy Prime Minister and the Minister for Foreign Affairs. That is a hot topic, and we would like to see an end to this conflict, but unfortunately, the Russian ogre keeps pushing forwards against Ukrainians. We could have had a debate on this about this today in the House, but no. Let's talk about the 28-second prayer here in the House of Commons. And I say this sincerely, the member for Lac-Saint-Jean asked dozens of questions about Ukraine from a very interesting lens. Transporting refugees from there to Canada. the MP has asked that question over and over and over again. So today we could have had the perfect opportunity, a golden opportunity, to talk about this as an opposition day motion. Because the question has been asked in many different ways and many different times. But no, let's talk about a prayer. Unfortunately for the member for Lac-Saint-Jean and for the entirety of the House of Commons, we could have talked about an important subject. And through that, we could have shown the failures of the government. Because you know what happened? In Newfoundland, for example, Newfoundland welcomed refugees that came from Ukraine and who landed here in Canada. But under the provincial government of Newfoundland. Yes. Whereas this federal government says it's trying to make Ukrainian refugees come to Canada. But still not happening. Newfoundland can do it, but not the federal government. It would have been interesting to hear what the Bloc Québécois had to say about this, but no, let's talk about the prayer. Madam Speaker, passport applications, not a single MP in Canada hasn't been flooded by calls by people who are having trouble with renewing their passport. We are asking question after question after question about passport delays with specific cases. That could have been a subject we could have discussed today. There's also the issue of ArriveCan that affects anyone who's traveling. We are at the beginning of tourism season. Tourism is important in all of our regions, and so ArriveCan has to be flexible and ready for all Canadians. But no, Madam Speaker. Unfortunately, it's a subject we could have talked about today, but that we're not talking about today. Yesterday, during question period, there was a very interesting question. Two MPs, Rose, the whip, and the member for La Pointe de Lille, they asked questions about the Anglicisation and a risk to the francophonie. We could have talked about that today, but no, the Bloc decided to discuss something else. Madam Speaker, what about the very hot topic that affects our youth in certain regions in Quebec? That is the issue of firearms violence. Yesterday, during question period, once again, the member for Rivière-du-Nord raised that question because there was a shooting in Laval. But yesterday, again, there was another shooting in La Villeray. The member for La Rivière-du-Nord, who's been here since 2015, could have asked that this be debated today so we could have proposals to improve the situation. But no, the Bloc decided to talk about another subject. Madam Speaker, that's their choice. The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the speech given by the member for Louis Saint-Laurent, giving a good portrait of what we've asked about here at the Bloc with regards to firearms and the economy, which proves that we talk about a whole range of subjects. So thank you for that. So I don't understand the other side of his criticism, saying that today we're not debating something valid. It's a bit facile to say that it's not a real subject because there's other pressing matters. I would like to come back to René Lévesque's government. René Lévesque decided to abolish that prayer in the 70s. Did it stop them from being one of the most proactive governments in Quebec? I think that the answer is no. So my question is as follows. The member just reminded us that he sat at the National Assembly for a very long time. Every time he rose for the minute of self-reflection, and we're not asking that another minute be added, it's just to remove the prayer. That's all we want to do with the motion. Every time he rose in the House, did he think that René Lévesque's government wasted too much time? The honourable member. In 72, rather than 76, this enactment was made at the National Assembly. Once again, I can say that during those moments, everyone thinks about what they want to think about, as we do here in the House of Commons after reading the prayer, which happens with no controversy or contestation. If my friends from the Bloc are so passionate about secularism, I'm surprised to see that the member that has tabled this motion, the member for Drummond, has a lot of work. Because if he is for secularism, it has to be done everywhere. However, in his writing, what can we find? Saint-Pie, Saint-Bonaventure, Saint-Guillaume, Saint-Edmond, Saint-Eugène, Saint-Germain, Saint-Marguerite, Saint-Brigitte, Saint-Lucien, Saint-Félix, and la rivière Saint-François, and Hospital Saint-Croix. That's a lot of religion in that writing.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I enjoyed my friend's remarks this afternoon, and when I'm listening to him read off a number of issues, no doubt we disagree in terms of how the government has actually delivered on many of the points that he's raised. But having said that, the essence of what he is saying, from my perspective, is the opportunity for debate. And through this particular motion, yes, the House will be, consumed with a day's debate on this particular issue. And being from the province of Quebec, what does he believe he would have, if he could have introduced a motion, what single issue would he have brought up today?
Honorable député the Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent.
I want to thank my colleague from Winnipeg North, and for once I deeply appreciate his speech a few minutes ago. I know I recognize him with a lot of skills, but in that day, Madam Speaker, it was very, very good, and for once I can say that today. Madam Speaker, I think that the member raised an issue that is very important, and it's concerning all the Canadians. Yes, this is some issue that we are concerned as parliamentarians, but we are here for the people. We have mandate from our people, and today, maybe I'm wrong. I think in my writing, people are more concerned about inflation, about housing, about affordability. Those issues are very concerning to all Canadians. I'm not quite sure that the prayer that we have to say here in the House of Commons off camera is very important for our people that we represent.
The Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I recognise the importance of faith and spirituality in Canadians' lives. I also appreciate the importance of symbols here in the House of Commons. But I do have a question as to why we are having a debate about an important symbol if the goal was to bring a consensual change. Without necessarily having a wedge issue. Why would we only have 1 or 2 days of notice on a motion that will have a significant potential change, a symbolic change in the House of Commons, and even more because in a few days, in a few weeks, we will have a debate on the rules and regulations and standing orders of the House. So I would like to hear what the Honourable Member has to say on the matter. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Madam Speaker, we work under a framework of rules and regulations, and they have to be consensual. Raising the question of prayers is perfectly legitimate. It's fine. But I don't know if it's actually a good question to ask now. Changing our standing orders is a consensual matter. In 1972, the National Assembly of Quebec, after consultations with all political parties, concluded that they would remove this, but they didn't do it immediately because they knew that there was still a bit of reticency when it came to a number of individuals. And so, in 1976, consensus was achieved, and with the support of all parliamentarians, the rules were changed. That is the way to move forward, and that's not the way that the Bloc wants to move forward, and that's disappointing. The Honourable Member for Rougemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I would like to highlight the fact from the very beginning that I will be sharing my time with my honourable colleague for New Westminster Burnaby. I look forward to hearing what he has to say about the motion that we are debating today. My presentation will have 2 aspects to it. First of all, I will take the floor to say that the neutrality of state is an important value for all progressives in Canada. The state is not here to promote one religion over another or a belief over another. It has to respect non-believers as well. A personal story. This spring, I celebrated my 11th year as member for Rougemont-la-Petite-Patrie, and I must say, candidly, that when I arrived for the first time in this House of Commons in Parliament, and that I heard this morning prayer before our work, I was rather surprised. I didn't know that was a thing. I did not know that it was still a thing in federal parliament with a very clear religious connotation. It ends with Amen at the end of the day. There's a bit of a Christian twist to it. For an atheist like me, sometimes it can shock and surprise people who are non-believers. This is an important message because the institution of Parliament has just been intertwined with religion, and one religion in particular. I'm old enough to have to remember having been in school when there was Christian class and there was Christian school boards and Protestant school boards, and I'm happy that in 1999 the Parti Québécois government secularized school boards, and it's important that there be neutrality in our institutions and our schools. In the NDP, we strike a difference between institutions and workers when it comes to faith. There were some elements that were important. For example, during his inaugural speech, President Barack Obama for the first time said that he highlighted the presence of non-believing Americans. That was an important symbolic gesture. Symbols are important, yes. We do agree on the matter, and this is a major. And secularism, separating church from state, is an important symbol in and of itself. But do we really need to spend an entire opposition day on the matter? The question's a valid question. If the Bloc Québécois wanted to move the question forward, which is a perfectly valid question, let us be right, the motion is a good one in my opinion, but we are here in an institution where time is precious. We have very little of it, and we have many tools to allow us to act. Unanimous consent takes about 1 minute after question period to achieve. Our members from the Bloc Québécois try to do so many times, and it has the same effect as a motion. If they wanted to make us hear this subject, they could have done a unanimous motion request. If they want to change internal rules and regulations and standing orders, they could have gone to internal economy to examine the rules and standing orders of the House. And we were going to do this anyway in mid-June. We could have had that discussion mid-June to say, do we want to keep this prayer or do we want to just have a moment of self-reflection? I think in order to separate state from church, we could have had that discussion to split the two. Perhaps we could have had a consensus in amongst parliamentarians, but to take an entire day, one whole day, on something that maybe makes me uncomfortable, but doesn't really change the life of Quebecers and Montrealers. I do agree with my colleague for Louis Saint Laurent. I have been an MP for 11 years. No one has ever come to me, Rosemont La Petite Patrie, to talk to me about it. I can have an opinion. I can say that, yes, it's important to debate this. I'm not going to not come to the House of Commons because there's a prayer. It's not even something that is on TV or publicly said or broadcast. It's something personal for us in camera. Let us talk about what will really have an impact on what people are experiencing right now, because here we're talking about ourselves. We're talking a lot about ourselves today. We're spending an entire day talking about just ourselves, if we agree, if we don't agree, if we're comfortable, if we're not comfortable. There are many people in my riding who want to see things done because they are suffering, they are hurting, they're desperate. The federal administration isn't working. Bad decisions are being made. I wrote to my Montreal constituency office and asked them, what are people talking to you about? What are people concerned with? When they call you, what are they talking to you about? The biggest topic right now, and there are many, the biggest topic to find solutions could have been employment insurance. There are issues with processing EI. The waiting times are absolutely terrible. Dozens of people are calling us to complain. We're not talking about a couple of days. Someone's just lost their job. They make a request. They need that money here and they need that money now simply to live, survive, pay for their food, pay for their housing. And they have to wait 3 months, 3.5 months, 4 months. How can you come to an agreement with your landlord when you simply have no more money to pay them for 4 months? I would have loved to have talked about that today, because that's the priority for people in Rosemont La Petite Patrie. That is what they are experiencing right now, and they are panicking. Without counting passport delays. Delays when it comes to immigration, student visas, work visas, permanent residency, citizenship. Delays have exploded over the past 2 years. It's completely illogical. It's ridiculous. People are living in a life of uncertainty. They're being told, well, you'll receive a decision by 2 or 3 months. But 2 or 3 years later, they haven't received anything. Sometimes people have been waiting for 10 years. to get the official document that will allow them to say, yes, you can now establish yourself in Montreal or in Quebec and you can live your life peacefully. And now the federal government is once again absent. They haven't given us any answers. And people are suffering from the very serious consequences. They don't know if they'll be able to live somewhere, if they will be kicked out of the country to go back to the original one. But no, we're not talking about that today. Let's talk about prayers. Great. Prayers are all well and good, but people in the field are not talking to me about prayers. They're talking about stuff that really concern them, their life conditions and their work condition.
Je parle d'assurance emploi. I'm talking about EI. We're still waiting for EI reform because we have to remember that system was already dysfunctional before the pandemic, and we're realizing that it's still ineffective when most people who pay into it can't get a check because the conditions are too strict, and in certain regions it's even worse. You know, if you've got seasonal work, it's worse. Well, then you have to look at EI reform. We should be giving reform to that. There are people who pay into this system. They don't get a check, but I'm talking about people who aren't even eligible, people who are freelancers, people who take contracts, so they have no social safety net. And that was even if the system worked. I would have liked to be able to talk about that, to say, here, this is the reality of the unemployed people in Quebec, so how can we change to work that? What about housing? There's a housing crisis in Montreal, in fact, across Quebec, and it's been going on for years, and it's getting worse and worse, Madam Speaker. It's always, for a household, that's where most of their paycheck goes, is to their rent. During the last election campaign, people talked about that constantly. You know, when I was going door to door, that's all I heard about. I love my neighborhood. These people said, I love my neighborhood, but I can't find any place to live that I can afford. People are paying more than 30% of their income. That's where it's going to housing. That means they're in core housing need. So recently, for the Liberal government, affordable housing for them was $2,000 a month. So thanks to the NDP, thanks to our work, we changed the definition of affordable housing. So in Montreal, it's going to be a maximum of a maximum that's much lower. We changed the definition so that if it's designed by the CMHC, it's $1,500. So we forced investments in rapid construction. There's a lack of housing on the market, and thanks to the NDP, we pushed the government to do something about it. There's still a lot to do. We got housing money for housing cooperatives. We have an excellent cooperative system in Quebec, so they're protected. They're protected from the rental market, and that is something that gets results for people. We could have talked about the climate crisis. We could have talked about so many things that would have been, instead of talking about the prayer. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. Our opposition day clearly is useful because it allowed the NDP to boast about their record, so that's something. Madam Speaker, there are a number of things that came to mind while I was listening to my colleague's speech. First of all, we did table a motion with unanimous consent, but the motion was voted down. The purpose of an opt day is to bring forward topics that are not necessarily number one in the news, but there's things that allow parliamentarians to discuss their beliefs and convictions. So I take umbrage at the fact that certain parties today are challenging our choice for our opposition day. So what I mean by that is that it's up to us. And what I've observed as well is that the other parties don't want to discuss the substance of the motion. Instead, they want to criticize our choice of subject. So, Madam Speaker, the NDP tells us that we're not tackling important issues, but the NDP is going to support a gag order on a bill of over 500 pages that has some 60 measures and that will amend 37 bills. So, no, they don't want to debate that. They just want to support the gag order blindly. So I don't really have any other questions. I just wanted to make those comments, and I'm anxious to hear my colleague. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-le-Petit-Patrie. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague for his comment and his question. He's absolutely right. They can make bad choices, but that's up to them. But we are allowed to have an opinion on that. If they want to ask us a question, well, then they have to expect an answer. But I can reassure my colleague that for the substance of his motion, I find it interesting. I'm going to vote in favor, so there's at least that. It's a legitimate question that they brought up, but not everyone agrees. I would have liked to have talked about workers who can't access prescription drugs, for example, in an affordable fashion. Some people are putting 25% of their wages towards prescription drugs. So those are people living in poverty. So, and what about trade unions? They're calling for a universal pharmacare program. Questions and comments?
East River Westlaw.
Madam Chair, the debate that we're having here today, I find to be quite interesting. Just around, I think that the motion at hand is leading to the undermining of our institutions, is removing some of the foundation of this place. Even our charter, even the Constitution of this country recognizes the supremacy of God. And as we abandon some of these things that come from our history, we remove the foundations of our society, and therefore we will wonder one day, we'll look back and we'll say, well, how did we end up where we are today? And it will likely be because we've forgotten our heritage. We've removed some of these things. We don't live in a vacuum. And to say that to remove this prayer, to remove the prayer from the beginning of to have something that grounds us, to have something that says that there is things that are greater than this place. There's an ethos that comes to this place, whether the whole of Western civilization is based on Christianity, and the idea that democracy is born out of Christian soil, grows in Christian soil. I think that's important to recognize, and I'm very grateful for the prayer. And so I wanted to just get that on the record here today, that I think that it's a shame that we are debating this today. I think that it's a shame that we would question that, and I would say that we ought to recognize the rich heritage that this country has, based on the supremacy of God and the rule of law. Thank you, Madam Chair.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-le-Petit-Patrie. Well, I'm not quite sure where to start on that. There were quite a few things in that comment. I'd like to thank my colleague for his comment, which was extremely specific in a sense, but I disagree totally. I don't think that removing the prayer from this House is going to undermine the foundations of our society or our democracy. I think that we need to respect the beliefs of everyone, whether they be Christian or not, because there is a diversity of viewpoints in society, and I think that we have to recognize that. And I think we have to also recognize the possibility for non-believers to have their place and to exist.
For New Westminster, Burnaby.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I really appreciated the speech from my colleague for Rosemont-le-Petit-Patrie, Madam Speaker. If you could let me know when there's about a minute left in my speech, I'd appreciate that, because I have certain things that I'm going to present. I have no problem with the motion. I will likely be voting in favor, but I agree wholeheartedly with my colleague from Rosemont-le-Petit-Patrie, who was so eloquent, and even my colleague, and my other colleague as well. Now, this is a day where the opposition, where the Bloc Québécois has one opposition day, and it has decided to bring forth this motion. And so this is a full day where the Bloc can discuss any subject that it wants. And the Bloc has decided to put forward this motion. So, Madam Speaker, as you know, I lived in Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean. I lived in the Eastern Townships. I've lived in Montreal. And I've lived in the Outaouais region as well. In all my years in Quebec, no one ever mentioned the prayer at the beginning of each day in the House of Commons. What people did talk to me about were very important topics. And I find it rather sad, Madam Speaker, that the Bloc, instead of choosing a topic that really touches all Quebecers, chose this motion instead. And I'd like to say, Madam Speaker, when I look at the housing crisis in Quebec, for example, which is hitting everyone very hard, including in Drummondville, when I look at the vacancy rate, in some places it's less than 1% across Quebec. So that means that this housing crisis, this affordable housing crisis, is real. When I look at the vacancy rates, for example, in Drummondville, it's at something like 0.3%. Grand Brie is 0.1%. When I look at Rimouski, Rouyn-Noranda, Blainville, Longueuil, Boucherville, Salaberry de Valleyfield, and so forth, across Quebec, there is a severe housing crisis, an affordable housing crisis, but the Bloc chose not to bring that forward, not at all during this spring session. And Madam Speaker, I'm also looking at the climate crisis. In my opinion, that is something that is crucial. And the majority of Quebecers feel the same thing, because we can see how the impacts of climate change are hitting everyone, not just in Quebec, but worldwide. Madam Speaker, as we know full well, last summer, we saw it firsthand, the impact of climate change, the impact that it's having when we happened in the greater Vancouver area. New Windsor-Burnaby was at the center of the heat wave that killed 600 people, Madam Speaker. 600 people died. Some 60 in New Westminster and about the same number in Burnaby, because the temperature hit highs that we've never seen. People didn't have air conditioning. They had no balconies. They had no fans. And I'm mostly talking about seniors, people with disabilities who were hit by this and who suffered the impacts, and they paid the ultimate price. So, Madam Speaker, when I look at where we are with climate change, I'm wondering why, for the Bloc Québécois' only opposition day during the whole spring session, they chose to debate the matter of the prayer in the House of Commons for an entire day. And, Madam Speaker, there are so many other topics that are important that should have been addressed for their only day in this spring session, because, Madam Speaker, for the whole day, well, Madam Speaker, I have people across the way who are speaking very loudly. If you could call them to order, it would be appreciated.
Je m'excuse.
I apologize. It appears that there are side discussions that are occurring during the honourable member's speech. I didn't hear them too loud myself, but obviously it's down at that end. So I would ask people if they wish to take their conversations outside in order not to interrupt the member's speech. The honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby, he always has very interesting speeches, so I'll allow him to continue. Thank you, Madam Speaker. So when I look at what's happening in the United States, for example, the fact that women's right to abortion is being threatened, now that is a crisis that is crossing the border, because when we look here in Canada, when we see in Canada, there is a lack of accessibility to abortion in some provinces, in some regions in Canada. Women do not have access to this health measure that is crucial for them. So that might have been something that could have been very interesting to bring forward. for an entire day here in the House of Commons. That, Madam Speaker, is where we could have had a very vigorous debate. It would have been very productive. And Madam Speaker, as you know, the war in Ukraine, that's internationally relevant. Democratic structures everywhere are being undermined. So that's something that has an impact globally in Canada, in Quebec, and they could have chosen any of those topics to debate today. Madam Speaker, we might also think of the problem with children's health, which is a global matter. There are some 30,000 children and that is something that could have been part of the Bloc's discussions today. The pandemic, Madam Speaker, there again, we're not out of the woods. It's still affecting Canadians. People are still dying from COVID-19. So the pandemic and the response to the pandemic, those are other topics that are extremely important and that the Bloc might have done well to bring forward, because once again, we're talking about an entire day of debate. It's an opposition day. It's a day where the party in question should be discussing real subjects that affect our constituents. And as I said at the beginning, Madam Speaker, I've never, in all the time I lived in the various regions of Quebec, no one ever mentioned the prayer at the beginning of each day in the House of Commons as being an important topic to them. And the reality is that issue could have been discussed during a debate that is devoted to standing orders. Other members have mentioned this. It's going to happen in a few weeks in any case. So, I mean, obviously, the motion is acceptable. It's a good motion. I have no problem with the motion. But it's going to be discussed in any case as part of the standing orders debate. So, in terms of the motion today, I think that what we have been missing for years, something else, is the recognition of Indigenous rights, Indigenous territories, supported by the member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie, that the motion be amended, A, by adding, after the words abolished and replaced by, the words a recognition of Indigenous territories, and B, by the substitution of the word one, a moment of reflection be observed, with one, recognition of Indigenous territories and a moment of reflection be observed. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I must inform the House that an amendment to an opposition motion can only be made with the consent of the mover. Accordingly, I would ask the member for Drummond if he consents to this amendment. The honourable member for Drummond.
Madame la Présidente, en tout respect.
Madam Speaker, with all due respect, I do not consent to the amendment. There is no consent. Accordingly, the amendment cannot be moved at this point.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable.
The honourable member for Drummond. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. This gives me an opportunity to specify why I do not see that amendment as being in order. The motion from the member for New Westminster Burnaby, who I enjoy sitting with on the Heritage Committee. Some have criticized our motion. They've said it's trivial and there's more important things to discuss. But we saw fit to, they would have had us choose something that they felt was more important. But if the NDP wishes to discuss something more important, they will in their eyes, they will certainly have the opportunity when they have their next opposition day. But I would like to ask my colleague from New Westminster Burnaby in a few seconds, Madam Speaker, whether he agrees that a moment of reflection to replace the prayer, that should not be offensive to believers. In fact, on the contrary, it's a way of including all religions and people who are irreligious. It's something inclusive. I'd like to hear what he thinks about that. The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I also have a lot of respect for my colleague from Drummond. I think it's sad that the Bloc rejected our amendment that would recognize Indigenous lands. It's been a problem for years. People have been proposing something along these lines for years, and I simply find it sad, Madam Speaker, that the Bloc didn't see fit to accept our very common sense amendment. So as I said before, Madam Speaker, I have no problem with the Bloc's motion. I'll probably vote in favor of it. But I think there are higher priorities. And that's what I said in my speech.
Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And just wanted to pick on the idea of standing orders with the member. When I think of changes to the standing orders, where there's anything of any real substance, that you would want to, at the very least, make an attempt to reach out to other caucuses or other members. Even when you get motions that are brought forward to the House, you'll often see a consultation that's done in advance. And we have in June a discussion that's going to be taking place on standing orders in general. And I'm wondering if my colleague can provide his thoughts in regards to having dialogue on that particular day and perhaps even going into procedures in House Affairs as opposed to arbitrarily trying to change a specific rule.
The Honourable Member, l'Honorable Député de New Westminster Burnaby.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Yes, there should be discussions among all of us about changing the standing orders, and that's coming. That was one of the points I made in my speech. It's coming anyway, that discussion, so those problems could be raised then. But when I look at the housing crisis, the affordable housing crisis in Quebec, and that's affecting regions all across Quebec, I find it's a bit of a missed opportunity. The Bloc could have tabled a motion about that, and we could have debated that. We could have debated the shortage of affordable housing in Quebec. I think that discussion would have been more pithy, more useful, because we know that there's such a shortage in Quebec.
A brief question.
La motion devant nous aujourd'hui.
The motion before us today has to do with the prayer before the House begins its session, its daily sittings. But my colleague talked about EI, and it doesn't seem, the prayer doesn't seem to have anything to do with effective administration, government administration. I wonder if my colleague has anything to say on that. The Honourable Member for New Westminster. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. I know he's a person who tries to promote the idea of establishing a system, an EI system, that gives access to everyone. and I congratulate him. I thank him for his work on that. That's the kind of thing that we could have debated today. Resuming debate, the honourable member for La Prairie. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure for me to speak to this motion today, which I won't repeat because we've been talking about it now for a couple of hours. Madam Speaker, I was not elected by God. I was elected by constituents. And my job is to represent my constituents. Obviously, I don't talk about religion. I go door to door. I meet a lot of people. I'm no better or worse than anyone else. That's what we all do here. We go door to door and we talk to people. I've never asked anyone what their religion was. I have too much respect for people's beliefs. Religion is a private matter. It's an individual thing. It's no one else's business, and it's especially not the government's business. So I try to represent people as best I can. And what I've done is I've looked at the statistics, and I'm not going to give you any numbers, but I just wanted to see where people were with their various beliefs. And I won't tell you everything I thought when I saw the vast array of religions. Let's start with atheists. They don't believe in God. Are they good or bad? I have no interest in making such a judgment. They're atheists. They don't believe in God. So when we pray to God, someone else feels that they're not being well represented. Then there are the agnostics, the people who say, I honestly don't know whether God exists or not. Who am I to say? Those are the agnostics. Some people believe in one God, monotheists. There are a lot of religions like that. The most popular ones, if so to speak, are monotheistic. But then there are religions with multiple gods. And when they look at the prayer, it says Almighty God in the singular, not gods. So those people must say, well, this prayer does not speak to me. It's not a reflection of me. But I am a citizen of this country. So why are parliamentarians in the heart of democracy referring to a belief that is not mine? I feel excluded. And there are others who have no religious beliefs, but they have beliefs, and their beliefs matter. They count for something. So the minute you say something religious, you lose some of your audience. You lose some of your representativeness. And we were elected to represent the people, all the people, in all its forms. Regardless of where you locate yourself on the spectrum, the religious spectrum, that is irrelevant. If we have a government that respects religions, that respects beliefs, a government that's inclusive, well, then you have to find a solution to this problem. Some say that pointed out that in Ontario they cycle their prayers. One day it's a prayer to one God, the next day it's a prayer to another. So they do a relay, but some people will still say, my religion isn't part of that cycle. I never get included in that rotation of prayers. So, as you've probably guessed, Madam Speaker, in my opinion, the best way to respect all religions is for government or the state to have none. The state must be secular. Government must be secular. There must be no religious signs, because the second you do that, you exclude whole sections of the population, and that is to be avoided at all costs. I'm telling you what I think. Whether people agree with me or not, well, we'll vote on it. But if you'll give me the opportunity, I have a few quotes to read that show that I'm not all alone in my way of thinking. There are big thinkers before me who have arrived at more or less the same conclusions. And sometimes you read a quote and you think, wow, I wish I'd thought of that. That's such a good quote. But I'm going to give credit here. I'm not infringing on anyone's copyright here. I'm not plagiarizing. So here's the first one. If you spontaneously think that the purpose of a secular regime is to separate church from state, the greatest task of a modern state is to adapt to the religious diversity. The government has to show full and equal respect for all citizens. And that is consistent with life in society. So they call for state secularism. Marie-André Chouinard in Le Devoir in June 2013 said, state neutrality is ensured when the government neither favors nor disfavors any particular religion. In other words, all positions with respect to religion are respected, including taking no position on religion. So as you can see, the idea of the prayer is not consistent with religious neutrality. Madam Speaker, I was in the National Assembly for 6 years, and as we said before, they have a moment of reflection, of private thought, and that, to us, is the solution. The National Assembly, on December 15th, 1976, they scrapped the prayer from the daily routine. And I would like to read on that point a passage which was a speech which was made by Clément Richard, the former Speaker of the National Assembly. He said, and listen to this, Madam Speaker, I think this will really enlighten things for us. It's out of respect for all members of this Assembly who are not necessarily all of the same religious denomination, and it's out of respect for the Assembly that I chose a form of prayer that I leave to the liberty of each individual. Everyone will have the opportunity during the period of reflection to pray to themselves if they so wish, and this was done out of respect for the Assembly. Madam Speaker, religion, in my opinion, we can talk about it at length if you want, but everyone has their own religion, and with a moment of reflection, a person could pray. People with beliefs can pray if they so wish, but if they're atheist or agnostic, well, they'll do something else. But I'm convinced that that will motivate them, that moment of reflection will allow them to think about doing a better job. That's what we would like to think anyways. And at the Supreme Court said, this was in 2015, the state must not interfere with religion and belief. The state has a duty of neutrality. They should not favor any religion over any other. So I think the table has been set. Everything's ripe for us to arrive at this situation. When I arrived in 2019, when I first came here, I was impressed by the prayer. I was surprised by it. I didn't expect it. And when people talked about it, we were all astounded. We asked ourselves, what's going on here? There's a prayer in the House of Commons? It's nuts. That was how we reacted. And people say, oh, it's all about symbols. We represent democracy. We have to respect our constituents. There are symbols, but beyond the symbols, there are people. That's who we need to be respecting. How do we respect it? With state neutrality. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And the question that I have for the member is that when you think about what's happening in Quebec today, in fact, all of Canada today, the things that come to mind from my constituents deal with issues such as healthcare, seniors, the pandemic, what's taking place in Europe, our environment, and so much more. This is an issue, as I've pointed out earlier, that I have not been approached in 10 years. No one has even raised the issue with me. Yet, the Bloc seem to want to make this as the issue. My question to the member, does he genuinely believe that this issue is more important than all the other issues that I just listed off, that the people of Quebec would support this particular motion being debated when there's so many other issues that the people of Quebec and Canada are facing today?
The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Madam Speaker, we can walk and chew gum at the same time. The member for Winnipeg North is saying that people are talking to us about seniors and healthcare. We've been talking about that for 2 years and no one's listening to us. We've been talking about health transfers. All the premiers and Quebec have called for increased transfers with no strings attached. I don't think this member gets it. He says, it's terrible what's happening to seniors. Well, they created 2 classes of seniors, those under 75 and those older. Well, they talk about seniors champions. I'd love to trade places with them.
Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the people of Kamloops, Thompson Caribou. I'm fairly new to this place here, but as I understand it, there are only 3 opposition days that are accorded to my colleagues from the Bloc Québécois. Pardon me, 2. Oh, thank you very much. 2. I appreciate my colleague from Winnipeg pointing that out. Is this really one of the top 2 issues that we want to debate and discuss when there are issues around this House's support for Ukraine, social issues, housing issues? Is this really one of the top 2 issues to take our time today?
The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Madam Speaker, there are a number of parliamentary tools. We need to use them all. Opposition days are but one tool. We already moved a unanimous consent motion along the same lines. It didn't work. It was the same with the recognition of the Quebec nation. We proposed a motion, a UC motion. It didn't work, so then we had to have an opposition day. That's what we're doing. If he doesn't get it, well, I would ask, what is the point of him being here? There are lots of things. There's QP, there's committee work, there's consent motions, and so on. If he's going to judge what we're doing, I would say that the Conservatives have no business lecturing anyone because they use their days to try to lift public health orders, even when it's outside of their jurisdiction. I mean, they just don't get it.
Member for Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I lived in the members' riding, and I was also a volunteer at the Seniors Club in La Prairie.
The member just to ask about the multi-generational home renovation tax credit and the home accessibility tax credit. They require a disability tax credit eligibility. Does the member believe this is fair and equitable?
The Honourable Member for La Prairie. That's irrelevant.
Reprise de
Resuming debate.
L'honorable député de Trois-Rivières.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a legislator, nothing we do can be taken lightly. Every single day we make decisions.
I want to remind members that interrupting members through either heckling or having conversations or trying to talk to them while they have the floor is not respectful, and I would just ask members to please hold on to their questions and comments until it's time to do so.
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. I'd like to start again. As a legislator, nothing that we do can be taken lightly. Every single day, we make decisions. We have to choose. We have to choose one option over another. To choose is to accept a certain amount of risk. It's to accept acting as compared to not acting. It's difficult to do so. When we do make choices, we have in mind our constituents who elected us to be here for them. We have to keep in mind also the general population. We have to also keep in mind the future of the country and the common good. For legislators like us, nothing is simple. It's not easy. Sometimes we need a light to guide us. Some people are animated by personal convictions, some by thoughts. Some prefer to pray or to turn towards their own religion. Since 1877, prayer has been part of the rituals of the House of Commons. The House of Commons, like many other parliaments in Canada and around the world, long ago chose to recite a prayer before the start of a debate. This practice, one could also say this tradition, is still used today in many legislations. This is a highly philosophical stream of questioning, choices, and prayers. There are three questions in philosophy. Who am I? What can I do? And what can I hope for? These three questions are the essence of classical philosophy, and if we apply the spirit of that philosophical question to our motion, what should we think and what should we do about the motion? First of all, what is prayer in the first place? Prayer is always a request invoking God or someone to ask for something. Sometimes we'll say, I'm just hoping for the grace of God. That's often what we ask for. But which God? Which one? God with a capital G? In a world that is ever less religious, more than half of Quebecers say they do not believe in God. Prayer as such seems to have lost its popularity. It is true that since the 1800s, the world has changed. It has diversified. It has been enriched by the other, often a newcomer. This diversity in itself is a richness. Learning from the other with a capital O, is essential to our own understanding. Learning from the other is also the way to go if we really want to talk about living together. Our country has long recognized the freedom of belief of everyone. This freedom is legally protected, in fact. The legislator has clearly stated that in matters of religion, everyone is autonomous, that everyone is free to determine what they choose to believe in. Quickly said, the choice of belief is up to the believer. That brings us to today's motion. Like my colleague earlier, I won't be rereading the motion once again. I think that our adversaries and people around us have already read it. But understand that there be a moment of reflection before we begin our work, and that the House's work begins no later than 2 minutes after the moment of reflection. According to researcher Martin Lanouette, in order to meet the challenge of contemporary state neutrality and secularism, parliaments that have inherited their practices from Westminster have three choices when it comes to addressing the issue of prayer. Firstly, there is the option of the status quo, stay where you are. Secondly, there is the option of openness, which consists of making prayer more universal by proposing alternation between different confessions or by proposing a moment of silence and reflection. I believe that making this choice is equivalent to not making a choice in the first place. Thirdly, there's the option of eviction, which consists in eliminating this practice from the public space in the name of the principle of separation of church and state. I would add, in the name of everyone's freedom to believe in what they like. In Canada, various legislatures have adopted, in one form or another, one of the three options. A study of the various existing models tends to show that the most inclusive option that respects the diversity of citizens' beliefs is the option of abandoning the practice of prayer. A couple of statistics. According to an October 2019 Léger Le Devoir poll, when asked personally, do you believe in God? 51% of Quebecers answered yes and 49% said no. In amongst francophones in Canada and Quebec, the majority of non-believers has already been reached. Another online survey last October surveyed 1,545 Canadian responders from coast to coast to coast. In both Ontario and Alberta, 2 out of 3 people declared themselves to be believers, whilst in British Columbia, believers accounted only for 1 in 2 people. Throughout Canada, a significant portion of the population no longer believes in God. The non-belief of this significant fraction of the population is completely ignored by daily prayer in the House. This is therefore a valid reason to replace prayer with a moment of reflection. First argument. Second of all, in Quebec beyond belief, there is the question of religious affiliation. According to a study by the Commission des droits de la personne et des droits de la jeunesse du Québec in 2006, 83.4% of the population belonged to the Catholic religion, followed by 5.8% of the population who did not belong to any religion. This is an older study, but if we copied this today, we would show the presence of other faiths that are taking a more present position in our society. So, non-belief and the plurality of beliefs is a worldwide trend. I would like to quote once again Clément Richard, like my predecessor did, is to give a bit more context of what happened in 1976. It is out of respect for the members of this Assembly, who are not necessarily all of the same religious denomination, and it is out of respect for the Assembly that I have chosen a method of prayer that I leave to the freedom of each person. So, prayer, personal thought, reflection, that was a decision made out of respect for people. Our motion has as its basis that the state should treat with equal consideration all religions, beliefs, and fundamental commitments of citizens that are compatible with life and society, of course. I believe, however, that prayer is not the same as respect for non-belief. Thus, whilst recognizing that everyone has the freedom to choose their beliefs or non-beliefs, their convictions or non-convictions, as the case may be, I believe that the most inclusive practice and the most respectful of diversity is, again, to abandon the practice of prayer and to replace it with a moment of reflection. Our decision today, upon which we will vote, must be based on respect itself, not on respect for a belief or a conviction, simply on respect. But, Madam Speaker, it's interesting to see when we play with words, respect has 2 elements. First of all, which means again, like reflection and respect. And then we have spect, which is Latin for a look. So respect is looking second thought on something. That's the very definition of a moment of reflection, a second thought, so as not to harm other people. So, reflection, respect, this is a guide that we should have, given that the population is made up of non-believers and believers that do not all share the same beliefs. I believe that not to offend unnecessarily should serve as a guide pointing the way towards the abolition of prayer. If we want to really talk about living together, we must start by granting everyone the freedom to think according to their own principles and their own convictions. I therefore ask members of the House of Commons to vote with the Bloc Québécois and adopt this motion unanimously. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm trying to wrap my head around how the Bloc Québécois has determined that this, out of all of the, out of the 2 opposition days that they have to put forward motions, how this is the motion that they put forward. Notwithstanding the fact that I respect the importance of this particular subject matter to the Bloc Québécois, I just can't understand how it takes precedence over some of the things that are happening in our country right now, and indeed happening in Quebec right now. Can the member just explain to me why this was considered to be of paramount importance as to supersede all the other things that are going on in our country and the world right now?
Good question. The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank the member for Kingston and the Isles for his question. The last Bloc Opposition Day, he asked the same question. So, you know, Madam Speaker, our choice is our prerogative. That is the end of the matter. It doesn't mean that other subjects aren't important. This is just a subject we've put forward for reasons that are important to us. It's the Bloc Québécois Day. We do what we want. Questions and comments?
Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Earlier, another Bloc Québécois MP talked about the Canadian philosopher Charles Taylor to strengthen arguments with regards to the importance of secularism But I think that Taylor would be one of the first to say that there are different ways to manifest this secularism. The Bloc Québécois proposed one, but not in a context where we could have a real discourse. Perhaps there are other ways to have a discourse to manifest secularism here in the House of Commons instead of having a binary yes or no choice on one way to have secularism manifest. I would like to therefore better understand what the Honourable Member has to say about the matter of consensus. The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. I would like to thank my colleague for his very pertinent question. You know, Charles Taylor is a world-renowned philosopher who took part in the eponymous commission. He made statements, then he reneged on them, but I wouldn't like to say what Charles Taylor has to say about this. Maybe Taylor 1 or Taylor 2, the old Taylor or the new Taylor, but all choices end up being binary, unfortunately. Sometimes it's better to have another option, but we have believers, non-believers. We have people with faith, people without. This is a suite of binary situations that leave us to a binary solution.
For one more question, the Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Merci, Madame la.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's the first time that I have the opportunity to speak to this motion tabled by the Bloc Québécois. I'm sorry to hear that the Bloc rejected the amendment put forward by the member for New Westminster Burnaby, because it is very important in our day and age to recognize Indigenous land claims. This subject is not the most important subject of our times, and I will continue to pray because it is essential for me as a religious believer. I am not 100% sure if I will vote for or against this motion, because I have a lot of respect for questions of conscience and secularism of our Parliament. And I just wanted to add a few words, because I won't have the opportunity to give a speech, so thank you. The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. I would like to thank the MP for Saanich Gulf Islands. The beauty of the matter is that she has the freedom to choose. She has the freedom to believe or not. She has the freedom to pray or not, with no conditions. I hope that we will be able to convince her with our arguments, but at all times, her religion is hers, and hers alone. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll be sharing my time with member for King's Hands. I rise today to speak on Bloc Québécois Opposition Day motion to stop non-denominational prayer we have at the beginning of each day in the House. This month, Angus Reid Institute, in partnership with Cardus, published a report that offers a comprehensive, first-of-its-kind look at the faith journeys of Canadians, not just amongst the majority religious community, but across religious spectrum. 1 in 5 Canadians, that's 19%, are classified as non-believers. For 4 in 5, however, there is some openness to God or spirituality. The cultural mosaic in Canada is ever shifting. While those born in Canada continue to shift further into a-religious identities, being raised in a religious tradition is common in Canada. 72% say they grew up with religious teachings. As a Hindu Canadian, I concur that Canadians raised in Hindu faith tend more towards the privately faithful. With this said, the prayer we have, in my view, is more a tradition that is part of the fabric of the society in our Christian majority Canada. I support we continue with the current practice. Many Hindu Canadians, during the Christmas time, have lighted Christmas tree in their homes. It does not mean Hindus are practicing Christianity, but it is embracing the culture and heritage of the society we live in. The prayer we have every day, while it is reflective of the different religions embraced by Canadians, it also represents the culture and heritage of our country. let us look at this practice of the prayer we have from the historical perspective. Although the practice of reading a prayer at the start of each sitting was not codified in the standing orders until 1927, it has been part of the daily proceedings of the House since 1877. Much later, suggestions were made to rewrite or reword the prayer in a non-sectarian form. Until 1994, no major change to the form of the prayer was made aside from references to royalty. At that time, the House concurred in a report recommending a new form of prayer more reflective of the different religions embraced by Canadians. This prayer that we use now was read for the first time when the House met to open its proceedings on February 21st, 1994. Let me quote Sir Gary Streeter, Member of Parliament in the United Kingdom, on a similar motion in the UK House of Commons in 2019. The crux of the argument for abolishing parliamentary prayers is that by taking all references to religion and God out of politics and public life, we will then have a truly neutral public square. However, that would just be to replace one worldview and set of beliefs to it another. As human beings, we all bring a set of beliefs about the world and the nature of human life to any debates around pursuing the public good. Secularists might argue that their worldview is the best on which to base the society, but they cannot do so by claiming neutrality. Rather than striving for a neutral public square, we should instead recognize that we are increasingly becoming a pluralistic society where a multitude of different beliefs and worldviews coexist. In a pluralistic society, freedom of belief is vital. Yet, this is not achieved by forcing all references to religion and God in public life to be pushed to one side. For those who do object, for whatever reason, there is no obligation to participate in the prayers. Let me now quote from an article by Martin Launayette in Canadian Parliamentary Review published in 2009. The form and content of the prayer recited in parliamentary legislatures is part of a debate that seeks to pit the special relationship each legislature has with its religious heritage against the desire to adopt this heritage to contemporary cultural realities. So why does the need for prayer persist despite the secular storm and the unending controversies? As stated in Marsh versus Chambers, the traditions are often seen as a part of the fabric of the society. And at a time when contemporary societies are tending to be more diverse, the argument for tradition continues to occupy an important place in the collective imagination. A defensive reaction? Quite likely. A bastion of identity? Most definitely. All of which has not stopped many parliaments from wanting to take matters even further, not to weaken the old identity, but to breathe new life into it. If it is to be practiced, this ritual must be an act of recognition that focuses on uniting rather than dividing people. Simply eliminating the prayer is another option, but it is not an impartial one. It is not a more impartial one, since the adherents who have the same rights will feel they are victims of discrimination as well. Madam Speaker, there is a growing trend in our society to identify and amplify things that divide us than the things that unite us. The intolerance that is propagated today by those on the extreme left of the political spectrum is the same intolerance that was the cornerstone of the extreme right. In the name of political correctness, voices are being shut down, books are being banned, and any view or opinion that deviates even an inch from the far left ideology is immediately drowned out. Madam Speaker, the practice of praying does not mean that the state is in bed with religion. None of the issues we discuss and debate, none of the legislation we pass here are in any way or form connect any religion to the state. Let us continue the practice of the prayer we have out of the respect to over 80% of Canadians who practice one religious faith as the other. As a politician, I do go to temples, mosques, synagogues, churches, etc. But it does not mean that I associate the state with the religion. Since 2019, I've seen Bloc Québécois Opposition Day motions. Never once I've seen them propose anything that is of importance to Canadians' economic realities. Today, we are facing challenging times. The energy transition is going towards a battery. Quebec and Canada can become the leaders in the world in these alternative technologies. I've never seen Bloc Québécois presenting any motion on anything that is of economic importance. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Comments, l'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Near the end of his speech, my colleague, I don't know if that's what he wanted to insinuate, but that's what I understood at least, for him talking about state neutrality, it means that this House should not pray before question period. He said that this is a divisive topic. I would like to ask him how secularism can be understood as being divisive. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, 80% of Canadians practice one religious faith of the other. As I said, this is more of a cultural thing, a tradition of the country's heritage that we show every day in the morning.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Chatham-Kent-Leamington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for his comments. It's not always I agree with members on the other side, but today's debate, I do find myself in agreement. So I have to ask myself why the Bloc would be bringing this question to this House when there are perfectly legitimate channels. I'm not dismissing the legitimacy of the question, but of the process. And so I'm wondering if my honourable colleague could comment on the motivation here. You know, I really do have issues with issues that are brought here for only divisive nature. He mentioned division in his speech. Is this simply an opportunity for a wedge issue? And how would the member comment on a party bringing wedge issues to this House?
The honourable member for the Nepean.
Madam Speaker, as I mentioned, there's a tendency to identify and amplify the issues that divide us than the issues that unite us. This should not have been brought in my personal view. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Madam Speaker, when I was elected as a young member of Parliament, I was denounced from the Catholic Church and excommunicated for speaking up for the rights of same-sex couples, and I would do that again in a heartbeat. So I understand the importance of the separation of church and state. But that being said, this is not a debate that's happening out in civil society right now. What we're talking about in civil society is coming off a pandemic. We're talking about massively high inflation. We're talking about a housing crisis. We are talking about a climate crisis. We're talking about the right of women to protect their choices of their bodies, given what's happening in the United States. I'd like to ask my honourable colleague, what is it that he thinks is happening here when we're bringing forward a debate over a piece of parliamentary procedure that probably nobody in Canada has ever paid much attention to and nobody even knows exists, when there's so many other pressing issues to deal with?
The honourable member for the Nepean.
I certainly agree with the honourable colleague, Madam Speaker. In addition to the issues he mentioned, there are bigger issues that are facing our country. The knowledge-based economy is taking over the world, and we have to work hard to make sure that Canada is in the front of this new economy. We have to invest in new technologies, in artificial intelligence, in battery technologies, in genomics. These are the kind of things that we have to discuss, debate, and legislate upon than this particular issue. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
For a brief question, the honourable member for Sandwich Gulf Islands. Brief answer. Brief question.
I'll try to point a very brief question to the honourable member for Nepean. The question of divisions, I wanted to point out something that I don't think has been necessarily clear in this debate, which is that the prayer happens before the doors open, and the prayer itself is not specific to any denomination, although it is theist. There's no question it is theist, but it doesn't reference, for instance, Jesus Christ, nor does it reference Muhammad. I just wonder if the honourable member had any thoughts on whether it makes a difference that this is a private prayer before the doors open.
A member for Nepean, a brief answer.
I agree with Honourable Member, Madam Speaker. As I said, for me, it is more of a cultural heritage of our country than a prayer to any one God.
Resuming debate, the honourable member King's Hands.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And today I have an opportunity to talk about the substance of the motion of the Bloc Québécois concerning the religious prayer before the opening of the House of Commons each day. And I must admit that I was surprised yesterday evening when I received the text of the motion, because like the other members in this House have said before me, there are many problems, issues that we're experiencing globally. For example, the war in Ukraine, the importance of fighting climate change to ensure that our social programs respond to the needs of Canadians, for example. And yet, my honourable colleague from Drummond presented a motion that, in my opinion, does not talk about an issue that is very important for us.
I had the opportunity to review the text, and let me start by saying it also gave me the opportunity to look at a history of our daily prayer. So if nothing else, this motion has allowed me to look at some of the history of this place. And again, kudos to the House of Commons team that helps provide some of the history. You'll remember, Madam Speaker, I thank them for their work on electoral boundaries, and when we've been having a conversation on C-14, the extensive history of the House in this place. I'll also give a tip of the cap to them in terms of their history and understanding of how the daily prayer has come to pass. And I think it's important for this House and for the Hansard to reflect the fact that this is a practice that was started in 1877. This is something that parliamentarians decided was important at the time. And, you know, pardon me, Madam Speaker, I think that tradition in this place carries a lot of importance. Yes, we have to look at ways that we can modernize and meet the realities of today. We will undoubtedly have a conversation about the nature of virtual parliament, the ability for parliamentarians to provide their work, not just here physically in this place, but indeed the ability to do some of those tools virtually to make it more modern and perhaps even more friendly for our colleagues, particularly for underrepresented groups in the House. But it is important to note that the prayer has evolved over time. It hasn't stayed static since 1877. It is something that has constantly evolved, where parliamentarians have had the opportunity to make it better reflect the variety of religions that we worship and respect here in this country. And I think that that's extremely important. The member from Nepean touched upon that just before me about that particular dynamic. And I think at the end of the day, this place, the House of Commons, has to balance those members in this House that might have religious beliefs, and indeed those who may not believe in a particular God or follow a particular religion. And when I had the time to reflect, Madam Speaker, about how we conduct ourselves in this House, my thoughts were this. When you actually look at the text in question, as I mentioned, it has been amended over time through the PROC committee to actually try to reflect the broad range of religious diversity, but it's also relatively short. Donc, c'est peut-être maybe...
So, it's for about 30 seconds when the speaker presents the prayer in this House. It's very short. And after that, we have a moment of silence and reflection. And so I think that there are, this is a way in this chamber to recognize that we share certain religious values while respecting those who want to reflect in a way that is not religious.
This motion by eliminating the daily prayer, as opposed to actually, the text of the motion talks about diversity and inclusion. I actually think that the way that the House of Commons works right now is we have a short prayer for those that might have religious beliefs, and then we have a moment of reflection for all members such that they are able to reflect and perhaps give strength to whatever might drive them in their daily pursuits. And by getting rid of it, I don't think we are giving that same respect and fashion for those that might actually hold religious beliefs. And Madam Speaker, let me add this, and perhaps it's, I don't want to seem uncomforting or that this is the only fashion we can work, but if someone is really disrupted by the fact that we do have a 30-second daily prayer, perhaps they could take a step outside the House, not actually be part of that for the short 30 seconds that happens, and then reconvene and stand here for the minute that we all reflect in silence, and such that they don't have to be a part of that. And so I do think that right now there is a healthy balance between the two. And let me also say, Madam Speaker, and I started this from the beginning speaking in French intentionally because I dare say that there are very few Quebecers, indeed very few Canadians, that this is their top priority right now. And I find it unique that this, again, with respect to my colleague from Drummond that has brought this forward, well within his right to do so, but this is an entire day that we, frankly, are going to spend on this subject when there is very pressing, important problems of the day and opportunities, indeed, that we as parliamentarians should be working collectively to encourage the government to pursue. And we are going to be spending time, as I'm doing right now, trying to find 10 minutes to rationalize some type of argument on something that I think is quite frivolous. Let me also say, Madam Speaker, that this is not the place for this debate. Mon honorable collègue a une...
My honorable colleague has an opportunity to present this idea to PROC, to bring it to PROC, which is responsible for the very essence of parliamentary work. It is responsible for considering the actions in this place, so why doesn't my honorable colleague present it there?
When that could already happen in PROC, if it was the will of a majority on the committee to move forward with the particular study. I know there's already a lot of good work that goes on to talk about the issues of the day and how we can improve aspects in this place. Madam Speaker, 2 minutes? How much time would I have left? 2 minutes, okay. So again, I'm going to wrap it up as this, Madam Speaker. We have the war in Ukraine. We have climate change. We have affordability for Canadians. We have a whole host of issues on the heels of a pandemic. Indeed, we're not completely through the pandemic. And I am a little bit disappointed, I will use the word, that the member from Drummond has chosen this forum to move forward. I recognize that that is his parliamentary privilege, that the Bloc Québécois has chosen this forum to bring this forward. But I think that most Canadians, indeed most Quebecers, if they were watching this, would be scratching their head, asking why this is a good use of parliamentary time. And I think most would come to the conclusion, Madam Speaker, that it's not a great use of parliamentary time. It's not the best method. It's not the place of where this should be introduced. And unfortunately, we've lost time to discuss and debate other issues that are prevalent to Canadians and more pressing. I'm going to leave it at that, and I look forward to any questions and comments from my colleagues as it relates to my remarks here today. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And there are a number of points in my colleague's speech. My colleague from King's Hants. I'd like to congratulate him because he is the only one from the Liberal caucus, pretty much. He has spoke about the substance of the motion. I see that he got the same memo from his party saying, scold the Bloc because this is not relevant. But if his government actually answered about the relevant issues on which we put questions, for example, on the Ukraine war, well, that might be one thing. But they never respond. So, PROC is there to make recommendations, and it can make recommendations to the House, but it's up to the House to discuss and to amend the standing order. So this motion is extremely relevant. Now, if the colleagues could actually look at this motion and say, yes, this is a good opportunity to discuss a sensible topic and one that's interesting, well, then perhaps the debate today would be more constructive. Thank you. I'd like to say thank you, Madam Speaker. Thanks to my colleague for his question. And I think that the best option is to present this motion and to PROC, to take this discussion to PROC. Perhaps they should move that motion there, and if the committee wants to discuss it, then it would come back to the House and there'd be a discussion in this regard. But the Bloc Québécois had an opportunity to raise very important issues that are important for Quebecers and Canadians. But instead, it chose to take this route, and I don't think that this is the right place to hold this discussion.
Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the people of Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou. I'd like to thank my colleague for his intervention, as well as thank my colleague from Nepean as well before him. The question I have is this, and while I agree with him that this should have been brought at PROC, I do have a question that when this is eventually debated at PROC, whether he would support, for instance, the integration of other faiths, a multitude of faiths, in the opening prayer, and if he has any ideas on that.
The Honourable Member King's Hants.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And as I mentioned in my remarks, as I had the chance to look over the history of how the daily prayer is what it is today, since it was introduced in 1877, there have been modifications over time to reflect the fact that Canada as a country and its makeup in terms of demographics, in terms of its faith backgrounds have changed. And so there has been consideration given to that. If we feel that now is an important time to look at the text and to make sure that we are reflecting a full scope of the different faiths that are recognized and worshipped here in Canada, absolutely. I think that that's an opportunity to do so. But I do remain quite resolute that I think the prayer should stay, and that we can also have a moment of reflection so that we both recognize those that are theist and those that are atheist.
Questions and comments? We have time for a brief question. The Honourable Member for Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. As I've been here for 11 years, and I'm probably the least familiar with the prayer. As a non-religious person, I believe I've only been in the House twice for that prayer. One time with the shootings of 2014 to show unity, and the other time actually by accident. So I will be voting to eliminate the prayer, but I think the member made an interesting argument. So I'd like to ask him, since Opposition Day motions are for the opposition to raise failings of the government, which failings of the government would he prefer to be discussing today? The failures on climate change, the failure to introduce a disability benefit, which failings would he rather be talking about today?
The Honourable Member for King's Hants.
Madam Speaker, it's a bit of a sinister question, of course, and as we try to actually improve decorum and debate in this place, I wish that members actually tried to find, with all due respect to my honourable colleague, a very facetious question. Let me get to the point that he made, which is he will be supporting this opposition motion, but he's only ever stood in this place in 11 years, twice to actually hear the daily prayer. It seems to me as though this has not been a major inconvenience to him. There'd be an ability to respect religious freedoms that he understands some colleagues, as he mentioned in solidarity, he has joined. So perhaps he can continue to stay outside the House for the 30 seconds that the daily prayer does happen, join for a moment of silent reflection. And this is, such a non-issue. I can't believe I'm standing here in the House even talking about it.
Reprise de débat. L'honorable député.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Jonquière.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm a bit confused by everything I've heard this morning. confused and perhaps a bit angered, too. People have questioned the appropriateness of holding this debate today. Great Democrats from the Liberal and Conservative parties are seeing fit to criticize our choice and our use of our opposition day. They would rather see us choosing subjects that are more consistent with what they'd like to talk about, with their priorities. And I've seen this before with the heritage minister. If you talk about French, if you talk about Quebec's place, if you talk about immigration, he answers the Bloc is just trying to stir up squabbles. Everything we do, whatever we want to discuss, my colleague from Winnipeg North always responds, why isn't the Bloc talking about health transfers and seniors, for example? And I would remind him that we spent 2 opposition days on that. And I've never seen any action from the government on those issues. And yet we're told that we are trying to stir up bickering and squabbling. And when the trucker convoy was here, we had an opposition day on Canadian Pacific in Saskatchewan. That's not my problem, and it's not for me to decide for them how they should use an opposition day, or there was also an opposition day on the healthcare system in Alberta. That's not my business. I don't really care about that, but that's what they chose. And the worst thing I heard today was that this prayer issue is a wedge issue. I think that's a way to avoid an issue, is to just call it a wedge issue. How is it a wedge issue? I have a hard time following the logic of that. The prayer issue, I have a hard time seeing how that's divisive. It makes no sense. It's the opposite of divisive. It's the opposite of what we're seeing in modern states. In modern states, the government is neutral. Yesterday, I was speaking to a French former colleague, an academic, who said he couldn't believe that there still was a legislative assembly anywhere in Canada that still has a morning prayer, a daily prayer. A lot of people have said, why are you raising this issue today? Well, we did it in 2019 via a motion that didn't get unanimous consent. So this is the type of debate we have to have in the full view and knowledge of the public. I want to hear from the Liberals how we can manage religious differences here in this House, how our Parliament, which is the democratic institution of all institutions. I'd like to hear what the Liberals have to say and what the Conservatives have to say. But no, they say this is a divisive debate. They refuse to get into it. They might want to charm certain religious communities in their ridings. They don't want to offend anybody. But it seems to me that when they do that, I think they're dodging the fundamental question, which is about secularism. They don't want to talk about secularism, but I want us to take it on head on. The member for Winnipeg North said nobody in Quebec's interested in that. Well, when I look at Quebec politics over the past 30 years, we have talked at great length about the role of religion in the public sector. There was the Bouchard-Taylor Commission on reasonable accommodation. It was all about how ethno-cultural communities can be accommodated in Quebec society. What would be the role or place of religion in Quebec society? So the Bouchard-Taylor Commission was in 2008. It was dragged out for about 15 years, and it led to Bill 21. Bill 21 sets clear limits on the role of religion in the public sector in Quebec. So that conflict between secularism and identity, I think both the Liberals and the Conservatives are afraid to tackle this issue. They're afraid to take a stand on this issue. And yet, there's a lot to discuss. If you look quickly at what I recall from the Bouchard-Taylor Commission, it was about how to accommodate various identity communities. And there were 4 major principles that were set out. The first principle was the moral equality of all individuals. So whether you believe in Plato or Aristotle's philosophies, if that's what gives your life meaning, you're on an equal footing as people with religious beliefs. And second is freedom of conscience and religion. So that's the very basic principle of separating church and state. Third principle is separating church and state. And the fourth principle is the neutrality of government vis-a-vis all religions. So I have a hard time understanding how having a prayer every morning meets any of those 4 principles set out by the Bouchard-Taylor Commission. And I'd like to come back to something that I think is key, and it hasn't been discussed yet this morning. The notion of having a prayer every morning. And in Saguenay-Lac-Saint, we went through this for 3 years. You may have seen the judgment, Madam Speaker. It was the Mouvement Laïque versus the city of Saguenay. And I'd like to come back to 2 key features of the judgment in that case. The first has to do with neutrality of the state. That's at paragraph 72. By expressing no preference, the state ensures a neutral public space where all enjoy the freedom to believe or not to believe. A neutral public sector does not undermine any individual rights. The neutrality is that of institutions and government, not of individuals. A neutral public sector, free from judgment from public authorities on matters spiritual, on the contrary, protects the freedom and dignity of all individuals. Is that not what we're talking about today? Protecting the freedom and dignity of each and every individual. That is what neutrality is all about, according to the Supreme Court in that judgment. And the other key issue is discrimination, according to the Supreme Court. At paragraph 64, when the state violates its duty of neutrality and favors one religion, that constitutes discrimination against all others. If the state favors one religion over others, then it offends this principle of neutrality. So our institutions, this should be a first principle. Our institutions should be neutral when it comes to religion. People here have been talking about the fact that the prayer happens before the doors are open and it doesn't inconvenience anyone. We're not talking about inconveniencing anyone. We're talking about sending a clear message that our institutions are neutral. So what I want to hear my colleagues asking in the next few minutes is, I want to know what their idea of secularism is. And if they think this is unimportant or out of touch, well, they are not in touch with what Quebecers are thinking these days. I'd like to hear members from Quebec particularly on this. And when it comes to ethics, the Prime Minister's ethics, the Liberals say, we don't have time for this. This isn't the right time to talk about the Prime Minister's ethical shortcomings. And on abortion last week, the Conservatives said the same thing. This is not the right time to be discussing this. We have other things to discuss. It's too rich.
The Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Perhaps the only thing more complexing than the issue that's being raised today by the Bloc Québécois is their response to the question about why they raised it. Every time somebody gets up in the House and says to the bloc, well, why did you raise this? Why is this so important to you? Can you explain why this trumps everything else when you have two opposition day motions? When that question is asked of them, they become extremely defensive and say, well, we have the right to bring forward whatever we want. Well, indeed, of course they do, and I think everybody respects that right, but the question is, why this? Why is this more important than those other pressing issues? Can the member answer that question rather than just say we can do whatever we want? We're aware of that. But why is this issue so important?
The honourable member for Jonquière. Basically, what my colleague is saying is as stupid as saying, why is democracy important? Why are collective agreements important? There's a first principle, a basic principle in democracies, in modern democracies, Madam Speaker, and that is government neutrality or state neutrality. An institution like Parliament, which is supposed to be higher than all others, for it to have a prayer sends a very bad message. If my colleague can't walk and chew gum at the same time, he has a big problem and maybe shouldn't even be here.
Northern Rockies.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I guess it's a little perplexing to see that the Bloc would actually see this as a priority at such a time like this. And for somebody that's a Christian, that's been chair of the National Prayer Breakfast for 4 years, has deep respect for the prayers in Canada, prayers in this House, and the freedom to do so. The freedom of religion has been recognized in our Charter. And I'd like to start off, the first line in the Charter says, whereas Canada is founded upon the principles that recognize the supremacy of God and the rule of law. It indeed is the foundation of our society, Madam Speaker. This is a practice that was started in 1877 and later codified in the 20s. I just would ask the member, of all the things that we're dealing with in Canada, you know, the freedom of religion and freedom of expression are sacrosanct. Why would he choose to take steps to eliminate that for this place? Thank you.
The honourable member for Jonquière. There's a straightforward principle, Madam Speaker. Generally, when you try to understand how a society operates, you divide it into three parts. Government, which is the public sector, civilian society, which is the civic place, and then there's the private sector. Generally, religion should be in the civilian and private sectors, not in the public sector. That is a first principle in modern times. And there are some things in the Constitution that are perhaps archaic, that go back very far. But it's unacceptable today to have a religious speech here in the House that is not a religious prayer, rather, that is not in keeping with the beliefs of the public. It belongs in the private sector, and that's what most democracies in the world are already doing. Questions and comments?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And the member spoke about neutrality, Madam Speaker, and it's not neutral for anyone that comes to this place in a wheelchair. When a person arrives in this place, if wanted to sit in this House in a wheelchair, Madam Speaker, they can't get to the seat. They couldn't get to the seat that I'm sitting at, Madam Speaker. It's not accessible. So I would ask through you, Madam Speaker, to the Chair to speak a little bit about the physical barriers that they see in this place.
The honourable member for Jonquière. There's a legal principle about reasonable accommodation, and I think it would only be reasonable that if a member if someone ran for office and they used a wheelchair, then I think that's an issue that would have to be dealt with. But that's not what we're talking about today. We're talking about getting rid of this archaic prayer before each daily sitting. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Mirabel. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise today to well, I really didn't know where to start, so I decided to start by talking about myself. I grew up in a small town of a few hundred people in northern Abitibi. And it was a place where religion was very present, a big part of family and community life. And I had to go to Mass every Sunday. And there were good things about it. I have fond memories of suppers that the priest from Amos came to. So I have great memories, fond memories, and obviously there was religion in school too. In primary school, we had catechism, and we had those courses every week. And with some of my teachers in May, we did our rosaries, the rosary beads in the mornings, and we had religion class as well. And there were always some strange people in our religion class, 3, 4, or 5 of them, who were not Catholic, and they were exempted from religion class, and they went and did morals or ethics classes. And eventually, religion courses were abolished. The school boards became secular, and the decision was made to just put it in the hands of families. And so schools were secularized, but religion and the priests and families didn't stop professing their faith or practicing their faith. People still went to church and so on. And so to me, that's what secularism is all about. It's about respecting each individual's religion or belief. And so I can go to the magnificent Saint Benoit Church or Cathedral in Saguenay, and I can admire it from the outside, but I don't have to go in. And the same thing goes for synagogues. I'm not going to be forced to attend their services, but I can admire them from the outside. And there's a large Muslim community in my riding too. They have Quran courses and courses on Islam. And so I'm open to that. I don't have to partake, but I'm open to it. I think that's the whole idea of secularism. We shouldn't be, our courtrooms should not look like churches or synagogues. The laws of the state, which of a secular state, should appear so. There should be no religious signs attached to lawmaking. And that's why I think this is such an important motion. And I'd like to say something, Madam Speaker. This is something that I believe sincerely. I became a Catholic without anyone asking my permission. I was baptized without my consent. And I went to church without ever really agreeing to it. And one day, for personal reasons, I decided I'm no longer attending these services. And I was at peace with that, Madam Speaker. And when I got that feeling again, that my freedom of thought and my freedom of conscience was being infringed upon, was my first day here in the House of Commons. In 2021, when I showed up, it was explained to me that there was a prayer, a religious prayer, and I realized I'm not welcome here. I had that feeling that I hoped never to have again. And that's why secularism is important. It's to respect everyone's beliefs or non-beliefs. And this case that was mentioned earlier went all the way to the Supreme Court of Canada, and that's what finally put an end to the reading of a prayer in the city of Saguenay. And the judges said that we have a notion of secularism whereby the state should not interfere in the religious beliefs or promote any particular religion. The court here was the Supreme Court of Canada. It's your court. It's your Supreme Court. The state, because of the obligation of neutrality, cannot favor one religion to the exclusion of all others. So members will say, like the Liberals have, no, we can just update the prayer, make it more neutral and so on. But it remains a prayer, Madam Speaker. The problem is, here in the judgment itself, the judgment recognizes atheism as a personal belief, and it has to be respected, just like any other theological belief a person may have. So the question is not whether the prayer is appropriate here. The question is how to replace it. And we take this very seriously. We could have made jokes about this. We could have come up with a version of the prayer that the Liberals might have liked. We could have made a prayer that talks about delivering us from the Aga Khan's billionaire island and so on. We could have done one that the Conservatives might have liked about filling up the tank and so on. We could have suggested replacing the prayer with something more useful, like a training session for ministers on how to actually answer questions at QP. Or we could have given the member for Winnipeg North a course on how to deliver a speech in the House of Commons. But let's get back to brass tacks here. We need to move forward. It's true that some assemblies still have a prayer. And on the road towards secularism, not everyone has gotten all the way to the end. And Quebec is not perfect. We still have some steps to take too. But we've made huge strides forward. And in 1976, we decided, the Quebec National Assembly decided to replace the prayer with a minute of reflection, and I'll read you an excerpt from the record of that day. The Speaker said that it was out of respect to members of the Assembly, and remember, it was a highly Catholic Assembly at the time. Not everyone has the same religious denomination. That is why I've chosen this type of to replace the prayer with this moment of reflection so that everyone has the freedom to say their own prayer or not. The Conservatives who've stood up and said that this is not a priority. This is a matter of freedom. We talked about freedom yesterday. The Conservatives talk about freedom all the time. The member for Carleton, who spends his time going from coast to coast to coast, saying that he wants to make Canada the freest country of all free countries. So every day it's important to the member for Carleton. But freedom of religion and freedom of conscience, that applies also to others' religions. It applies to others' consciences, Madam Speaker. And it's really awful to see them invoking the right to a religious freedom and at the same time, and defending the trucker convoy. And we're talking about the same thing here, Madam Speaker. So the member for Louis Saint Laurent aujourd'hui, who said, in your town, in your backwoods towns, there are still town councils that are reading prayers. Well, that's cheap. That's a cheap shot. Now, for example, a police officer wearing a religious symbol could give the impression that his religious beliefs might influence the way he does his job. That's what we're concerned about here. It's not... We're not really worried that, the concern is that a police officer with a certain religious affiliation might hand out more tickets in one part of town than in another. And so it's unfair to suggest that there's ill intent in questioning this issue, which goes to the very heart of state neutrality. And I'll finish on this, Madam Speaker, to replace this prayer with a minute, or some people might need 2 or 3 minutes of reflection. This is an inclusive effort at the time where almost no one's here anyways, because so many people are uncomfortable with the current prayer, with the way things stand. Hardly anyone attends. Everyone has a chance. If we have a moment of reflection, we can all be here together and reflect. Instead of throwing partisan lines out at one another all day long, and sometimes that's very harmful to our democracy. So that's the value we should value, that we should be promoting here, the inclusiveness and that's why I will be voting in favor of this motion, and I'll be very, very pleased to do so. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for King's Hands. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. I just have two questions. First of all, I'm curious to know whether the Bloc's goal today is to tie this to the debate on Bill 21 in Quebec City, the secularism bill. And secondly, my question is about the timing. Is replacing the prayer with a moment of reflection? In my opinion, that might undermine respect for people who have religious values, and some people. Why is he against that method now?
Honorable député de Mirabel.
Madam Speaker, if his God had a bit of heart, then his God would no doubt listen to him. On the other side, the Liberals judge how we spent our opposition days. Do you know that I have in my hand the budget they tabled a couple of weeks ago? It's simple rubbish. They wasted an entire budget day. Just a reminder that the Honourable Member should not use props. A prop in the House of Commons. I will allow him to end his answer, but don't forget to not use a document in the House of Commons. Madam Speaker, they tabled a thick budget. They forgot healthcare. They forgot seniors. They forgot provinces. They forgot nearly everyone. They spent a whole day about the budget. But now they want to put an end to a budget debate, and now they're the ones to judge how we spend our days. Shame on them. Questions and comments?
Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The individual here doesn't feel welcome here because of a 30-second prayer, and yet freedoms that take away other freedoms are not freedoms for anyone. And to me and my constituents, I have to say it's offensive that the Bloc does not enter into the House until after the national anthem, O Canada, is sung, because they openly indicate that their purpose is to separate from Canada. They openly and freely do not pledge allegiance to Canada, and yet I, and clearly all the members of this place, respect that reality, and this is their choice. They have a choice whether or not to attend to a 30-second prayer that all kinds of individuals in this House that I meet with that are of different faiths value. And so I believe that in this case, everyone has a belief system, including the member who just spoke, and that always impacts our decision making. And we should have the freedom to continue to exercise this opportunity within the House. And they can certainly, in the same way that they have the freedom to not come into the House before O Canada, to do the same in regard to this prayer.
The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Madam Speaker, I never thought of that. I've just realised that the colleague says it's only 30 seconds of our time, but 30 seconds is very precious to me. Maybe not for her, but for me it's very important because I do hard work here. That being said, Madam Speaker, if the colleague doesn't like Quebec's ideas, if she doesn't want us to raise these questions, well, let us go. I'm ready to go. Let's do it.
For New Westminster, Burnaby.
Merci beaucoup, Madame.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I will have no problem with the motion. I will probably vote for the motion, but an opposition day is a day to put forward ideas that affect our constituents. And I note that with the affordable housing crisis, Mirabel has the lowest occupancy rate and the highest inoccupancy rate in Quebec at 0.1%. That means that the housing crisis, the housing crisis is hitting Mirabel very strongly, as is the case in Granby. My question is very simple. If the Honourable Member were to talk to his constituents in Mirabel with such a low inoccupancy rate, will they talk about unaffordability of housing and lack of housing, or will they talk about a prayer in the House of Commons? The Honourable Member for Mirabel, a quick answer. Madam Speaker, I can talk about various things. You know, Mirabel has nearly doubled over 10 years because it's an amazing place to live. So people are flooding in. It's an amazing riding. Housing is an issue, of course, and that is the reason for which we have heavily criticized the fact that the National Housing Strategy is so far from Quebec's priorities and requests. It was pushed back by 3 years in Quebec because the federal government wanted to impose its conditions. I don't know if the NDP will still have opposition days now that they are in power, but when there will be a ministerial day, perhaps they'll be able to ask the question.
Reprise the débat. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'll say at the outset that I'll be sharing my time with the member from Vaughan Woodbridge. And I know the member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan is disappointed to hear that I'll only be speaking for 10 minutes, but nonetheless, Madam Speaker, you know, I must say that I am quite perplexed when I saw yesterday the notice go out that had the Opposition Day motion that was scheduled for today. I'm in no way trying to suggest that the content is not an important discussion to have. And that, you know, the Bloc feels very passionately about this particular subject, but I just cannot understand how it takes precedent to some of the things that are going on in the world right now, and indeed in our country and in Quebec. You know, I listen to the Bloc ask their questions routinely during question period with great passion and, you know, bringing up very important issues. I've never once heard the Bloc ask a question during question period about the prayer that is 30 seconds long that happens at the beginning of each day in this House. The prayer, which I might add, is very generic in nature, certainly doesn't support one religion or another, is about 30 seconds long, and then is followed by a moment of silence and personal reflection. If the Bloc had come in here and said that their motion was to remove "O Canada," I think I would understand where their passion is coming from a little bit more. Indeed, you know, the fact that they've chosen to be extremely critical of a 30-second long prayer without addressing the fact that, you know, we sing a national anthem of which they don't want to be part of, and that they actually actively stay outside of the chamber during that time that we're singing that every Wednesday, I think is more, you know, would be more germane, at least from my perspective, in terms of the priorities of the Bloc. But nonetheless, you know, there are very important issues going on right now, Madam Speaker. Inflation, housing, the war in Ukraine, issues that should be dealt with. And when opposition parties have an opportunity to come before the House and present motions for the House to consider, you know, they have very limited opportunities to do that. As a matter of fact, the Bloc Québécois only has 2 opportunities between January and June in this particular session. And yet they've chosen to use one of those opportunities on this particular motion. And I just cannot understand it. Again, I can appreciate their interest in this issue. I just don't understand how it supersedes everything else that is going on right now. And perhaps what's even more confusing for me, Madam Speaker, is that when I've asked the Bloc about this, and a number of us, including Conservatives, have asked them about this over the last couple hours, and we say, okay, well, why is this so important? Why is it more important than everything else that's going on in the world right now? The reaction from them is to become extremely defensive and upset with us and say, it's our right, we can bring whatever we want forward. Well, of course they can bring whatever they want forward. It is their prerogative to bring forward a motion that they see fit, but they're not answering the question. They refuse to answer the question. And the question is, why? What is so important about this particular issue that takes precedence, that trumps all those other issues that we're dealing with in this House right now? The member from Winnipeg North said it, and I couldn't agree with him more. In the 7 years, that I've been around here, almost 7 years, Madam Speaker, I've never once had this topic been brought up with me. Not a single constituent has ever called me and said, I want to talk to you, MP Gerritsen, about the prayer that's being said every morning when the House starts at the beginning of the day. Not a single constituent has brought that forward to me. But yet, you know, there are a lot of areas where we know that the Bloc and indeed the Conservatives, go off from time to time on what's going on
I just want to, again, I want to reiterate that the honourable members know full well that when somebody else has the floor, that they're not to interrupt or heckle or yell across the way. I know we're getting close to question period, but I would ask members, there will be time for questions and comments to the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, so please keep your thoughts to yourself at the moment. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
The member from Selkirk Interlake Eastman, I think I could really get his passion going from time to time, Madam Speaker. I think that's where this comes from. But there are issues that come up on a daily basis in this House during question period that the Bloc themselves are extremely passionate about, and I don't understand why they wouldn't use one of their 2 opposition days to bring forward one of those issues. I actually want to apologize to the Conservatives, because I usually get up here and I stand here and I criticize Conservatives for always bringing forward motions that are not of substance, and I quite often reference back to the NDP and the Bloc about parties that actually do bring forward motions of substance. Well, I stand corrected today, Madam Speaker, because indeed what we're seeing come from the Bloc today, this is by far one of the most outlandish attempts at politicizing an issue that I have seen yet, but I don't understand the angle of it. I don't understand what exactly they're hoping to accomplish here. If this is so important to the Bloc, and I believe it is because they've used one of these days for it, the proper place to bring this would be to the PROC Committee, the Procedure and House Affairs Committee. I sit on that committee. I've sat on that committee for the last 3 years, Madam Speaker. A Bloc member has been sitting on that committee since 2019, and never once has a member from the Bloc Québécois brought this issue up at PROC. Never once have they said, we need to study this issue about the prayer that we have at the beginning of the day and make a recommendation to the House. So for it never to come forward and then suddenly for the Bloc to introduce it in one of their precious 2 opposition day motions, I find it to be very perplexing. I don't understand where they're coming from on this. The member from La Prairie earlier, said he made reference to the fact that in Quebec they used to have a prayer and then they got rid of it. Well, I thought that was a very interesting comment that he made. I wish that he would have provided the text of that prayer so that we can compare it to the one that is said in this House at the beginning of the day, because I wonder if it's much more, if there was a much more denominal undertone to it towards a specific religion, or if it was something that's much more generic like the one that we have. So it would have been great had he said that. But my understanding is that although Quebec did in the National Assembly get rid of the prayer, the cross still exists in the National Assembly. If I understand correct, and I could be wrong, and I hope my Bloc members, the members from the Bloc would correct me, the cross used to be in the chamber and then was moved. They wouldn't even move it outside of the building, they just moved it outside of the chamber. So the cross actually still exists. Like even within Quebec, in the National Assembly in Quebec, Quebec still continues to have these religious symbols in their assembly. So I guess at the end of the day, Madam Speaker, in addition to the opportunity to bring this up at the proper committee, the Bloc could also have raised this or during the standard procedural debate that we're going to have. And there's a requirement after every new parliament is formed within a certain number of days that we have a debate on the standing procedures in this House. If my memory serves me correctly, not that I was here, but that I heard, it was Paul Martin, former Prime Minister, that made sure that happened. And it hasn't happened yet, and it has to happen before we recess in June. So therefore, there will be a whole day in which Bloc members can bring up this particular point about the standing orders and how they're concerned about this particular part of the standing orders, in which case I would encourage them to do that. But they are blowing an entire day
today, Madam Speaker, an entire opportunity to bring forward the very important issues of Quebecers, to bring forward the very important issues that the Bloc Québécois particularly is passionate about. And all they're really giving me is an opportunity to not pick on my conservative friends from across the way for one day, of which I see a number of them are clapping. But I just, Madam Speaker, in conclusion, I just can't see where the level of importance. I can't understand why this was decided, that this had to be debated, waste an entire day on it, rather than move forward on some of the very, very important issues that I know that the Bloc Québécois care about. And I hope that later on during this debate, I will get an answer to that question. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member will have 5 minutes for questions and comments when we get back to the debate on this subject. Statements by members. Order.
Statements by members. The Honourable Member for Ottawa Centre.
This week is Canadian Jury Appreciation Week. From May 8th to 14th, I encourage Canadians to heed the call of Marc Ferrand and the Canadian Juries Commission to show their support for jurors across the country. Chaque année, des centaines.
Each year, hundreds of thousands of Canadians do their civic duty by responding to the call to act as jury members. These people are family members, friends, neighbors, colleagues, and members of our community. They make countless sacrifices, and it is very important that we celebrate this important work.
Speaker, being a juror is not an easy job. Trials often deal with crimes that can have a lasting impact on a juror's mental health. As Ontario's Attorney General, I was proud to bring free mental health supports to jurors suffering from PTSD related to their trial. Jurors provide an indispensable service and they deserve our appreciation. Nous vous remercions.
Thank you.
The honourable member for Desnethe, Mississippi, Churchill River.
Madam Speaker, with some just beginning and others well on their way, I want to take the opportunity today to wish all farmers in northern Saskatchewan a safe and successful spring seeding season. Spring is a time of the year where farm families incur significant financial risk, and one that can be very stressful. With the current situation in Ukraine, this year's seeding season feels even more crucial, as it is essential to the world for Saskatchewan farmers to get their crops in. Madam Speaker, with Saskatchewan accounting for more than 40% of Canada's arable land, our farmers are vital to not only our own food security, but are responsible for setting record exports in 2021 worth $17.5 billion. Saskatchewan's farmers have fed the rest of Canada and the world for generations. They are a significant part of the economic stability of this country. Madam Speaker, to our farm families in Desnethe, Mississippi, Churchill River, I say thank you for all your hard work and for your contributions to Canada.
Madam Speaker, we understand that the less energy we use, the more money we save, whether it's at the gas pumps or on our monthly utility bills. And while we're keeping more money in our pockets, we're also reducing our greenhouse gas emissions. That is why I was honored to announce on behalf of the Minister of Natural Resources a $3.4 million contribution to help launch the Durham Greener Homes program. This investment will help Durham Region residents by supporting deep retrofits in single-family homes built between 1970 and 2000, which account for almost half of our region's housing stock. Durham's Greener Homes program provides an innovative concierge platform to make the whole process easy, including on-bill repayment plans, while saving homeowners an average of 30% on their monthly utility bills and creating local jobs. This is another great example of how we can create the prosperity we all want while protecting the planet we cherish. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like today to welcome back a citizen of my riding, Mr. Lazare Zouaimia. He was unjustly imprisoned by the Algerian authorities for a number of weeks because he had participated in protests in Montreal calling for more democracy in Algeria. Mr. Zouaimia is a symbol of courage and resilience but he especially embodies the principles and values that we all cherish. That is democracy, rule of law, freedom, and respect for human dignity. Right now, many other people are in the same situation as Mr. Zwaimia was, and that is why we must strengthen our ties with Africa in order to support the members of African civil societies who are calling for more democracy in their countries. Mr. Speaker, once again, I would like to welcome Mr. Zwaimia back, and I wish him a very happy time with his loved ones. Thank you. The Honourable Member from Madawaska-Restigouche. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to wish a happy National Nurses Week to all professionals across Canada.
May 9th and ends May 15th. This year, the theme is We Answer the Call, which highlights the important role nurses play in our communities. Since 1993, this week has been dedicated to promoting and celebrating the achievements of this profession. J'aimerais souligner
I would like to underscore the excellent work of the nurses in my riding of Madawaska-Restigouche for the work that they do in their numerous roles and across the care continuum for patients. During the pandemic, you worked hard and long.
Unnoticed. Despite all the challenges you had to go through, you continued to work with pride. Sachez que la communauté...
The community and myself are extremely grateful for your work. Thank you and congratulations.
For nurses, for all the good work and dedication to their profession. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
The Honourable Member for Mission Masque, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to rise this afternoon and thank the East Lillooet Seniors Garden Committee volunteers for all of their hard work and selfless dedication in building the Memorial Garden honoring the history of Japanese Canadians. On Saturday, May 7th, I attended the 80th anniversary of the Japanese-Canadian internment event. The day was marked with the grand opening of a beautiful memorial garden, a tribute to a very dark time in Canadian history. In 1942, the Canadian government wrongfully detained Japanese Canadians living in BC during World War II. 21,000 people lost their homes and businesses and were detained in internment camps in places like Lillooet. This garden is especially important for the remaining survivors, many who dedicated their work to their parents who suffered the most. This garden reminds us all how communities suffer great losses when our country as our country, we suffer great losses when we discriminate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Mr. Speaker, it gives me great pleasure to welcome representatives from Queen's University to Parliament Hill today for Queen's Day on the Hill. Queen's is a leading university with more than 27,000 students from across Canada and from 126 countries from around the world. In my riding of Kingston and the Islands, Queen's contributes 1 in every 10 jobs to the community and has helped more than 600 startup companies grow, and its students, staff, and faculty raise more than $1 million annually for local charities like the United Way. Nice. Queen's produces highly skilled graduates and groundbreaking research. Research like that from Professor Kathleen Crudens that was supported by a $24 million grant from the New Frontiers in Research Fund is changing the world by making new coatings that could stop bridges from rusting or be used to fight cancer. And internationally, the recently announced High Times Education Impact Rankings placed Queen's University 7th in the world out of 1,500 universities for advancing the United Nations Sustainability Development Goals. I encourage all members of the House to join us later this evening for an official reception hosted by Queen's University starting at 5:30 p.m. in the Metropolitan Restaurant. Once again, I welcome Queen's University to the Hill and offer best wishes for a successful day.
I thank the member for that intervention, but also remind folks that statements, SO31s, are 1 minute in length. The Honourable Member for St. John's East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to welcome 166 Ukraine refugees to Newfoundland and Labrador who arrived last night on a charter flight by our provincial government, arranged by our provincial government and Premier Fiore. On March 22nd, they sent a team of dedicated employees to Warsaw to provide on-the-ground information, assist with logistics, and support the immigration process. There is no doubt that this will be a difficult transition for many. However, I know my province will show our world-famous hospitality. The Association for New Canadians have recruited volunteers, are supporting their arrival in St. John's. Others have come forward with clothing, bedding, and accommodations, while the business community is working to provide employment opportunities. Thank you to Premier Fiore and his government for their leadership and collaboration. And to those arriving in St. John's, we are here to assist you, and I look forward to meeting you. Welcome to Canada.
The Honourable Member for Langley Aldergrove.
It was supposed to be temporary, transitory, tied to supply chain disruptions with the pandemic, and things were going to get back to normal with the lifting of gathering and transportation restrictions. But ask the average Canadian today what they think about inflation. Ask my granddaughter, who tanked up her car in Vancouver yesterday at $2.20 a litre. Ask the couple in my riding of Langley that are seeing house prices going up faster than they can save up for the down payment. Ask the average family that see the grocery bills just going through the roof. They will all tell you that inflation is our new reality. And now, Mr. Speaker, it's just time for us to get the government to recognize that new reality, that it's time to start thinking about monetary policy and getting big spending under control. Mr. Speaker, we owe it to our children and grandchildren to pass on a sound economy and a Canada proud, strong, and free.
The Honourable Member for Brampton South.
Mr. Speaker, since 1887, the Brampton Board of Trade has been a strong voice for Brampton businesses. They have been offering services that help businesses grow and prosper. This year, BBOT celebrates its 135th anniversary, and I want to recognize their dedication in serving the business community. Business faced unprecedented challenges during the pandemic, but with the leadership of the Chair Donna Fagan-Pascal and CEO Todd Letts, BBOT helped businesses navigate through the tough time. I want to thank the BBOT for connecting the business community through advocacy issue forums and networking events which promote economic development, from funding the Riverwalk flood mitigation project to supporting public transit, upskilling our workers, and supporting affordable childcare. We have always worked hand in hand and will continue this work into the future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Saskatoon Grasswood.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Bill C-11 is the latest in this Liberal government's attempt to regulate the internet and restrict what Canadians can post online. C-11, which is essentially a carbon copy of last Parliament's C-10, gives sweeping powers to the CRTC and regulate the internet and limit free expression. And to make matters worse, Mr. Speaker, the consequences of this poorly drafted legislation will likely be to weaken consumers' choice and hurt potential of Canadian creators. There is no doubt the Broadcasting Act needs to be modernized and the 21st century, but C-11 is not the vehicle to do it. The Heritage Minister needs to scrap today C-11 and go back to the drawing board once and for all. Hear, hear.
Just want to remind folks to keep your comments down so people can get their SO31s through. The Honourable Member for Fundy Royal.
Mr. Speaker, last Friday, the President of the National Police Federation told the Justice Committee that the Liberal government's efforts to get rid of mandatory jail time for serious crimes related to weapons trafficking and firearms offences is inconsistent with the expressed intent of the government to reduce firearms violence in Canada. In no uncertain terms, the Liberals' Bill C-5 will make Canadian communities less safe. We're all familiar with the long trail of broken promises left by this Liberal government over the past 7 years. But it seems particularly offensive to tell Canadians that you'll crack down on gun crime while writing a bill that does exactly the opposite. Regardless if someone lives in an urban centre or a rural community, they deserve to feel safe. I invite the Minister of Justice to take this bill back to the drawing board and to shift his focus from protecting criminals to protecting Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Hull-Aylmer. The American leader of civic rights, Martin Luther King, invented the expression, "Let us realize the arc of the moral universe is long, but it bends towards justice." These comments were made in the post-World War II context of a consensus to treat everyone equally. Women, racial minorities, religions, and people of different orientations, identities, and abilities all acquired civil rights. The mark of a healthy society is definitely linked to the extension of rights to all its citizens. I am concerned by the leaked decision of the U.S. Supreme Court. This could be a first example of overturning rights down in that country, and once it starts, where does it stop? Although this matter concerns Americans, we must be sure to defend the rights of women in Canada. The extension of rights for one person means the preservation of rights for all, and the restriction of rights for certain people means a weakening of rights for everyone. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Mr. Speaker, the Meadowlark Festival, a celebration of the unique and rich natural heritage of the South Okanagan and Similkameen Valleys, is happening once again this year on the Long May weekend. We started the Meadowlark Festival in 1998 to give residents an opportunity to celebrate the special place they live in and to let everyone learn about its natural diversity from expert guides through hiking, biking, canoeing, horse rides, and more. We were told at the start that it would be difficult to organize a weekend festival featuring 80 or more events with a group of volunteers, but the festival is still going strong 24 years later. It has thrived through the efforts of those volunteers, but I want to mention three in particular who truly built the festival early on: Doreen Olson, Lisa Scott, and Margaret Holm. So I invite everyone to take part in the Meadowlark Festival and celebrate the spectacular natural environment of the South Okanagan and Similkameen.
The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Mr. Speaker, I would like to take a moment in this House to underscore the work of a citizen in my riding. Mr. Serge Blondin, who is proudly from Saint-de-Plaine, was recently owner of the newspaper Le Point d'Impact, which covers the news of Saint-Anne-des-Plaines. Mr. Speaker, this work extended over his life, and he decided to, sadly, that after 33 years of journalism and loyal services to the community, he was going to close down his newspaper. Almost everyone knows Serge, who is the journalist. He was always at municipal town halls, covering political news, visiting business owners, and organizing dinners for the business community. Mr. Speaker, Serge will leave his mark, and on behalf of the Bloc Québécois and everyone in Saint-Anne-des-Plaines, I would like to commend the exemplary career of Mr. Blondin. Thank you, Serge, and see you soon.
The Honourable Member for Kootenay, Columbia.
Mr. Speaker, the City of Cranbrook is family-friendly, but that reputation is under threat because of Bill C-75, existing offender release legislation. Bill C-5, now being studied at the Justice Committee, would remove mandatory minimum penalties, introduce new catch-and-release conditional sentencing orders. This will make the existing situation worse. In fact, the Attorney General of BC has acknowledged the problem and pointed a finger right at the federal government legislation. As we work to address the opioid crisis, Canadians should not be left to accept criminal behavior, vandalism, or violence in our communities. Residents have had enough. Individuals are being threatened with machetes. Businesses are being broken into. Students are being intimidated at work. How many other small communities across Canada have the same situation? Mr. Speaker, as we consider C5, we must pursue legislation that serves to make our communities safer. This will only be realized when the government stops aiding offenders and begins to prioritize victims. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Cape Breton-Canso.
Mr. Speaker, it's with great pride that I congratulate both the Blizzard Women's Hockey Association and the Caper Women's Hockey Team on being named Kraft Hockeyville Champions for 2022. It's great to see that women's hockey will be front and center in our community. $250,000 is being invested in a building and a home dedicated to women's hockey in Cape Breton, the first of its kind in Canada. The Canada Games complex will serve women and girls of all ages and eventually develop the next generation of hockey all-stars. Mr. Speaker, I was inspired by the display of unity, collaboration, and passion among many folks back at home who voted for the Canada Games complex in the Kraft Hockeyville competition. Once again, my sincere congratulations to all of the organizers and to the women, the young women, who now have a place to call home of hockey.
Oral questions, question orale, the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Conservatives have always opposed Bill C-69, the No More Pipelines bill. It's kneecapped Canada's ability to develop and export our natural resources and killed jobs across the country. Bill C-69 was bad for Canada and, frankly, the world because of its negative effects. Alberta's top court has just ruled C-69 as unconstitutional. Will the Liberals now reverse this terrible piece of legislation, let Canadians get back to work, build pipelines, and sell our energy to the world?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Impact Assessment Act delivered on an important promise we made to Canadians to reform a broken system and restore public trust in how decisions about major projects are made. The previous Conservative government gutted environmental protections, eroded public trust, and discouraged investment, and made it harder, not easier, for major projects to be built. We will be appealing this decision.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Well, the Prime Minister is spreading misinformation and his bill is unconstitutional. Now, speaking of the cost of gasoline, the cost of gas is crippling Canadians, and the NDP Liberals have no plan to give Canadians a break. France, Japan, Italy, UK, Germany, they're all cutting taxes on gas to help reduce the price. What's this government doing? Well, nothing, except raking in billions of dollars of extra cash, all on the backs of Canadians who are paying far too much at the pumps. When other countries are offering gas tax relief for their citizens, why is the Prime Minister increasing taxes and the cost of everything?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Picking up on what the Leader of the Opposition just said about measures that were unconstitutional, I will remind her of what the Conservative Party's position was when that same Alberta court came out against our national price on pollution. They cheered, and then we appealed it to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court found, indeed, that it is the responsibility of Canada as a federal government to continue to put a price on pollution. Mr. Speaker, that's exactly what we're going to do to ensure that major projects get built while we protect the environment. That's why we're going to the Supreme Court.
Order. Let's start off right off. Let's keep it down a little bit. It's a gorgeous day outside. If you need to go for a walk, you can please take that walk. The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, what the Prime Minister doesn't realize is Canadians are suffering. Canadians are suffering because he's increasing taxes year after year, month after month, on the backs of everyday Canadians who cannot afford the price of gasoline. Mr. Speaker, his government, with the help of the NDP, are raking in billions of dollars of extra revenue while Canadians are suffering. So when will the Prime Minister, for just a moment, empathize with everyday Canadians, stop spreading information, and give Canadians a break?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we will continue to spread information, including the information that the price on pollution actually gives back more money to people in the provinces where it's imposed than it takes away. An average family does better with this price on pollution in places like Ontario, Saskatchewan, Alberta, because of the price on pollution. And indeed, they should talk to their colleague from New Brunswick who wanted them to return to the federal measure because it puts more money back in the pockets of Canadians. We will continue to have Canadians' backs and fight climate change.
Step down, just step down.
The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. More disinformation, Mr. Speaker. The parliamentary secretary explained that money doesn't find its way back into Canadians' pockets. And when I look at the Prime Minister today, he's smiling. He's happy to see the price of gas over $2 a litre. That's what we're seeing here in front of all Canadians. He's happy to have a price on pollution that is picking the pockets of Canadians. When will this Prime Minister show a bit of compassion and give Canadian families a break? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Since we first took office in 2015, we helped Canadians. We were there to help families. We reduced taxes on the middle class and raised them on the wealthiest. And most Quebecers appreciate that. I understand that the Conservative politicians don't, but we put a price on pollution which will help fight climate change. And where provinces don't want to take action on pollution, we will put more money back in people's pockets in Alberta, Saskatchewan, and Ontario, back in the pockets of families that need it. We will be there to help families through these tough times. The honourable member, keep spreading misinformation, Mr. Speaker. Could the Prime Minister not visit a grocery store with me and see how much Canadians are paying every day for various things? For example, bacon and pasta have gone up by 18%, cereals by 12%, oranges 24%, and nothing is spared. There's nothing on any shelf that hasn't gone up. So it's not true that the Prime Minister has helped people. Canadians are having a harder and harder time making ends meet. And when will the Prime Minister give them a bit of a break? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Global inflammation, which was caused by the pandemic and then made worse by the illegal invasion of Ukraine by Russia, these events are having real impacts on Canadian families, and we see this in gas and food prices. But like we did during the pandemic, we will continue to support Canadians, as we've already done. We will make life more affordable for Canadians by increasing the Canada Child Benefit, by providing childcare for $10 a day, by increasing support for the most vulnerable seniors. The problem is that the Conservatives keep voting against those measures. The honourable member for La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, while Quebec's in a language crisis, the federal government wants to prevent Quebec from imposing French in all workplaces. Ottawa's carving out an exception for federally regulated companies with Bill C-13. Thanks to that bill, these companies will be able to continue to operate in bilingual mode, or as they say at Air Canada or CN, in English only. The Charter of the French language will not apply to these companies. Does the Prime Minister realize that by allowing bilingual workplaces in these federally regulated companies, it's not defending French, it's defending the anglicization of Quebec? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we are there not only to protect French in Quebec, but also all across the country. That is why we've committed to protect and promote French all across Canada, and we introduced Bill C-13. C-13 adds significant provisions that will increase compliance with the Official Languages Act, giving the Official Languages Commissioner more powers to enforce the Act in federally regulated businesses, not just in Quebec, but in other parts with a heavy Francophone presence. We will always be there to defend French, not just in Quebec, but all across the country. The member for La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, French must be the language of work for everyone in Quebec, but with C-13, the Prime Minister is making French optional. He's telling Air Canada and CN, if you want to make an effort for French, you're entitled to choose the charter of the French language, but if you don't feel like lifting a finger, keep up the bilingualism like you've done for the past 30 years, and we all know where that gets us. There's no better way to accelerate the anglicization of Quebec. Why is it so hard to admit that it's French that's in danger in Quebec, not bilingualism? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, not only do we recognize that French is in decline in Quebec, it's in decline all across the country. And that's why our federal government, I understand that the Bloc really doesn't care what happens outside Quebec, but not us. We will be there to protect French all across the country. That's what we're doing with C-13. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Mr. Speaker, in 2021, 5 of the largest oil companies registered net profits of $21 billion. Takes some nerve. They're up to $9 billion already this year, and we're not done yet, with record prices of $2 a liter. While consumers' purchasing power is decreasing, executive bonuses in the oil patch are on average $13 million. When is this government going to crack down on oil companies that are filling their boots during this crisis? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the first thing we did in 2015 was increase taxes on the wealthiest Canadians in order to reduce them for the middle class. And we are continuing to invest to make sure that we have a fairer tax system that is tougher on the wealthy. And we are moving ahead with increased taxes for the largest banks and companies that are registering the biggest profits during the pandemic, so that we can continue to invest in families, seniors, and young people. We will be there for Canadians.
Island Powell River.
Mr. Speaker, while Canadians are being gouged at the pump, big oil and gas continues to make record profits. Imperial Oil made its highest profit in 30 years. Today, media tells us that Suncor Energy earnings are at almost $3 billion. This isn't just companies passing on their costs to consumers. This is companies making tremendous profit. While everyday Canadians in this country pay more than their fair share, when is this government going to make those big companies pay theirs?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, building a fairer and more inclusive economy has been a central focus for our government since day one. It's why we raised taxes on the 1% so we could lower them for the middle class. It's why we introduced the Canada Child Benefit, stopping checks from going to millionaires in order to send more money to families who needed it most, and more. That's why Budget 2022 just introduced a temporary Canada Recovery Dividend and increases the corporate income tax on banks permanently. Businesses must pay their fair share of taxes, and that's exactly what this government is ensuring.
Unless it's urgent. The Honourable Member for Lethbridge.
The Minister of Heritage keeps assuring Canadians that Bill C-11 won't interfere with their online viewing choices. Sure, perhaps the bill doesn't dictate which algorithms have to be used, but it does effectively take control of a person's search bar by determining what content that individual can or cannot access online. So say goodbye to consumer choice and say hello to whatever the government wants to force in front of your eyeballs. But the minister will tell you that I'm wrong. He'll put on a great show. So why does the minister insist on misleading Canadians?
Why? The Honourable Minister of Heritage Canada.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I don't have to tell my colleague that she's wrong. Everybody knows that she's wrong. They keep inventing facts all the time. But there's one thing that remains, Mr. Speaker. They don't care about our culture. They don't care about our films, our movies, everything that's produced in Canada, Mr. Speaker. Great. Not important for the Conservatives, and that's a shame.
The Honourable honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Mr. Speaker, other G7 leaders are trying to help their citizens and businesses to deal with the higher costs of fuel, like releasing gas reserves in the United States. Now, we may not have a strategic gas reserve here, but the Prime Minister can lower gas prices by temporarily reducing the GST on gasoline and diesel. This would save small businesses, commuters, and seniors on fixed incomes 8 cents a litre. Well, the Prime Minister, who said in Vancouver that higher gas prices are exactly what he wants, set aside his inflationary policy, work with Conservatives to give Canadians a break at the pumps. Will they do that?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, our government absolutely understands the affordability challenge that so many Canadians are facing. And that's why our budget includes a number of measures to help Canadians with affordability. Dental care, doubling support provided through the first-time homebuyers tax credit, introducing a multi-generational home renovation tax credit, and a $500 payment for people facing housing affordability challenges. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Regina Leuven.
Mr. Speaker, this Prime Minister continues to spread misinformation. We heard it today. This government continues to play the blame game with rising gas prices. It's COVID. It's Putin. The dog ate my homework. It's everyone else's fault but these Liberals. Moms trying to decide between filling up with gas and buying healthy snacks for their kids don't want to hear these Prime Ministers cherry-picked stats. Canadians should not be punished for driving to work and trying to return to their normal lives. Does this government have a plan to rein in soaring gas prices, and will they finally scrap the carbon tax?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And let me start by saying our government absolutely understands the affordability challenges that too many Canadian families are facing today. And that's why, since we formed government in 2015, we have been working hard to support Canadian families. We created the Canada Child Benefit, which is indexed to inflation. And thanks to that benefit, a single mother with 2 children will receive up to $13,600. We're increasing the OAS by 10%. And early learning and childcare is going to mean that fees are reduced by half by the end of this year.
The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, Canadians are suffering, Mr. Speaker. People in my riding are seeing the escalating price of gasoline. It's nearly doubled. It's driving the cost of food and everything else up. The Liberal Environment Minister promised that the price of the carbon tax wouldn't go above $50 a ton. That promise was broken. Now we've had multiple increases to the carbon tax in the middle of a pandemic when many Canadians have lost their jobs, and Canadians are at their limit. So will the government take some action to reduce the price of gas in Canada?
Bravo. The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, we will take no lessons from the Conservatives when it comes to supporting the most vulnerable Canadians with the cost of living. It was our government that introduced the CCB, indexed to inflation, and that lifted more than 300,000 children out of poverty. We increased the GIS, also indexed to inflation, and that has helped over 900,000 seniors. When we formed government in 2015, nearly 5.2 million Canadians were living in poverty. By 2019, the last year for which data is available, that number had dropped to 3.8 million, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Quebecers all across Quebec woke up to bad news this morning. The price of gas has pierced the psychological barrier of $2 a litre. This affects everyone because the cost of transporting all goods, like food, has gone up. And it will keep going up. Not to mention the fact that the Liberal government, their carbon tax went up on April 1st. Could the Minister of Finance tell us how much higher are government revenues? The Honourable Minister of Finance. Thank you for the question, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to point out once again that our government understands the affordability crisis for far too many Canadian families. And that is why we have a whole range of budget measures to help Canadians with the cost of living. And that includes dental care for Canadians, doubling the credit for a first home buyer, a $500 credit for people with housing access problems. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, St. John's Oil Refinery produces gasoline for pumps in Atlantic Canada and in New England. In southwest New Brunswick today, a litre of gasoline is selling for $1.89. But less than 10 minutes away in Calais, Maine, gasoline after the currency exchange is 50 cents less a litre. The difference is all taxes, which the Liberals and NDP plan on driving up every year going forward. Why is this government working so hard to drive up energy prices and make energy and life more unaffordable for Canadians?
The Honourable Minister of Finance. Oh. Sorry, we'll try this. The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
See the Minister. You got it right. Certainly, Mr. Speaker, the rise in gas prices and indeed the rise in other commodities is very much a concern. As the members opposite know full well, petroleum products are priced in a competitive free market without government intervention. Around the world, global energy markets are in flux due to strong demand from COVID recovery, but also with respect to the invasion of Ukraine. Affordability here in Canada has been, will continue to be a primary focus of this government in everything that it does.
That's not true.
I think maybe someone should go for a walk outside.
The Honourable Member for La Pointe de l'Île. Mr. Speaker, the government says it's outraged because CN has appointed a unilingual English-speaking board of directors. Yet it avoids the obvious solution. If the Charter of the French language applied to CN, we would never have got here. If the Charter applied, CN, a Montreal-based company, would never have developed such a disconnected culture as to appoint a 100% English-speaking board of directors without even realizing that that's a problem. Why does the minister refuse to subject companies under federal jurisdiction to the Charter of the French language? The Honourable Minister of Official Languages. Mr. Speaker, once again, I'd like to thank my friend for his question. As a Francophone from New Brunswick and having visited minority communities, I know how important it is to protect and promote French all across the country, including Quebec. And that's why we have a bill, a new version. We'll have a new version of the Official Languages Act, and I hope that members of the Bloc and all opposition members will support us on this important legislation, which will make a real difference in the lives of all Canadians. The Honourable Member for La Pointe de l'Île. Mr. Speaker, unilingual English appointments at CN are a direct result of the Federal Official Languages Act. The federal government created this situation by allowing CN to bypass Bill 101 for 30 years in favor of the Official Languages Act. The Official Languages Act, which is a federal act, in Quebec creates corporate cultures like this one where French is considered unimportant. So why does this new Liberal bill continue to encourage CN and similar companies to bypass the Charter of the French language? The Honourable Minister of Official Languages. Mr. Speaker, it's quite the opposite. With our new bill, we want to ensure that Francophones in Quebec and outside Quebec will be able to use their language, French. We know that French is in decline in Canada, including Quebec, and that's why we have a new version of the Act with more teeth to ensure compliance so that more Francophones will be protected from coast to coast. The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Mr. Speaker, what Quebecers are asking for is for French to be mandatory in the workplace. Of course, workers can be bilingual or even trilingual, but French must be the language they use at work and that our businesses operate in. The solution is simple, and it's at the heart of the bill I introduced, C-238. It's about making federally regulated businesses subject to the Charter of the French language. It's that simple. Does the minister realize by refusing this simple solution, she's encouraging businesses to turn their backs on French? The Honourable Minister of Official Languages. Mr. Speaker, once again, I would encourage my honourable colleagues to read Bill C-13. Obviously, they haven't. With Bill C-13, that will give federally regulated employees not the option but the right to work in French. We want to make sure, once again, that we protect and promote French all across Canada, including in Quebec. And I hope the Bloc Québécois will work with us to ensure that this bill goes through. Thank you.
The honourable member for Thornhill.
50,000 fans watched the Jays play live. No masks, no mandates. Over 20,000 with standing room only to see the Leafs in the playoffs. No masks, no mandates. And thank goodness this government's not in charge of sports. The secret public health advice that they are getting seems exclusively focused on punishing Canadians who want to fly and see their families or get back to work. So I'll ask again, which day will this government end the vindictive mandates?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very glad to answer this question. There's no secret, Mr. Speaker. No secret evidence. Everyone knows that vaccination saves lives. 163,000 lives would have been saved in the United States just with Omicron if they had had a higher vaccination rate. In Canada, Mr. Speaker, we have been vaccinated to a large number, to a large extent, and that's why we have been successful at having one of the lowest rates of death in the world with COVID-19.
The honourable member for Thornhill.
Mr. Speaker, I'll invite the minister to table the secret public health advice that's different in this country than in any other country. The Jays and the Leafs are both busing to the Buffalo airport to be able to join the rest of the league without delays. That's because the ineffective redundancy at our own airports. Most Canadians don't have that luxury. Lineups and wait times at Pearson Airport will only worsen over the summer unless this government asks. So, Mr. Speaker, I will ask one more time, when will Canada join the rest of the world and drop the restrictions?
The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, let me start with the good news first. More Canadians are traveling today than the last 2 years. Good for tourism.
Order. Order. Let the minister answer his question. The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, the good news is that more Canadians want to travel, want to go on trips, want to visit families, and we're seeing large volumes at airports. Mr. Speaker, these delays, we're working on them. Yesterday, I met with the CEO of CATSA. We've struck a working group a few weeks ago to address these issues, to work quickly to address these surge in demand. Mr. Speaker, we're seeing surge across the entire economy. Our government is responsive. We're working proactively to address these issues as quickly as possible. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Next time I have to stand, I will skip to the next party's question. Okay? So this is the warning. This is the warning. The Honourable Member for Wellington, Halton Hills.
Well, Mr. Speaker, Canada's mortality rate is not the best in class. Japan, Finland, Australia, and many other OECD countries have much lower death rates from COVID. Canada is one of the few remaining countries with domestic air travel restrictions in place. Canadians have endured the isolation of the pandemic and separation from loved ones. We live in a vast country where air travel is often the only way to visit loved ones. There are some 3 million Canadians who remain unvaccinated, who cannot board a flight to see loved ones. When will the government lift these domestic air travel restrictions?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me say what everyone knows is that vaccination is not punishment. Vaccination is protection. When we vaccinate ourselves, not only do we protect ourselves against a disease which can be very serious, but we also protect those around us that we like and we love, and therefore we protect them and their community. Vaccination, Mr. Speaker, just in the last few months, in England, the large rate of boosters that they have in Britain, that, Mr. Speaker, has avoided about 130,000 hospitalizations just during Omicron.
The Honourable Member for Charlesbourg. Mr. Speaker.
The Prime Minister has always said that science is the foundation of Canada's response to the pandemic. While countries around the world have already abandoned mandatory proof of vaccination, the Prime Minister continues to demand it of all Canadian airports. If we're talking science, how does he explain having 28,000 people in a stadium without proof of vaccination, but we can't travel through our own country? Can the Prime Minister share his science and explain why he insists on keeping these restrictions? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The reason for which we can roll back some measures is because we have a high rate of vaccination. Had we not had such a high level of vaccination at the end of 2021, and had we not had solid public health measures, certain estimates state that we would have had 400,000 deaths in Canada in the last 6 months of 2021, because we cannot choose to have public health measures being rolled back if we don't have the right rate of vaccination.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Mr. Speaker, while people are struggling to live, the increasing costs of groceries, gas and housing are making it even harder, and caregivers are feeling these increasing costs. The Canada Child Benefit is a crucial benefit to help caregivers with the costs of living. Yet, during the pandemic, the government clawed back on the benefit for families who need it served. The Liberals claim to support everyday people. Meanwhile, they're standing by while families struggle. When will the minister fix this issue and support those who lost income because of ruthless government cuts?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for raising this important issue. We understand that the cost of living has gone up, particularly because of COVID, because of the illegal war in Ukraine, and that's why we have the Canada Child Benefit in place that, in fact, we had before. It has helped lift over 300,000 families out of poverty, and we continue to ensure that it is indexed to inflation so that we can help families that we know are in need. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Mr. Speaker, people with disabilities make up 41% of Canadians living in poverty. These were the Canadians hardest hit during this pandemic. And now a disproportionate number of Canadians with disabilities are feeling the additional pressures of inflation, using food banks and losing their housing. How can we let this continue? Advocates across the country are calling for action. When will the government finally prioritize people with disabilities and put in place a Canada Disability Benefit?
The Honourable Minister.
In fact, we had a wonderful meeting just this morning to discuss this very issue. Mr. Speaker, since 2015, we've made historic advancements in disability inclusion. And just this past budget, 2022, we're investing almost $300 million in an employment strategy for people with disabilities and alternate format materials. Moving forward, we are committed to reintroducing the Canada Disability Benefit legislation and, of course, Canada's first ever Disability Inclusion Action Plan. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Davenport.
Mr. Speaker, it meant so much to Davenport residents and indeed to all Canadians to see the Prime Minister in Kiev on Sunday, to see him stand shoulder to shoulder with President Zelensky, as we have done so since day one. Canada is an unwavering partner to Ukraine, and we've been providing comprehensive military support to our Ukrainian partners as they fight to defend their country. And this weekend, the Prime Minister announced even more aid. Can the Minister of National Defence update the members of this House and Canadians on this new military aid?
Good question. The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the Honourable Member from Davenport for her question today. Our support for Ukraine remains unwavering. This past weekend, while the Prime Minister was in Kyiv, he announced $50 million more in military aid in addition to the $131 million already committed since February. This includes 18 drone cameras, $15 million of high-resolution satellite imagery, $1 million in small arms and related ammunition, and additional ammunition for the M777 howitzers. Mr. Speaker, as Ukrainian heroes fight back to win this war, Canada stands shoulder to shoulder with them. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton West.
In response to the passport delay crisis at Service Canada, Liberal after Liberal has stated it was all hands on deck and Service Canada was working 24/7 to address the issue to help Canadians. Yet at a Service Canada office in Edmonton, there's a poster at the door that says they'll only help you if you're traveling within 5 days due to reduced capability. Now, only with this government could you spend more money and end up with less service to Canadians. Yeah. So when will the minister acknowledge it's Service Canada as opposed to not in Service Canada and get back to serving Canadians?
The Honourable Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I've stated numerous times in the House, there is an unprecedented demand when it comes to passports. And the reason why at Service Canada passport offices they are only able to serve people with urgent travel is because of this unprecedented demand. That being said, the 303 Service Canada offices are open to receive passport applications for those that are traveling at a longer period of time. Mr. Speaker, as I've said, Service Canada employees across the country are working overtime, evenings and weekends to support Canadians to access their passports in a timely manner. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Yellowhead.
Well, good to hear that the staff are working hard. Too bad this government wasn't working as hard. Mr. Speaker, Kristen from Hinton mailed in her 3 sons' passports over 2 months ago and was still waiting for the passports to be renewed. After spending hours on the phone, 2 trips to Edmonton, which is 3 hours one way, she ended up having to pay express service. Mr. Speaker, will the NDP Liberal government stop charging people more money to fix their backlogs, or do they need the money to pay for all the NDP Liberal coalition promises?
The Honourable Minister of Families.
Mr. Speaker, as I've said, there is an unprecedented demand right now when it comes to passports. However, if all required documents have been submitted and Service Canada's outside service standards, the client will not be charged for expedited or transfer fees. This is not something that should be happening, and of course, if it is, I invite either MPs or citizens to follow up with Service Canada because they should be receiving their services without having to pay those expedited fees. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lake Brock.
Speaker, constituents in my riding are complaining non-stop about delays at Service Canada, like Melody, whose child's passport didn't arrive in the mail. She waited in line all day only to be rudely told to go home. Or Michael, who stood in line for 7 hours for a copy of his social insurance number in an office that had 1 employee that usually has 6. Now Service Canada won't even talk to you unless you have an appointment. In fact, even if you do, you were told to wait outside until your scheduled appointment. Does the minister have any plans to put the service back in Service Canada?
The Honourable Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And in fact, as of this week, all wickets in Service Canadas across the country are open. They are also opening to ensure that clients can wait inside. In fact, there are both by appointment, but there are also walk-in services. As I've said, we are experiencing a huge surge in demand when it comes to passports. We understand that Canadians over the past 2 years stayed home, followed public health guidance, and now want to travel. That being said, while we've taken additional measures to respond to this unprecedented demand, we will continue to maintain these extra services so that we can respond to Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Dufferin-Caledon.
Unprecedented demand? Yes, it's very hard to calculate when a 5-year and a 10-year passport expires. The only person and the only government that would be confused by this unprecedented demand is this incoherent, incompetent government. What's truly unprecedented, Mr. Speaker, is the staggering incompetence that is putting so many Canadians in an absolutely untenable situation. We've heard about the maybe 500 new employees. It's not fixing anything. Will this minister and this government actually do something to fix this unprecedented disaster?
Right. The Honourable Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I've said, over the past 2 years, a number of passports have expired and Canadians now want to travel again. That being said, for 2 years ago, Passport Canada processed 300,000 processes. Last year, it was 1.2 million. In April alone, we had 300,000 passports processed. There is an unprecedented demand in terms of getting passports processed. We are responding in kind to serve Canadians as quickly as possible, but there are additional measures that have been taken and we'll continue to keep these measures in place as long as needed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The federal fiasco in the temporary foreign worker program program has raised the ire of many industries in Quebec. The Conseil du Patronat, the manufacturers and exporters, want Ottawa to stop requiring companies to conduct market impact studies which duplicate the ones Quebec already produces. In the midst of a labour shortage, Ottawa delays the arrival of temporary foreign workers for months on end unnecessarily. Why continue to require companies to conduct labour market impact assessments that already exist in Quebec, Mr. Speaker? The Honourable Minister or Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister for Immigration. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Listen, we know that immigration is essential in fighting labour shortages. Yesterday, or rather IRCC, prioritizes priority industries in immigration like food, agri-food, producing and other production. Last quarter, we processed over 100,000 requests, almost double that of the same period last year. We will continue to make sure that Canadian employers and Quebec employers have access to the workers they need in order to make sure that we have an economic recovery in Canada. The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Mr. Speaker, last year there was COVID, let's not forget, so there was less demand. Mr. Speaker, whilst Ottawa was sleeping on the issue. No, that's another question. Now I have the right one. With regards to temporary foreign workers, our SMEs are being decimated by the labour shortage, while the government, well, I'm sure the government is going to... Okay, so we're going to start from the beginning again. The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Mr. Speaker, whilst Ottawa is sleeping on the issue of temporary foreign workers, our SMEs are being decimated by the labour shortage. Whilst the government tells us that everything is fine, 15% of Quebec SMEs are relocating their activities because they simply have no one to return to their plants. 62% of them are losing contracts because they have no workers, because they have to raise their prices, because they have to deliver late. When will the government understand that everything must be done to speed up and ease the arrival of temporary foreign workers in our SMEs? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister for Immigration. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Listen, we recognise that temporary foreign workers once again are essential to Canada's economy. That is the reason for which in the roadmap for solutions with regards to labour, we will be eliminating the low income threshold for seasonal workers. We will extend LMIA validity for low-income jobs, and we will be increasing our other measures.
Lake Country.
Mr. Speaker, during pandemic restrictions, we saw small businesses become more reliant on debit and credit card transactions. This forced them to shoulder more costs in interchange fees at a time when inflation is hitting them hard. The Liberals have been making commitments to lower credit card fees since 2017. Australia's done it, EU countries have done it. A year ago, the Minister of Finance committed again in Budget 2021, and yet we have seen no results. Can Canadian small businesses trust the Minister to lower credit card fees, or is this more misinformation?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, what I can share with this House and this honourable member is that this government has always stood behind small businesses throughout the pandemic, supporting them, getting them through the pandemic. But you know what we did do in Budget 2022? We cut their taxes. We cut their taxes so that we can help businesses and small businesses grow. We're going to keep working for small businesses and entrepreneurs in this country to help them start up, scale up, and access those new markets.
The Honourable Member for Banff Airdrie.
That sounded like another load of disinformation. Tourism operators, Mr. Speaker, restaurants and other small businesses in Alberta are ready to be back at full capacity, but there's something holding them back: severe labour shortages. And in many cases, these shortages are forcing them to cut back their business hours. And they can't even turn to the Temporary Foreign Workers Program because this Liberal government is drowning small businesses in red tape and is failing to process LMIAs and work permits. So does that Liberal government not understand the massive economic costs of businesses being closed because they can't have enough workers, or do they just not care?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I know that the incredibly low unemployment rate, in fact, the lowest unemployment rate in the history of our country since we've been recording this data, is putting a burden on employers to find workers. And that's why we're taking an all-of-a-government approach to addressing labor shortages, whether it's welcoming talent from around the world, investing in our workers of the future, looking to transition workers through skills and training opportunities, or, Mr. Speaker, investing in specific sectors that are transitioning. We are not leaving anything to chance in making sure that we address these labor shortages across government.
The Honourable Member for Bellechasse-les-Etchemins-Lévis. Mr. Speaker, it's a smokescreen. Small businesses have suffered enormously during the pandemic, including temporary closures. We know that full well they are now facing severe labour shortages and unacceptable delays from Immigration Canada. A landscaping company in my riding has had to wait 10 to 12 weeks to get a work permit for its temporary foreign workers. Well, newsflash, Mr. Speaker, in 12 weeks the summer will be over. What does this government intend to do for this company, Mr. Speaker? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister for Immigration. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Listen, Canada's economic recovery has begun strongly in March 2022. We created 73,000 jobs. That brought joblessness to 5.3%. Canada's economic recovery goes beyond many employers' capacity to find workers, which means that there are labour shortages throughout the country, and that is the reason for which we have announced changes to our temporary foreign worker program in order to ensure that this program continues to meet the needs of Canadian labour markets. We will continue to work with provinces, with territories, and our other partners in order to continue our excellent economic recovery in Canada, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Saint-Léonard Saint-Michel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week, the Minister for Canadian Heritage hosted a cultural summit in Ottawa, one of the main topics of which was the modernization of our laws to support our online culture. And so, the adoption of C11 is essential in order to do that, but the Conservatives are more interested in petty politics and will do anything to block it. Can the Minister inform us why the cultural community is actually so supportive of this bill? The Honourable Minister for Canadian Heritage. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for her excellent work, her amazing work. What I would like to say is that our culture needs equitable rules for web giants, and that is exactly what our bill does on streaming and our artists and our creators. All of our workers in the cultural sector are expecting us to act, but the Conservatives keep abandoning them over and over and over and over again. What they want is petty politics. Canada needs this kind of bill, this kind of statute, and it's time to move forward for the cultural sector, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Dauphin, Swan River, Nipawin.
Mr. Speaker, we know the Liberals' environmental policies are hurting Canadian farmers. Whether it's the carbon tax, fertilizer restrictions, the list goes on and on. However, last week, Canadian farmers received shocking news. The Minister of the Environment admitted he has never visited a Canadian farm since he's appointed. If the Minister is willing to walk all over Canadian farmers, why won't he walk on a family farm?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's very strange because I visited a farm with the Minister for the Environment about 1 month ago in the Montérégie. It was very impressive to see these new eco-energetic grain dryers, an amazing robotic dairy farm. It was very interesting. It was good for me and for the Environment Minister, so I did go to a farm.
Member for Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Stakeholders are calling out the Liberals on their failure to ensure adequate and reliable rail service for Western agriculture products destined for markets around the world. According to the Executive Director of the Western Grain Elevator Association, and I quote, "We're right back to the same quagmire we were in before Bill C-49 was passed." Instead of wasting his energy maintaining vindictive travel bans for Canadians, when will this minister tackle actual transportation issues here in Canada?
The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Speaker, the issue of rail traffic is of incredible importance to our government. We've been there for businesses, for shippers, for farmers, for producers to ensure that they have the services that they need so we can sell it internally, domestically, and around the world. Mr. Speaker, I've written to CNCP to express the frustration that I've been hearing from shippers and farmers to ensure that they know that the government cares about excellent delivery record, safety record, and we'll be there supporting our farmers to deliver their products to markets, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Medicine Hat, Carson Warner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That appears to be more disinformation while Canadians are suffering. You know, Mr. Speaker, my riding, people are very concerned with the cost of living and the out-of-control inflation. My constituents have asked me to confirm with the finance minister that she understands that printing money, borrowing, and out-of-control spending is the actual problem. Does the finance minister not realize that if she keeps printing, borrowing, and spending, whether to buy votes or to secure alliances with the NDP, that she is the single largest factor driving up inflation on Canadian families?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, yet again, the Conservatives seem to be criticizing a budget that they imagined rather than the budget we actually delivered. I'd like to urge them to maybe read the National Post, which described the budget we delivered as, quote, prudent and responsible, and pointed out, quote, the efforts to expand Canada's productive capacity and hold the line on spending are welcome, as are the new commitments to defence. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Willowdale.
Mr. Speaker, the ongoing crisis in Syria has triggered one of the worst humanitarian crises of modern era. Millions of Syrians have been displaced, seeking refuge in Canada and in neighboring countries such as Lebanon, Jordan, and Egypt. The situation is dire. Could the Minister of International Development inform this House what our government is doing to help Syrians and neighboring countries?
The Honourable Minister of International Development.
Speaker, I'd like to thank the member from Willowdale for his strong advocacy. Since 2015, our government has been there present for the Syrian people, with over $4 billion in funding that includes significant humanitarian development and stabilization assistance. Today, I announced that we will continue to be there for them with an additional funding of over $229 million to Syria and the surrounding region. This funding will help the crisis-affected people meet their basic needs, such as food, sanitation, health services, and empowering women and girls and advancing gender rights. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Today, media reported that Afghan interpreters who helped the Canadian military are being tortured and beaten by the Taliban while they wait for this government to get them to safety. Yesterday, our committee was told that 3,800 Afghans had their identities verified by National Defence, but only 900 of those have had their applications processed. No one knew and can advise what happened to the other 2,900 applications. Meanwhile, IRCC is in complete chaos, and they're asking GAC to resubmit those cases. Can the minister confirm if IRCC has lost those urgent applications?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Immigration.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So far, more than 12,600 Afghan refugees have arrived in Canada so far, and more than half of those who arrived through our special immigration measures for Afghan who assisted in Canada's mission in Afghanistan, and another 2 flights are arriving later this week. We will not stop, Mr. Speaker, until we reach our goal to welcome at least 40,000 Afghan refugees to Canada. Merci.
The honourable member for Nunavut.
I rise to bring awareness to Bear Witness Day. We must do everything to ensure First Nations children receive fair public services and funding. How long must we hear stories of Indigenous children and families who cannot access the services to ensure good health and well-being? The injustice must end. The Liberals must fully comply with the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal and fully implement the Jordan's Principle. Will this government finally end the discriminatory funding of First Nations Child and Family Services?
The Honourable Minister of Indigenous Services.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for her ongoing advocacy for equity and fairness for First Nations children. In fact, this government has been fully complying with Jordan's Principle. We will continue to do that, Mr. Speaker. Not only that, Mr. Speaker, but the parties are negotiating on a final agreement. We, as you know, have an agreement in principle that we're working with all the parties to finalize. And, Mr. Speaker, rest assured, we will work tirelessly to ensure that First Nations children have every opportunity to succeed. Good job.
Well, that's all the time we have for question period today. And I believe we had a point of order from the Honourable Member for Port Moody Coquitlam, I believe.
Mr. Speaker, there have been consultations, and I believe that if you seek it, you will find consent for the following motion. That given that the disability community has disproportionately been negatively impacted by the pandemic and the rising cost of goods and food and the skyrocketing cost of housing, that the House call on the government to put in place a Canada disability benefit without delay.
Hear, hear. All those opposed to the Honourable Member moving the motion, please say nay. Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. The motion is carried. It being 3:15, pursuant to order made on Thursday, November 25th, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the sub-amendment of Mr. Viss on the amendment to the motion at second reading stage of Bill C-19. Call in the members. Voilà. La question est la suivante.
The question is the following one.
Mr. Blair moved that Bill C-19 enact to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on April 7, 2022, and other measures be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Finance. Monsieur Fast, appuyé par Monsieur Albus.
Mr. Fast, seconded by Mr. Albus, moved the following amendment. That the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word that and substituting the following.
Give the second reading to Bill C-19 and act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on April 7, 2022, and other measures, since the bill fails, among other things, to address inflation, provide tax relief for Canadians, and take immediate action to increase housing supply. And the sub-amendment, Mr. Viss, seconded by Mr. Williams, moved that the, may I dispense? Mr. Viss, seconded by Mr. Williams, moved the following amendment, that the amendment be amended by adding the following, and fails to combat tax evasion. The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. Que tous ceux qui appuient le sous-amendement.
All those in favor of the sub-amendment will please rise.
Bergen. Mr. Paulus. Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Chung.
Mr. Chung.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Ms. Dancho.
Ms. Dancho.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. McCauley, Edmonton West.
Mr. McCauley, Edmonton West.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Miss Lantzman.
Ms. Lantzman.
Mr. Halan.
Mr. Halan.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Vidal.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Martel.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Miss Rude.
Miss Rude.
Madame Bien.
Madame Bien.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Miss Ferrari.
Miss Ferrari.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Miss Gladue.
Miss Gladue.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Monsieur Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Aboultaïf.
Mr. Aboultaïf.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Reddekopp.
Mr. Reddekopp.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Vong.
Mr. Vong.
All those opposed to the sub-amendment will please rise.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Miss Bennett.
Miss Bennett.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Miss Qualtrough.
Miss Qualtrough.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Miss Anand.
Miss Anand.
Monsieur Lametti.
Mr. Lemessy.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Miss Hutchings.
Miss Hutchings.
Miss Tassi.
Miss Tassi.
Madame Pitts-Taylor.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Miss Jazek.
Miss Jazek.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Miss Chagger.
Miss Chagger.
Miss Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Miss Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Miss Scrow.
Miss Scrow.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Miss Kira.
Miss Kira.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Miss Murray.
Miss Murray.
Miss Gould.
Miss Gould.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
McKinnon Gatineau.
Miss Ing.
Miss Ing.
Miss Ian.
Miss Ian.
Miss Haidu.
Miss Haidu.
Monsieur Miller.
Monsieur Miller.
Mr. Mandicino.
Mr. Mandicino.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibot.
Madame Bibot.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Miss Vandenveld.
Miss Vandenveld.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Kuzmaricek.
Mr. Kuzmaricek.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Miss Sahota.
Mr. Hota.
Mr. Ananda Sangare.
Mr. Ananda Sangare.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Miss Dillon.
Miss Dillon.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Monsieur Yacono.
Monsieur Yacono.
Mr. Nagvi.
Mr. Nagvi.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Vancouverden.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Miss O'Connell.
Miss O'Connell.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Miss Sachs.
Miss Sachs.
Miss May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Miss Derowitz.
Miss Derowitz.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Miss Damoff.
Miss Damoff.
Miss Khalid.
Miss Khalid.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Miss Sidhu Brampton South.
Miss Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Sarbora.
Mr. Sabara.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Weiler.
Mr. Weiler.
Mr. Zubiri.
Mr. Zuberi.
Ms. Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Mr. Chahal.
Mr. Chahal.
Mr. Collins, Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Mr. Collins, Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diab.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Ms. Hefner.
Ms. Hefner.
Ms. Kayavaga.
Ms. Kayavaga.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. McDonald Malpec.
Mr. McDonald Malpec.
Mr. Miao.
Mr. Miao.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mrs. Valdez.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Madame Normandin.
Madame Normandin.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Villemur.
Monsieur Villemur.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Gaudreau.
Madame Gaudreau.
Monsieur Barsalou-Duval.
Monsieur Barcelot-Duval.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Vignola.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Trudel.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Monsieur Désilet.
Monsieur Désilet.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Miss Kwan.
Miss Kwan.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Miss Blaney.
Miss Blaney.
Miss Idlout.
Miss Idlout.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Miss Gazan.
Miss Gazan.
Mr. Green.
Mr. Green.
Miss Barron.
Miss Barron.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Miss Zarillo.
Miss Zarillo.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Miss Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings. The electronic voting period has now ended. If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them.
Madame Martinez.
Ms. Martinez-Ferrada.
Oui, merci.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would just like to make sure that my vote against was registered. Yes, it was registered as no, nay. Anyone else? No. The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 115, 115. Nays contre 211, 211.
I declare the sub-amendment defeated. The next question is on the amendment, and the question is as follows. Ms. Freeland, seconded by Mr. Blair, move that Bill C-19, an act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on April 7, 2022, and other. May I dispense?
Yes.
All right. The amendment by Mr. Fass, seconded by Mr. Albus, move the following amendment, that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word that, and may I dispense? That, and substituting the following, the House declined to give second reading to Bill C-19, an act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on April 7, 2022, and other measures, since the bill fails, among other things, to address inflation, provide tax relief for Canadians, and take immediate action to increase housing supply. If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes to request a recorded division or that the amendment be adopted on division, I invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. The honourable member for Kelowna Lakeland.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to request a recorded division. Yay!
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started in the House. Now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favor of the amendment will please rise.
Ms. Bergen. Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Fass.
Mr. Fass.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Ms. Dancho.
Ms. Dancho.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. McCauley and Minton West.
Mr. McCauley, Edmonton West.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Generou.
Mr. Generou.
Miss Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Miss Landsman.
Miss Landsman.
Mr. Halan.
Mr. Halan.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Vidal.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Gallant.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Miss Rude.
Miss Rude.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Miss Ferrari.
Miss Ferrari.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Miss Gladue.
Miss Gladue.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Monsieur Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Aboultaïf.
Mr. Aboultaïf.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Lehoux.
Mr. Lehoux.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Van Papta.
Mr. Van Papta.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
All those opposed to the amendment will please rise.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Miss Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Miss Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Miss Anand.
Ms. Anand.
Monsieur Lametti.
Mr. Lametti.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Miss Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Madame Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Madame Petitpois-Taylor.
Madame Petitpois-Taylor.
Miss Jazek.
Ms. Jazek.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Miss Chagger.
Ms. Chager.
Miss Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Miss Groh.
Ms. Groh.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Miss Kara.
Ms. Kara.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Miss Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Miss Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Miss Ing.
Miss Ing.
Miss Ian.
Miss Ian.
Miss Saidu.
Miss Haidu.
Monsieur Miller.
Monsieur Miller.
Monsieur Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Madame Le Bousselier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibot.
Madame Bibot.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Miss Vandenveld.
Ms. Vandenveld.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Kuzmaricek.
Mrs. Kuzmaricek.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Miss Sahota.
Mr. Hota.
Mr. Ananda Sangare.
Mr. Ananda Sangare.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame de Brussen.
Madame de Brussen.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Miss Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Elkoury.
Mr. Elkoury.
Back to Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Monsieur Yacono.
Mr. Yacono.
Mr. Nagvi.
Mr. Nagvi.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Vancouverden.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Miss O'Connell.
Miss O'Connell.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Miss Sachs.
Miss Sachs.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Miss Zerwix.
Miss Zerowitz.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Miss Damoff.
Miss Dama.
Miss Khalid.
Miss Khalid.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Madame Shanahan.
Madam Shanahan.
Miss Sidhu Brampton South.
Miss Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Sarbora.
Mr. Barra.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spangman.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Miss Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Weiler.
Mr. Weiler.
Mr. Zuberi.
Mr. Zuberi.
Miss Bradford.
Miss Bradford.
Mr. Chahal.
Mr. Zahal.
Mr. Collins, Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Mr. Collins, Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diab.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Miss Hepner.
Miss Hepner.
Miss Kayabaga.
Miss Carabaga.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. McDonald Malpec.
Mr. McDonald Malpec.
Mr. Miao.
Mr. Miao.
Miss Thompson.
Miss Thompson.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mrs. Valdez.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrier.
Madame Normandin.
Madame Normandin.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Brunel Duceppe.
Monsieur Brunel Duceppe.
Monsieur Villemur.
Monsieur Villemur.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Gaudreau.
Madame Gaudreau.
Monsieur Barsalou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Vignola.
Monsieur Savard Tremblay.
Monsieur Savard Tremblay.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Trudel.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Monsieur Désilet.
Monsieur Désilet.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Miss Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Miss Blaney.
Ms. Blaney.
Miss Idlout.
Ms. Idlout.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Miss Gazan.
Ms. Gazan.
Mr. Green.
Mr. Green.
Miss Barron.
Ms. Barron.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Miss Cirillo.
Ms. Cirillo.
Mr. Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Miss Matheson.
Miss Matheson.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings. I wish to inform the House the electronic period has ended. Si les députés n'ont pas pu voter.
If members were unable to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raised hand function, and the chair will recognize them. And I see hands raised.
Encore là, je ne sais pas si c'est la deuxième fois ou pour la première fois. Madame Martinez-Ferrada. Okay, bon, merci. Quelqu'un d'autre? Anybody else had technical difficulties? Nope. All right. The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 115, 115. Nays contre 211, 211.
I declare the amendment defeated. And our third question. The next question is on the main motion. The question is as follows. Ms. Freeland, seconded by Mr. Blair, move that Bill C-19, an act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on April 7, 2022, and other measures be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Finance. If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes to request a recorded division or that the motion be adopted on division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. The honourable member for... I know. Isn't that terrible? And I'm going to take my time. The honourable member for Coast of Bays, Central Notre Dame.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to request a recorded division.
I was going to call him Central, anyway, doesn't matter. The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Ms. Anand.
Ms. Anand.
Monsieur Lametti.
Monsieur Lametti.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Jazek.
Ms. Jazek.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Chagger.
Ms. Chagger.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. Groh.
Ms. Groh.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Ms. Kira.
Ms. Kira.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ian.
Ms. Ian.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Mandacino.
Mr. Mandacino.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibot.
Madame Bibot.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Kuzmerichek.
Mr. Kuzmerichek.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Ananda Sangare.
Mr. Ananda Sangare.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Hessassi.
Mr. Hessassi.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Iacono.
Mr. Iacono.
Mr. Nagvi.
Mr. Nagvi.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Miss O'Connell.
Miss O'Connell.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Miss Sachs.
Miss Sachs.
Miss May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Miss Zerowitz.
Miss Zerowitz.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Miss Damoff.
Mr. Damoff.
Miss Khalid.
Miss Khalid.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Fort Coquitlam.
McKinnon Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod.
McLeod.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Miss Sidhu Brampton South.
Miss Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Sorbara.
Mr. Sorbara.
Mr. Spangaman.
Mr. Spangaman.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Miss Yip.
Miss Yip.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Weiler.
Mr. Weiler.
Monsieur Zuberi.
Mr. Zuberi.
Miss Bradford.
Miss Bradford.
Mr. Chahal.
Mr. Chahal.
Mr. Collins, Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Mr. Collins, Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diab.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Miss Hepfner.
Miss Hepner.
Miss Kayabaga.
Miss Kayabaga.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. McDonald Malpec.
Mr. McDonald Malpec.
Mr. Miao.
Mr. Miao.
Miss Thompson.
Thompson.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mrs. Valdez.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Madame Normandin.
Madame Normandin.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Brunel Duceppe.
Monsieur Brunel Duceppe.
Monsieur Villemur.
Monsieur Villemur.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Gaudreau.
Madame Gaudreau.
Monsieur Barsalou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Vignola.
Monsieur Savard Tremblay.
Monsieur Savard Tremblay.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Trudel.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Monsieur Désilet.
Monsieur Désilet.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Miss Kwan.
Miss Kwan.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Miss Blaney.
Miss Blaney.
Miss Idlout.
Miss Idlout.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Miss Gazan.
Miss Gazan.
Miss Green. Mr. Green.
Mr. Green.
Miss Barron.
Miss Barron.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Miss Zarillo.
Miss Zarillo.
Mr. Boulris.
Monsieur Boulevis.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Miss Matheson.
Miss Matheson.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Miss Bergen.
Miss Bergen.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Fass.
Mr. Fass.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Miss Dancho.
Miss Dancho.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Macaulay and Minton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. General.
Mr. General.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Miss Lantzman.
Miss Lantzman.
Mr. Halan.
Mr. Halan.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Melillo.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Vidal.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Vist.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Martel.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Miss Rude.
Miss Rude.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Miss Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodrich.
Miss Ferrari.
Miss Ferrari.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Miss Gladue.
Miss Ledoux.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Monsieur Reyes.
Monsieur Reyes.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mr. Abutayev.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Wall.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Motz.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Mr. Leroux.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Currick.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Moran.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Padzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Redicop.
Mr. Redicott.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings.
I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, may use the raise hand function. The chair will recognize them. I think we made it through this time.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 207, 207. Nays contre 117, 117.
I declare the motion carried.
Second reading of this bill. Deuxième lecture de ce projet de loi.
Accordingly, the bill stands referred to the Standing Committee on Finance.
You want to do the change now, Chris?
Orders of the day.
Government orders, business of supply, reprise de débat sur...
Resuming debate on an opposition motion on the change to Standing Order 30 regarding the prayer in the name of Mr. Champoux.
Because of the deferred recorded divisions, government orders will be extended by 39 minutes. Now it's orders of the day. What's that? Okay. Resuming debate. And I think when we left off, up next was the Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House, Senate.
Now, Mr. Speaker, I already spoke, but if you like, I can give my 10-minute speech again.
Or how about 5 minutes of questions and answers? You'd rather that? There, questions and comments to the members. Anyone ready to go? Or shall we take like a 2-minute break? There you go. The Honourable Member for Northern Rockies, Prince George.
Peace River.
Peace River.
Yeah.
Coast Bay is Notre Dame.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it's on this rare occasion that I actually agree with the member across the way from the Liberal Party, and that I'm just, baffled that the Bloc would bring forward a motion to actually remove prayer from this chamber. Being the former chair of the National Prayer Breakfast, I understand the value of prayer. It means a lot to a lot of Canadians, millions of us across Canada, and yet Bloc would seek to have a very divisive motion brought forward in this House. And I would add, the House already is nonpartisan in terms of faiths. It recognizes faith in the prayer, and it also recognizes somebody that isn't a person that does support a faith. I just would ask the members in the Bloc, why today, why would they seek to remove this key aspect of freedom of religion out of this place? Thank you.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I guess this goes to what I was saying during my speech, which is that not only is the prayer something that has been in part of our standing orders for a very long time, but it's actually a prayer that is very generic in nature. It represents it can represent all faiths depending on how it's interpreted. So I think that it is very generic in its term, and I think that's good because that does represent and respect all faiths.
Des commentaires, questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Earlier in his speech, the member for Kingston and the Islands said that he thought there was a number of topics that the Bloc Québécois might have brought forward in an opposition day, and I would certainly agree with the member for Kingston and the Islands that there are many ways in which the government has failed and is failing Canadians that would rightly be the subject of an opposition day motion. I think of their so-called climate plan that's really based on a prayer, and that's a prayer where there shouldn't be, Madam Speaker, because we should have a much more concrete action plan with a far better hope of success. And so I wonder if perhaps he wants to speak to some of the ways that the government has been failing Canada that might have been the proper object of an opposition day motion. Thank you very much.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, actually, Madam Speaker, this member and his party were in a much better position to advocate his what he's so passionate about when they entered into the supply and confidence agreement with the government. I would ask him, if he's so passionate about these in particular, why weren't they front and center in that agreement? perhaps he can answer that later on. But the truth is that there are a lot of things, Madam Speaker, that the Bloc Québécois could have brought up today to discuss. They only have 2 opposition days between January and June, and yet they chose to bring this up, which just absolutely baffles me. I don't even see the political wedge part to it, to be completely honest, if that's where the motivation came from. So at the end of the day, Madam Speaker, I'm left perplexed trying to figure out what the strategy was exactly with the Bloc. Member after member have stood up and said, why this, why this, why this? And their default reaction is to become extremely defensive and say, well, we're allowed to do whatever we want. Well, of course they're allowed to do whatever they want, but they could still try to muster up some kind of answer to the question of why is this more important than all the other issues?
Comments, l'honorable député, the honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thanks to the member for Kingston and the Islands for his speech. Of course, tomorrow we'll be voting on either accepting the status quo or moving to a moment of reflection. When it comes to the goal of inclusivity, though, I wonder if the member could share, there are other options. For example, allowing members to, on each day of the week, offer their own faith traditional prayer. Wonder if the member would reflect on whether this would increase inclusivity in this place.
Hear, hear. Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, that's a very good point, and I think the member brings up other options, and I think that that's the whole point to having an issue like this go before a committee. This issue should go before the PROC committee in order to make that determination if indeed that's a better idea or not. I don't know. To be completely honest, this is not one of the issues that I've been seized with in the almost 7 years that I've been here, Madam Speaker. It's just never something that I've felt as though needed to be invested a huge amount of time into, like the Bloc. Now, I will, mention that I noticed, Madam Speaker, that the Bloc just voted in favor of the last bill. So that means they voted in favor of the budget, at least at this reading, and maybe it's a signal to me that the Bloc feels as though the budget is a good budget and it deserves the support of this House, and maybe that's why they ended up at only bringing forward this, because they really had nothing else to complain about.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Madame la Présidente. It's great to see you in the chair this afternoon, and I hope you and the rest of our honourable colleagues are having a productive week here on the Hill, and it's nice to see the sun shining as well and the nice weather. It's always brings hope, and there's a Tulip Festival happening here in the nation's capital in the next coming days. So hopefully we'll see Canadians come here from coast to coast to coast and visit our nation's capital. I don't want to reiterate fully what the honourable member or my colleague from Kingston and the Islands said. I too have been here for 3 elections and in the 7th year, if we can calculate that numerically, in that manner. And I don't think I've ever received a query or comment in terms of removing reference to God in anything or anything to that affront from any individual. So I am very surprised with regards to what this motion that was brought forward by the member from Drummond. I'm a little disappointed. I think we are seized with many issues in this world and in this country. Yes, we can walk and chew gum at the same time, but the issues that we are seized with, be it inflation, be it a very strong and growing economy and the need for additional labor supply in this country and an increase in labor force participation rates, be it the war in Ukraine by the unprovoked, barbaric instigation of aggression by Putin's regime in Russia. Madame la Présidente, we have issues that we need to grapple with. We need to focus on those issues. This to me seems like an issue that is not, I would say, importance. I will fully state that I am against this motion in full stop. I do not like the spirit of the motion. I do not like the process that in which it was brought forward, and so forth. So I am fully against it at this time, and I will state that at this moment. Madame la Présidente, I do wish to turn my attention to some prepared remarks I have for the remainder of my time. Aujourd'hui, je prends la parole.
Today, I rise to state that we must continue to fight racism and discrimination in Canada. Many Canadians feel that because we live in a multicultural society, where diversity has become a fundamental aspect of Canadian identity, problems of racism and discrimination simply don't occur in Canada, but that's not so.
Honourable member, oui, monsieur l'honorable député de Trois-Rivières.
The honourable member for Trois-Rivières. Madam Speaker, the subject that the member is referring to has nothing to do with motion.
La souplesse de mise dans les discours.
Well, we generally allow for flexibility in speeches. That applies to all members in the House. I'm sure that the member will come back to the issue before us in the motion in due course. The honourable member.
In referencing what I say, if it's appropriate or not, I believe it is, and it speaks to particular issues that are relevant here in Canada that we must continue to deal with, and in reference to pertains to the motion at hand. Pour beaucoup, en particulier les Noirs, les...
For many people, especially Black and Indigenous people, this is a reality that they face on a daily basis.
Especially felt by people from racialized, religious minority or Indigenous backgrounds, and have been exacerbated by the COVID-19 pandemic. Racism and discrimination in our society causes suffering, spreads division, and contributes to a climate of fear, intolerance, and stigmatization that we cannot accept. Selon le sondage 2000...
According to a 2021 poll carried out by Statistics Canada and the Department of Justice on problems in the Canadian legal system, more than 38% of poll respondents in Canada stated that they had been victims of discrimination over the 5 previous years, including during the first year of the pandemic, in almost all areas of their lives, from school to going to the bank, ordering food at a restaurant, and in many other areas. This is a widespread problem which we cannot ignore.
During the pandemic, Madame la Présidente, race and ethnicity was the most frequently cited factors for discrimination, and the only one that has increased. We should be strongly concerned, for example, that the Chinese population was 10 times more likely to face racial or ethnic discrimination than a person who is non-racialized. En conséquence, le nombre de crimes haineux est en hausse.
As a result, the number...
L'honorable député de Pierre-Boucher-les-Patriotes.
The honourable member for Pierre-Boucher-les-Patriotes-Verchères. Madam Speaker, my colleague earlier had a point of order about the member's speech and the fact that it doesn't have anything to do with the motion. I understand that we need to be patient and try to see when the member is coming around to the motion, but I still don't see that this has any link to the motion, and I think it's a matter of respect. Well, we really don't have any kind of position to censor the speeches that members choose to make. I'm sure that the member for Vaughan Woodbridge will come around to the motion at some point, but I would like to recommend strongly that he now move towards the motion.
As we continue to build a more inclusive Canada, we know diversity is our strength here in this beautiful country we are blessed to live in. But as we move to a more inclusive country and we continue to do the work that involves breaking down barriers, and those barriers, be it systemic and non-systemic, are ones that we need to face every day. And when we make it a more inclusive country and continue that great work, as I just noted, we need to make sure that we identify problems that exist: racism, discrimination, anti-Semitism, Islamophobia. Any form of racism or discrimination prevents our country and the individuals here from reaching our full potential, Madame la Présidente. So when I read this motion I have in front of me, I think about maybe the Bloc is trying to get to more an inclusive society, more inclusive House of Commons, and then I take a step back and say, is this the biggest issue that I'm facing as a parliamentarian, whether it's here in Ottawa or in Parliament, as a person who is a Christian, as a person of Catholic faith, whose children are attending Catholic school in the province of Ontario. We will be baptizing my youngest daughter of 7.5 months at the end of May, and I say to myself, what are the most important issues we're facing as a family, we're facing as a society? And I see the Bloc, and I have many friends, and friends that I will say dear friends from that party, and I say to myself, is this the most important issue? Is this how we build a more inclusive society? And I get to the answer quickly, and the answer is no. Where we build a more inclusive society is, yes, we have people of all faiths in this country, and it's a beautiful thing. And during the break in April, where we had Holy Sunday, Easter, Passover,
and Ramadan all coincide for the first time in 33 years, it really reminded me and reminded Canadians from coast to coast to coast just how special of a country we have when people of all faiths, we call it the three major world religions or the three more prominent ones in terms of size, can all celebrate our religious faith. All, and I believe it's the sons of Abraham, if I'm going back to my biblical teachings and from the Bible and from some religious studies, how we can all participate in those faiths freely, peacefully, respectfully. You know, we hosted, in my riding of Vaughan Woodbridge, I hosted an Eid dinner last week with the city of Vaughan. I'm one of the representatives there with all the Muslim organizations in my riding and Muslim groups, and it was a gathering of approximately 150 people. And to me, I learned a lot. I've learned a lot from the Muslim community. I've learned a lot from the Jewish community. I continue to learn a lot about my faith and how we try to live it in our daily lives. So when I think about how to make Canada a more inclusive country, how to make us a better place to live, and I think we are a pretty great place to live in, and I think all Canadians would agree with that. I think of this motion as something where I don't support it, and I'll restate that, and B, it does not make us more inclusive. And I think, in fact, for a lot of people, it would actually be the opposite in that, Madame la Présidente. And I don't think it reflects the priorities of Canadians today. Like I said, I've never had any individual come to me and say, we need to change the national anthem and get rid of the reference to God there. We need to change the items here in this House. This House definitely has some traditions that do need changing to make it more inclusive for women, for families, absolutely. At the same time, there are things that I don't think, and from what I've understood and come to understand, that are not important. Madame la Présidente, my focus in being here from the riding of Vaughan Woodbridge is to always produce and advocate for a stronger economy for my three beautiful children. I know, Madame la Présidente, you have grandchildren, if I'm not mistaken, to make sure they have a bright future. That is why I ran for the economy, to make a stronger economy, because I did not like what I saw under the prior Conservative administration headed by Mr. Harper. At the same time, I'm here to make Canada a more inclusive country. I know our government has worked hard to do that and put in place many, many, many policies. Policies on the economic front, like the Canada Child Benefit, the Canada Workers Benefit, but also Canada policies to help communities like the wonderful Black community here in Canada, which numbers over 1 million, where we put in certain policies to break down those systemic barriers. That is truly creating an inclusive country, not bringing a motion which I think more than anything divides rather than makes Canada more inclusive and fundamentally makes this country, this place where we work at day in, day out, more inclusive. So I will stop there. I do respect the Bloc and its members. Like I said, there's many friends on that side. I am in disagreement with this motion that they brought forward. Thank you, Madame la Présidente.
Honourable Member for Tobic-Mactuac. Sorry.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Madam Chair and Madam Speaker. It's an honor to rise in the House today, and I would like to commend my colleague from across the way for his thoughtful remarks and comments in regards to this. And I do share his passion and his concern that we always value and appreciate the role that faith has played in our country's history and in our current context. And I think it is so important that this House always take that time for pause and reflection, which is respectful of all backgrounds, and people can pray according to their faiths individually. But I think what we've seen, and I look forward to my colleagues' comments on this, is an erosion, almost an attack going on towards people of faith across the world internationally, where people of various faiths are being persecuted because of it, but also even within our own country, a growing intolerance towards people of various faiths. So I hope this House will continue to maintain that wonderful tradition of honoring people's faiths and taking time to reflect and pray at the beginning of our sessions. Our country needs that.
Member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank the honourable member from New Brunswick. for that question. I will not try to pronounce the member's writing and mispronounce it and do a disservice to his residents. I will say this, whether they are Uyghur Muslims in China that are being persecuted, whether they are Christians in the Middle East, Chaldeans or Assyrians that have been persecuted for many years, and who I gather with at church in Toronto. I will always be there to protect the rights of minorities, and especially religious minorities, whether it's the Baha'is who in Iran continue to face persecution from that government. We must always stand up for minority religious rights and acts of intolerance and hatreds against those.
Honorable député de Trois-Rivières.
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. Faith is very important, that's quite clear. But we shouldn't mix up two very separate things. The treatment of Uyghurs or Rohingya population elsewhere in the world, that shouldn't be mixed up with the motion for the prayer to continue to take place in this House, because that's offensive to those who do not believe or to those who believe in another religion. Can my colleague across the way admit that a moment of reflection would be enough to replace the prayer? The Honourable Member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
I thank my honourable colleague. Je veux remercier mon collègue.
I'd like to thank my colleague for Trois-Rivières for his question.
Say that a moment of prayer is something that I look forward to when I come into the House. If a person wishes to, a member of Parliament wishes to come have a moment of reflection, they may choose to do that. I've never had a friend who is an atheist come to me and complain about such issue here at the House or anywhere. So I will answer on that front. And with reference to the treatment of minorities abroad, I was answering the question from the member from New Brunswick on how we must stand up for all religious rights across the world on whomever group or entity is being persecuted by whichever totalitarian government that may be.
Member for Cowichan, Malahat Langford.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And, I agree with my colleague across the way that there are a number of very pressing issues facing Canada. But just on the principle of today's motion, I'm not religious. I do not believe in God. I come in and I accept the prayer. I just let it go. But on the principle of the thing, Madam Speaker, because my colleague was talking about inclusivity. If I had been an MP who was a very strong atheist and overly so, how is it inclusive to people who do not believe in God to stand in this place and hear a reference to an almighty God that they don't believe in? Surely, if we're talking about inclusivity, we should just make it a period of solemn reflection that each person in their own way, whatever religion they believe in, whatever God they believe in, can make that reference on their own terms. I believe Parliament's role in terms of protecting religion is making laws in this place so that people can choose to believe in the way they wish to without fear of any persecution or discrimination. But on the principle of the point, Madam Speaker, how is it inclusive to people who do not believe in God to make that reference to an almighty God when they are members of the People's House?
The Honourable Member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you. The Honourable Member from Cowichan, I believe, from out in British Columbia. What I will say is that I understand that the member's position. I will say in this House that traditions have been maintained for a very long time, and I would almost could put the question in reverse to the member in terms of what they asked. How would they feel on the opposite side as well? Thank you, Madame la Présidente.
Prise du débat, l'honorable député de Saint-Jean.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am very pleased to speak today on the Bloc Québécois motion. What I would like to do today is, first of all, address some of the arguments that I've heard from the various parties today about the subject of our motion. Because I've heard some gratuitous attacks, and not so much on the substantive issues here. And so I'll start with something that I heard from the member for Kingston and the Islands just now. He said that it's part of our practices and traditions, that it's always been there, and he asked why would we change it? Well, I'd like to take a few moments to talk about things that have been there for a long time in our traditions, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it's a good idea. For example, in the criminal code, there are some singular elements. For example, Section 365, which is about not using magic fraudulently. It's an entire article about the use of sorcery and the occult sciences. And so it says that people shouldn't be able to use these occult powers, for example, to find a lost object, that kind of thing. Or something else that's in the criminal code is about dueling. There is a clause that has to do with dueling and says that you can be imprisoned for up to 2 years if you challenge someone to a duel. Or if you try to provoke someone to start a duel. Or I'll give one more example. There's a specific offense that has to do with stealing oysters. Even though the criminal code includes a clause against theft, there's a specific clause saying that you can't steal oysters. That has to do with a period in history where fishers often had their mollusks stolen by people who wanted to take the pearls from their oysters. That's something we don't see anymore. So I'm referring to this because there was a time when some of these clauses in the criminal code were a lot more relevant than they are today, and we can clearly see that they're from a different time.
The main difference, however, with what we're talking about today, which in the opinion of the Bloc Québécois, among others, is something that is a leftover from a previous era, is that unlike those sections I just mentioned, which are rarely used, the Bloc Québécois' motion today would modify something that we do every day here in the House. And once again, in comparison with the section of the Criminal Code that I mentioned earlier, what we're trying to change here is something that goes beyond the simple fact of saying the prayer in the House. It touches on a separation, nothing less, between church and state. And I think, we could all agree on certain points here, but there does seem to be a lot of friction here in the House around this motion. And yet, what we're talking about here is the principle of state neutrality when it comes to religion. And we've also heard the argument that, when I go home into my riding, my constituents don't talk to me about this. Well, on the one hand, Madam Speaker, the prayer isn't televised. Nobody sees it on CPAC, and most people aren't aware that it happens. And it's surprising that it's not televised. But, when I talk about it with my constituents, could we please make sure what's happening outside? There's a lot of noise. I'm having a very hard time hearing the Honourable Member. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. So what I was saying is that when people at home asked me what it was like coming into the House of Commons, one of the things I say is that I was surprised to see there was a prayer every day. And I think that many of my constituents are surprised that we have a prayer every day. And, they're not surprised that there are people who are religious here in the House, and they're not criticizing that. But what they're surprised about is that we seem to have a situation where there is some religion that's integrated into the state, even despite the fact that a separation of church and state is a clear principle of our democracy. And I've heard colleagues from English Canada say that people aren't interested in this, and, well, that shows that they don't know much about what's happening in Quebec. Our history, and particularly the Quiet Revolution, has been particularly affected by the need to make sure that there is a clear separation between church and state. That wasn't always the case in Quebec, and that's maybe something that's not tangible for our colleagues from English Canada. So it shows that there's a certain misunderstanding of the reality in Quebec. And we've also heard that this isn't relevant. Why did we choose to raise this issue on one of our 2 opposition days? Why are we talking about why we want to see the prayer removed from the House of Commons. Well, nobody has explained why they want to keep or not keep the prayer in the House of Commons. So we're also seeing that the party across the way is trying to give us lessons on how the House should work. And again, this is a party across the way that used closure yesterday on a 500-page bill. So I think that the party across the way is in no place to teach us any lessons on how to manage time in the House. They've also said that on our opposite day we could talk about seniors, health services, the environment. But I would say, Madam Speaker, that when it comes to seniors, we have already held an opposition day on that issue. On the issue of health services, we've already had an opposition day on that issue on health transfers. On the environment, we have inundated the government with questions on Baie du Nord in recent weeks. We've tabled a bill that would change the role of the Environment Commissioner. It was a bill that was debated by the government and which the NDP tore up in committee. So the government's saying, talk about important things, but we're going to ignore you as we always do. That's what the government is saying. And, you know, you can say whatever you want, but we won't listen anyway. And the message also from across the way is that there's this idea that when it comes to secularism and the separation of church and state, the government's saying that it's not important. Why are you spending an opposition day on this? But this is a debate that the greatest philosophers have debated through the ages. And yet the government is saying, oh, this isn't anything that's important at all. I would also submit that it's important to talk about this on our opposition day because this is something we've already tried to change. My colleague, the member from Manicouagan, moved a unanimous consent motion on this issue, and it was not accepted. It would have been much simpler, obviously, to do it differently, as was done in Nova Scotia, where they were able to find unanimous consent. But that's something clearly that's not going to happen here. So it's absolutely relevant to have this debate here. So what we're trying to do today is to try to finish this work of separating the church and the state, and our goal is to be inclusive. And you know, there have been a number of colleagues who have taken a very positive, well thought out approach to this motion, and who've reminded us, for example, that the fact that we have. For example, the fact that the prayer has to be read every day is something that might dissuade certain people from wishing to become Speaker of the House. So to what extent is it inclusive to have a Christian Catholic prayer every day in a context where, let's say, there might be somebody from another religion, Muslim, Sikh, Jewish, who might want to become speaker and lead the prayer. So according to the Bloc Québécois, the best way to ensure state neutrality in terms of religion is to not to get rid of religious beliefs within the institution, but to not be ostentatious in including in a codified way religion in these institutions. So there are those who've said that this is a wasted day of debate, but those are the same who have probably lost the most in terms of losing an opportunity because they haven't debated the crux of the issue. Today we could have had an intelligent debate, we could have had a vote, and the question would be dealt with, but instead of that we have been reproached for having used our opposition day to discuss this issue. So what's surprising, I would say, Madam Speaker, is not so much the Bloc's motion itself, but it's the fact that we still haven't replaced the prayer by a moment of reflection which would be much more inclusive. And what's surprising is the reticence of colleagues from the other parties to even have this debate on this issue. And what's surprising as well is that we are being reproached for proposing this debate here in this House. Because we are the ones who are impacted by this debate, and they're telling us to not have this debate, even when the Supreme Court has taken the time and probably has taken much more than a day to look at this issue in the case of a prayer that took place in the context of a municipal council meeting. So if the government's accusing the Bloc Québécois of wasting time, in some ways they're accusing the Supreme Court of doing the same thing. And I would say that it's the other parties who've lost the most time today. Questions and comments? The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. As it was not possible to come to agreement in terms of the second reading of Bill C-11, an act to amend the Broadcasting Act and bringing amendments and correlating amendments to other acts, under 78.3, I give notice that in the next session of the House, a minister will move a motion to propose a certain number of days of debate on that motion. Questions and comments?
Secretary.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I listened to what the member said in her intervention, and I mean, for me, this is an issue that I think we can have a discussion about. I think there's a place for that. I think that's within the House and Procedural Affairs Committee. I don't think it needs to take up an entire day of deliberation in the House of Commons. But let's just say that I, am listening. I've heard her arguments. So if I understand correctly, what the Bloc is proposing is that we should be eliminating the prayer in order to be more inclusive, because the prayer is based on faith. Would she then extend the same logic to saying we should be getting rid of all holidays that are based on faith, such as Christmas or Easter? Should those be eliminated too and just be observed by those who choose to observe them? Should they no longer be statutory holidays?
The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Well, I would say, Madam Speaker, that the motion that we have before us today really specifically focuses on the separation of church and state, and I would say that, holidays can be celebrated by people at home as they wish, and people can choose how to do that. So what the Honourable Member has suggested would have a much wider impact, and certainly there is a debate to be held there, because holidays affect more than just the 338 people here in this House. And I would say that a separation of church and state is hard to dissociate from a prayer which takes place here in the heart of democracy. And that's really what's at the heart of our motion here today, Madam Speaker.
Melville.
Sorry, Madam Speaker, did you refer to me?
Yes, the Honourable Member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you. Sorry, I couldn't hear you. I just want to make the comment that the whole premise of separation of church and state is an American construct, and its purpose is to protect the church from the state, not the other way around. So suggesting secularism is an outgrowth of this construct of separation of church and state is actually misinformation. And our charter is to protect citizens from compelled belief from our government. But it is now being used by the government to deny fundamental freedoms. Freedom of conscience, freedom of expression in the public square, freedom of religion is afforded by the Charter itself. And so religion and expression of faith, profession of faith, is not a private matter. So I would ask the member, since the Bloc is very comfortable not coming into the House until after the national anthem for O Canada is sung, because they openly indicate that their purpose is to separate from Canada, and they freely do not pledge allegiance to Canada, could they not find it in their hearts to simply do the same in regards to this prayer that so many of the members have indicated today reflect all kinds of faiths within the House of Commons?
The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Well, I would be curious, Madam Speaker, to have somebody confirm to me that a concept that's based on the European Enlightenment is something that is typically American by definition. And I would like to go back 300 years ago when we started to see a discussion about a separation between state and religion. I'm not sure it was really the church that needed protection at that time. And we saw the same thing with the Quiet Revolution in Quebec. It was completely a different thing. So in terms of the other points raised by the member, and I've also heard other members talk about the national anthem and about the fight for political independence, all that is political. We're not saying that we should separate the state from politics. We're calling for a separation between church and state, and that's what I think we should be focusing on in the questions here today.
Buckley Valley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for her intervention. I'm inclined to support this motion before us, not because I have anything against the idea of prayer. In fact, I have many constituents pray for me, and I welcome those prayers in the spirit that they're intended. I'm sure always a good intention there. But I do believe in the idea of this place being neutral when it comes to matters of religion. And I believe that's very much the thrust of this motion. I come from local government, as many people in this place do, and the Supreme Court ruled in 2015 on a case involving prayer at municipal council meetings. And so I was somewhat surprised when I arrived here just a few years ago and found a religious prayer at the beginning of our proceedings. My question, we brought forward an amendment, and I see you waving the time, Madam Speaker, regarding a land acknowledgement at the beginning of our proceedings. And the Bloc Québécois did not accept this amendment. I wonder if my colleague could indicate why that amendment wasn't accepted and whether she supports the concept.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean in 20 seconds, please. Well, it's not a lot of time, Madam Speaker, to talk about that. As I was saying, that issue is maybe more political than what we are trying to do here by reaffirming the separation between church and state. So I think that those are different issues that need to be debated separately, which doesn't mean that it's not a good idea. I think it should be debated, and I would invite my colleague to maybe propose that on a future opposition day, but the concepts are sufficiently different that I think separate debates are needed. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Repentigny. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, it's going to be difficult to follow my colleague. I found she gave such a good speech, my colleague from Saint-Jean. So, if from St. Augustine to the modern era, the question of the link between political power and spiritual power has been very important, it's because it's been an important issue through the ages. The state must treat all convictions and all fundamental commitments of citizens equally, as long as they are compatible with the requirements of living in society. Religious and moral diversity is a structure and characteristic that in our democracy, and it's important to note that state neutrality is assured because it does not favor one religious conviction over another. So when the state respects every religious belief, including having no religious beliefs, it can be considered to be treating citizens equally. Nova Scotia, and this is quite recent, Nova Scotia abandoned the daily prayer in October 2021 and replaced it with a moment of solemn reflection. And that's what the Bloc Québécois is calling for today. It's more inclusive. And the three political parties represented in the Legislative Assembly of Nova Scotia, Conservatives, Liberals, and NDP, were all in favor of retiring the prayer. So I would hope that we'll see the same thing here in this federal parliament. This question of the daily prayer, is it something that is that has no impact, that it's just some words that are repeated every day? Well, not at all. When the province of Ontario studied the issue of the prayer in 2008 in its assembly, there were 25,000 petitions that were sent to the multi-party committee that was studying the issue. Even the Supreme Court of Canada in 2015 looked at this issue. So what that suggests is that we're not completely out in left field in suggesting the need to debate this. In other words, does the prayer that is recited here respect the beliefs of the entire population? This practice, well, Madam Speaker, it tends to favor one religious tradition in particular. It is a very Judeo-Christian prayer. For the Bloc Québécois, the best way to ensure the religious neutrality of the state is not to introduce every kind of belief possible that exists out there. There are many out there. The best way is to ensure that the expression of religious convictions remains in the private sphere and that is not part of our public institutions. And I think, our colleagues in 2015 or 2019 proposed a motion to this effect, and the Liberals and Conservatives voted against it. And, I participated in interviews on the radio. There was a press release that was sent out and that was discussed a lot in our local papers. So, you know what? When we talk about this issue, people, our constituents, they're interested in this issue. The authors who studied the 870 different prayers used in the Legislative Assembly of British Columbia from 2003 to 2019 concluded that Quebec's practices in this area should be followed elsewhere. And they said that the prayers should be replaced by a moment of reflection and silence, as is the case in the National Assembly of Quebec. The best solution remains to simply remove prayer from the Legislative Assembly. So Quebec is a model that other provinces should follow. And for people, it's very clear. We, the elected officials, are not designated by a supreme power, but by a democratic process which respects the choice made by voters. The ideal of a free and democratic society requires a state that encourages the participation of everyone in public life. That is the very foundation of our democracy. And when we recruit and try to encourage people to participate in politics, all the parties here in this House try to work with all kinds of different people. And so all of our constituents are represented here, and that's a good thing. And, times change. And the Supreme Court concluded in a unanimous judgment in favor of the Mouvement des Québécois, the evolving interpretation of freedom of conscience and religion suggests that the state has an obligation to be neutral in terms of religion, and that's the Supreme Court who said that.
What the Bloc Québécois finds absurd is that the Parliament, which presents itself as an institution that favors the preservation and promotion of the multicultural character of Canadian society, chooses to recite one prayer at the opening of House sittings rather than another. Why not that rather than a different one or a different one? You see, when the Parliament makes this choice, it does so at the expense of other religions or atheism and doesn't take into consideration the religious rights of cultural minorities and inclusion within Canadian society. The Parliament of Canada is not a place to proselytize. No religious belief should be promoted in this place. We need this place to be a neutral public space, free from coercion, pressure, and judgment. This is how, in matters of spirituality, we manage to protect the freedom of religion and of conscience of each and every single one of us. Further on in the same Supreme Court decision, and I quote, "The state must not interfere in the area of religion and belief. The state has a duty of neutrality which requires that it neither favor nor disfavor any belief or unbelief, because there are people who believe and those who do not. Notwithstanding that, and essentially in a complementary sense, spirituality does indeed exist, but it is particular to each individual and must be lived in a certain intimacy, if I may say, and this is exactly what the National Assembly of Quebec has been doing since 1976. Each session begins with a moment of reflection in silence. This is what the Bloc Québécois motion proposes, nothing more, nothing less. This is a moment when the conscience is challenged, an opportunity for members of the National Assembly to gather their thoughts, their energy, to formulate inwardly their feelings about the challenges before them, and even to have a special thought for their loved ones. It is indeed personal. I would like to quote the Speaker of the National Assembly of Quebec, Clément Richard, who on December 15, 1976, confirmed the adoption of a new rule, and he said, "It is out of respect for the members of this Assembly who are not necessarily all of the same religious denomination, and it is out of respect for the Assembly that I have chosen a mode of prayer which I leave to the freedom of each individual. Everyone will have the opportunity during that period of reflection to make the prayer that they hear, and it is out of respect for the Assembly that I have made this decision." So our motion is about respect, quite simply. Spirituality is not synonymous with religion or even confession. Then there are a growing number of non-believers in Canada, and they could speak about this at length. The separation of state and religion is a fundamental principle with which we have a duty to be consistent. Secularism is a mode of organization. And equality between the principles that are freedom of conscience, the separation of the church and the state, and equality between citizens. These principles are nothing less than essential to democracy, and it's very good to remember them. Thank you, Madam Speaker. We will no doubt go to questions and comments, but I would just like to ask the members to be careful when they put things close to the microphones, because this is difficult for the interpreters.
The Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I think there's a number of us that are a little confused as to why it is the Bloc have brought this issue. When I talk to my colleagues from the Quebec Liberal Caucus, they talk about issues like health care, like seniors, like the aerospace industry in Quebec. So many different issues in Quebec as there are in Canada, Madam Speaker. And that is, when I look at the order paper, and to see the Bloc using one of two opportunities they get this session to talk about something that I have not heard a constituent in Winnipeg North in the last 10 years raise. I'm a bit confused. We just went through pandemic, not quite through it yet. There's the mandate is still there for masks in the province of Quebec today. We have issues with a war in Europe. Why? Is this really the most important issue from the Bloc's perspective in Quebec today?
The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Yes. Well, I want to thank the Honourable Member for Winnipeg North for that question. Listen, there is something. Can we try to debate the substance of the motion? Because what I have understood from my colleagues who spoke before me is that the debate never focuses on the substance of the motion. They talk about why did you pick this motion instead of what the motion is about. We're talking about respect here. We're talking about democracy. We're talking about inclusion. And a colleague opposite made a speech on the government benches, and he talked about getting rid of obstacles and being inclusive. This is what we're talking about. That's why people are asking questions should focus on the substance of the motion instead of talking about other things. I would like us to change the standing orders to allow us to have more opposition days.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Usually the legislations or motions or laws before this House is to help to benefit Canadians. And I'm puzzled too what this bill is going to do for Canadians. How this bill is going to benefit Canadian other than just wasting this day discussing it.
The Honourable Member for Repentigny. I want to thank once again my colleague for that question. You know, we could have quickly resolved this. It could have been resolved back in 1976 when the National Assembly of Quebec had already, in fact, resolved the issue there. It could have been resolved when my colleague from Manicouagan had tabled a motion, and they could have just said yes or no, would have been resolved in 2 minutes, 15 seconds, and we would have moved on to something else. But that is not what has happened. So, no, I don't think that we have lost a day. I would come back to this. We haven't lost a day to talk about respect. At least that is the opinion of the Bloc, to talk about respect, to talk about inclusion. And let's vote for it. 2021 in Nova Scotia. This is very interesting to see that all the parties in Nova Scotia united around a similar motion, because this is the sign of the times. It's the 21st century. So I don't think we have wasted our time at all. Let's vote for the motion, and then it'll be done.
The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Madam Speaker, well, I will respond to the substance of the motion. I agree with the principle of the separation of church and state, and I agree that references to religious concepts that are also are not appropriate in public secular proceedings, and so I will support this motion. But equally, I know that the climate crisis threatens our planet. The housing crisis leaves millions of Canadians right now living with insecurity and worry, and our healthcare system is under serious strain, if not crisis. So I think it's a fair question to ask the Bloc that with all of these serious pressing existential issues facing Québécois, Québécoises, Canadians, and our world, why did they decide that the opening prayer of Parliament is a more important issue to debate in this House?
The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Madam Speaker, once again, the Bloc has decided to talk about an issue that involves a respect for individuals and to ensure inclusion of all, including non-believers. That is what we have selected. If I want to respond to the member, I would say that it's not just one day out of the year when the Bloc speaks about climate change or anything else. I just want to take the example of last Sunday. 10% of the Bloc members went to Quebec City to demonstrate for the environment. So there are other ways of doing the work on other subjects, be it petitions for seniors signed by thousands of people. I have so many examples to give, Madam Speaker. It is my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver East, Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship. The Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes, Health. The Honourable Member for Kenora, Housing.
Resuming debate.
The Honourable Member for Waterloo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I will start by acknowledging that I will be sharing my time with the Honourable Member for Mount Royal. And I will start my speech by prefacing that the rules of the House of Commons provide for a day of debate on the standing orders and procedure each Parliament. And we understand that this debate will happen in June, and I recognize that there have been comments that it is a single day, but it is a day that is devoted to actually debating standing orders and how we can improve the way that we function.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but one of the honourable members has a phone near the mics and it's creating a lot of interference. It's vibrating. Thank you. The honourable member for Waterloo.
From the top. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I apologize to the interpreters because I know the important work they do. So we know that there is a day that's devoted to debating standing orders in this chamber. We know that that debate will take place in June. And that debate would be the appropriate place to discuss any changes, such as to the non-denominational prayer at the beginning of each day. And we have heard today that during this session there is 8 opposition days. These are opportunities for opposition members to come forward and challenge the government to do even better for their constituents, to do even better for Canadians. And we know that the Bloc has 2 days where they are able to bring issues forward. And I find it interesting that they are choosing to use their debate time for standing order changes rather than issues that are actually being addressed by their constituents. This is the House of Commons. 338 members of Parliament elected from coast to coast to coast. My priority since being elected has always been the constituents of the riding of Waterloo. They are the reason I am here. They are the reason I am elected. They are who I serve every single day. And I know that they might be concerned with the standing orders, the rules that govern this chamber. But I know that more so, they are impacted with the challenges they are facing every single day. There are many other important issues that the Bloc could have chosen to debate today, and which I'm sure that Quebecers would have appreciated and that all MPs would have liked to debate, including how the COVID-19 pandemic has shined light on long-standing issues and gaps within our society, how global inflationary pressures are further exacerbated by Putin's illegal war on Ukraine, how climate change continues to be an existential threat for Canada and the world, a woman's right to her body, the fundamental right for a woman to choose. MPs were elected on behalf of all Canadians to address the most important social, health, financial, and economic issues of our time in the House of Commons. Of all the pressing issues facing our country, I find it surprising that the Bloc Québécois has chosen this issue instead of offering constructive ideas about how we address the challenges that Canadians and Quebecers face. That is why I will address the pressing issues we could be debating in my speech, such as the Canadian economy. I will address issues that constituents within the riding of Waterloo have brought forward to me. There are a diversity of perspectives and experiences that I get to hear. Some agree with the government, some challenge the government, some push the government to do more. And I believe this is an appropriate time to be debating and discussing what constituents would like us to do. There are more Canadians working now than at any time in the history of our country. 19.6 million Canadians currently have a job. It's almost 3.5 million more than at the height of the pandemic, and about 500,000 more than before COVID struck. We have the strongest unemployment rate recovery in the G7. The national unemployment rate is 5.2%. The last time it was that low, John Diefenbaker was still a member of the House of Commons. There was around 265 MPs in this place, and less than 10 women were elected to the House of Commons. And the Bloc Québécois didn't even exist as a party. The point is, Madam Speaker, it's an impressive recovery, and we have so much more to do. Canada has come roaring back, thanks in large part to the extraordinary programs and the innovative programs the federal government has put in place to support Canadians, businesses, and the economy. That said, we know that challenges remain. For example, the current elevated inflation. It is a global phenomenon, and it is making things more expensive in Canada as well. Supply chain disruptions continue to hurt everyone, and now Putin's war is making food and gas even more expensive. Inflation in Canada is lower than in many countries around the world, but we know that it still hurts many Canadians. I'm hearing about it from my constituents in the riding of Waterloo. That is why we as a government are focused on Canadians. We are focused on proposing measures that will help make life more affordable for Canadians. The official opposition, the Conservatives, continue to focus on personal attacks and disinformation, and clearly the Bloc Québécois on standing orders. And I'll repeat that as a government, we are focused on Canadians. We are focused on proposing measures that will help make life more affordable for Canadians. Let's take housing, for example. It's a basic human need and an economic imperative. However, Canada does not have enough homes. We need more of them. Over the next 10 years, we will put Canada on track to double the number of new homes being built in this country. Budget 2022, tabled by the Minister of Finance and Deputy Prime Minister, includes measures to make it easier to build more housing. It also includes measures that will remove barriers that prevent homes from being built. Budget 2022 will also make it easier for young people to get the keys of their first home. Of course, tackling housing affordability will be a challenge, one that will require a great national effort, a new spirit of collaboration between the federal government, provinces and territories, regions and municipalities, the private sector, and nonprofit groups. Rest assured, the federal government will do its part. In fact, we already are doing our part, because to make life more affordable for Canadians, we need to make the housing market fairer for Canadians. We will ban foreign investment, which has fueled speculation on pricing that has made housing less affordable for Canadians. We will curb prices, such as property flipping, that make housing more expensive for Canadians. Earlier this year, the government also announced an investment of up to $750 million to help cities deal with operating deficits in public transit. To respect jurisdiction and to increase the impact of this investment, funding will be considered on provincial and territorial governments matching this federal contribution, and also on accelerating their effort to improve housing supply in collaboration with municipalities. This is what I'm hearing from constituents in my riding. Our government is focused on Canadians and measures that will provide them with the support they need. The reality is, these measures will help those struggling to find a safe and affordable place to live in our cities. And I've been talking about Budget 2022, but let me also remind the House of Budget 2021. In Budget 2021, the government laid out an ambitious plan to provide Canadian parents with, on average, $10 a day regulated childcare spaces for children under the age of 6. It was unfortunate that the province of Ontario, my home province, was the last one to join, but in less than a year, we reached agreements with all provinces and territories. By the end of this year, families will have seen their childcare fees reduced by an average of 50%. That's an average of $6,000 per child for families in British Columbia and Ontario. Not in 5 years, Madam Speaker, not in 10 years, Madam Speaker. I'm talking about savings by the end of December. And by 2025-26, our plan will mean, on average, childcare fees of $10 a day for all regulated childcare spaces across Canada, meaning thousands of dollars in savings for families across Canada. I'm hearing some comments about, are we going to talk about the standing orders? Madam Speaker, there will be a day in this House where we will get to talk about standing orders, a day devoted to standing orders that govern the people in this chamber. The House of Commons, the place I was elected by the good people of the riding of Waterloo. They elected me to put their needs first. They elected me to represent the diversity of their experiences, of their needs. My focus in this chamber will be the constituents of the riding of Waterloo and how I work with the government to deliver better outcomes. Unfortunately, the Bloc's focus is on standing orders. And it's unfortunate because usually the Bloc brings out really important topics. And that's why I'm surprised with the topic of today. So I know I'm running out of time. I want to talk about seniors, Madam Speaker, because we know that seniors are a vulnerable issue. You're telling me I don't have enough time. I want to talk about youth. I want to talk about the environment. But I will extend you back the floor so that I can get into comments and questions, and I thank you for this opportunity.
And comments, the Honourable Member for Tobique-Mactaquac.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thanks to my colleague across the way for her comments and reflections. I'd be interested in getting her perspective in this regard, that obviously this institution is founded so much in our history and in our background, and Madam Speaker, what went into the history of this Parliament is quite incredible, and the fingerprints of faith are throughout the institutions on this very hill. Over the windows of Parliament, you will find engraved scriptures from the past. Without a vision, the people will perish. You'll find in the Canadian coat of arms no less than 2 scriptural references, including from sea to sea, which is part of our national motto, and they desired a better country, which is based on the ancient writing of Hebrews. The vital role that faith has played in the founding of our country and continues to play by millions of Canadians from coast to coast to coast from various backgrounds should not only be respected but recognized. I wonder if the Honourable Member could make some comments in that regard. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Member for Waterloo.
Madam Speaker, I appreciate the comments made by the member, and I will just remind the member that when the rules governing this chamber were made, that people like me did not have the right to vote. People like me did not have the right to put her name on the ballot, let alone be elected. this chamber once upon a time had probably many men who resembled himself, but I was not reflected. And so I think our history is important, and I think it's relevant, but I think in this chamber, debating standing orders will happen in a day in June. I would like to actually debate issues that are important to my constituents. I would like to debate how we ensure that more people can enter the economy, how we can create more jobs, the conditions for growth for businesses, how we fight climate change, and how we ensure more Canadians can succeed and have better outcomes. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
L'honorable député de Montcalm.
The honourable member for Montcalm. Madam Speaker, since this morning, this debate has been perpetuating the idea that has been debating whether this is the right time, the semantic aspects of all this, rather than discussing the actual issue at hand, which is when a parliament like ours institutionalizes a specific prayer. Apparently, everyone here does not want to debate it. Apparently, people think we shouldn't talk about it. We debated a motion by unanimous consent, and we were told no. Why not? People keep telling us, well, perhaps another day we'll talk about this. But no, today is the day. We've understood your objections, but why won't colleagues in other parties discuss the actual issue at hand? Why is there a taboo about this discussion, the discussion of the separation of church and state? How does this actually contribute to diversity or respecting diversity? The honourable member for Waterloo.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank the member for his comments. Et nous savons que le Bloc peut choisir.
We know that the Bloc Québécois can choose whatever topic it likes. But I would just like to share that citizens in Waterloo, well, I wanted to talk about the issues that actually matter to them, and that's what I did today.
Orders, and this debate is definitely an important one, and it will happen in a day in June. But standing orders impact the members who are elected in this chamber. I am in this chamber to represent the constituents of the riding of Waterloo, and that is my focus, that is my priority.
Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. Questions comes the honourable member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm an honourable colleague from Waterloo, and I don't mean this to sound tongue-in-cheek, but I think sometimes many Canadians believe this place doesn't have a prayer. And I wonder if we really want to move to a place where we don't even have quiet prayers before the House begins. Honestly, with the war in Ukraine, with the galloping climate emergency, I'm pretty much in a state of constant prayer. It doesn't need to be public, but I wonder if we can concentrate on the issues that really matter right now. And I know it is a Bloc Québécois opposition day, and the member for Waterloo wants to get to June to talk about the standing orders. But honestly, I think we need, in our own ways, to work miracles so that our kids have a livable world.
Honourable member for Waterloo.
I would like to thank the honourable member for that comment. I know it wasn't a question, and there's so many matters that are at the forefront for Canadians. I am a constituency MP in the sense that I am in the inbox reading emails and the hardships. When you receive an email at 3 o'clock in the morning because someone might not have a place to call home, or someone is concerned about how they're going to feed their children, I think about what can we do to provide better supports. And that's why I spoke about the Canada Child Benefit. That's why I talk about our national housing strategy. That's why I think it's important that we have discussions that actually impact Canadians.
And we have to resume debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Services and Procurement.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente, et c'est un honneur.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to rise in the House to debate on my colleague for Drummond's motion. He texted me this morning, and he asked me what I thought of his motion, and I told him that I was thinking about it. I was thinking about it because this is a gray area for me. It's not black and white. As a non-practicing member of a religious community, I understand my colleague for Drummond's good intentions to make this place more pluralistic and make it more comfortable for everyone. However, we also know that there are certain traditions that have been used in this House for 150 years. And I think the best way to explain Why I'm in a gray zone on this is to explain how I see secularism and freedom of religion.
One of the things that I think is fundamental is that we as a society have to confront two different themes. One, Section 2 of our Charter guarantees us the right to freedom of religion, subject to Section 1, which allows a state to place reasonable limits on freedom of religion. I look for inspiration not to continental Europe, but to the United States. The United States on our continent was one of the first countries to have a Bill of Rights that guaranteed two very different themes. Section 1, or Article 1 of the Bill of Rights, says that Congress shall make no law to establish a religion. It also says that Congress shall make no law to abridge freedom of religion. And those two concepts need to go hand in hand. Canada should have no law that favors one religion over another, or favors religion over atheism or agnosticism or anything else. Donc, pour moi, c'est très clair.
So for me, it's very clear that, for example, we shouldn't have a cross in the House of Commons. That's clear, because it's the symbol of one religion. And, Madam Speaker, when I was mayor of Côte-Saint-Luc in Montreal, there was a big cross at Town Hall, and I voted to have that cross taken down. Because it was clear to me that you shouldn't be promoting one religion over others. I suppose you could put symbols of 50 different religions on the wall of City Hall, but that was probably not the best thing to do. So I thought that was very clear. But what is also clear for me, and I think here I have to disagree with my colleagues for the Bloc Québécois, is when you have to consider the balance between an individual's rights to have a religion.
Because Bill 21 in Quebec says to an individual that they no longer have the right to work in certain jobs because of their beliefs. And I don't agree with that whatsoever. People in my community, parce que je suis député du Québec, donc je peux parler comme Québécois, dans mon comté de Montréal, il y a...
As a Quebecer, I can say that in my riding, there are many people who wear hijab, who wear the kippah. There are many people who practice various religions. And people who practice these religions don't have the right to remove these symbols.
Where people who are practicing, an Orthodox Jewish man wears a kippah, a religious Muslim woman who believes in wearing the hijab chooses to wear a hijab. I don't, I mean, people choose a turban. Sikh men wear turbans if they're religious. They do not have the right to just take those symbols off. And so when you make a law saying you can't work in certain jobs if you wear these symbols, you are then creating an inequality of religions. Because you're saying to the people who have religions that don't force them to wear those symbols that you can work in these jobs, but if you practice a different religion that requires you to wear a symbol, you can't work in those jobs. So you've actually violated the liberty of all religions and the equality of all religions. And that, to me, Madam Speaker, is a clear point. Je dois vous dire aussi, je comprends très bien que nous avons diverses...
I also understand that we have a very diverse society, and many people may believe the opposite. There is a secular philosophy that exists in France and Belgium. And, well, I'm choosing my words carefully, but it's not necessarily a bad thing. It's a philosophy. But personally, I don't agree with that philosophy because, in my opinion, it creates discrimination. I keep thinking of a little girl in my riding who wears hijab, but who can't become a teacher in a public school in Quebec, but who could become a teacher elsewhere in Canada or in the U.S. I would hate to think that a little boy who wears a kippah can't become a prosecutor in the public courts. And so I don't agree with that. Because ultimately, I don't think this is a useful way of respecting secularism.
Symbol of the state, I will now get to the question of prayer. In general, I agree that if you are agnostic, you then, if you have to be part of a prayer, are pushed into being part of a prayer that you may not otherwise want to be part of. And that is unfair to the person who is agnostic. It would be obvious to me, Madam Speaker, that if the prayer that we had before us was a Christian prayer or a Jewish prayer or a Muslim prayer or a Sikh prayer, that this would be totally unacceptable in the House of Commons because you can't prefer one religion over the other. But I equally see the problem, and that's why I am in a gray zone. I see the problem if you don't believe in any religion to have a prayer that you have to hear every single day. But I also understand, Madam Speaker, that there are traditions that exist not only here but in the United States. In the United States Congress, they have a prayer before every session, despite the fact that constitutionally in the United States, the separation of church and state is much stronger constitutionally than it is in Canada. And then I looked, Madam Speaker, at the questions of how this is done in other parliaments that are similar to ours. I looked up at the UK Parliament, and in the UK Parliament, they do a prayer before Parliament opens. I looked at the Australian Parliament, and in Australia, they do a prayer before Parliament opens. Both of those, the same as Canada's, are a non-denominational prayer followed by a moment of reflection. In New Zealand, they do a prayer, but that prayer was a Christian prayer that talked about Jesus Christ until 2017, until 5 years ago, in a diverse country like New Zealand. And so there is a tradition, and I do respect traditions, of prayer. And so I'm kind of torn. I do believe there must be a better way than what we do now. I agree that what we do now definitely is not necessarily fair to some MPs. And I also think it's lacking in recognizing the indigenous traditions of this country. So, Madam Speaker, I guess what I'm saying is, while I feel very, very strongly about certain things, while I feel very strongly that we've gone too far in many cases in this country in saying religion has no place in public, I do believe religion has a place in public. Individual people can be guided by their conscience, and they're allowed to practice their religion in full public view. I had no problem as mayor having a Christmas tree and a menorah on the lawn of our city hall. But I also understand when it comes to the state absolutely must be completely neutral. And I do believe that that is a hard balance to find, which is why I say, Madam Speaker, although it's easy for politicians to take stands on a lot of things, this one is harder for me because I'm really torn. So, Madam Speaker, I will have to decide before tomorrow. Mais j'apprécie énormément la chance que vous m'avez.
But I appreciate the chance that you've given me to speak about the fact that I haven't made up my mind on this question. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Des commentaires, l'honorable député de Drummond.
The honourable member for Drummond. Madam Speaker, I unfortunately missed part of my colleague for Mount Royal's speech because I was doing something else, something less interesting, because his speech was finally a speech that actually discussed the motion at hand. We've heard more members talking about the fact that they don't think this is relevant than actually people discussing the issue at hand. So I greatly appreciate my colleague's speech, and he referred to Quebec legislation such as Bill 21, which is about preventing religious symbols from being worn in certain jobs. That's not at all the same thing as wearing religious symbols in public spaces, but in any case, it has nothing to do with the issue of the prayer and the symbolism represented by this prayer here in the House of Commons, as he did acknowledge. I hope that overnight he'll think this over and that he'll realize that we are trying, with this motion, we are trying to actually be more inclusive. We're trying to ensure that everyone feels respected in this House. And we think that having a minute for reflection before the sittings that people can use as they prefer for prayer or quiet meditation, that would be the best way to satisfy everyone. Thank you. The honourable member. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for Drummond, a good friend. I started my speech by explaining why I've been thinking this over, because I'm still confused about the issue, and I used my speech to say why that is. Because there's two very important concepts here: freedom of religion and state secularism. So I told him that there's some areas where I am very clear in my thinking, but in this area, I'm not as clear.
For Yellowhead.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I like how the member clearly states he's right on the fence and not prepared to make a decision. That's very appreciative. I guess my question is, though, you had talked about how people are going to be offended one way or the other on various issues in your speech. My question then is, my question to the member is the fact that if you're going to be questioning whether you're going to find offensive nature in whatever you say or whatever you do, you are never going to do anything because you're always going to offend somebody in some form or another. So would the member agree that no matter what you decide, you're always going to find offense of somebody else's opinion?
Member for Mount Royal.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate my friend from Yellowhead asking the question. I don't think I used the word offensive or people finding offense at all in my speech. I was trying to explain that sometimes in our society there are two intertwining concepts. One is freedom of religion, and I entirely agree with some things that some conservative members have said today. There is an attempt to bury religion in our society that I don't agree with. I think individuals in our society have every right to bring their faith into public view. But I also believe that the state itself has to be neutral and secular. And therefore, it's a confusion. I don't care less. I couldn't care less in this case if we offend or don't offend somebody. I want to do what I think is the right thing, and I have to be honest and admit that because of these two interweaving themes, I'm not 100% sure what is the right thing to do here. Thank you.
Member for Vancouver East.
Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for his thoughtful speech. He's clearly thinking about how he should proceed here. Now, with that being said, he raised the issue around tradition versus what should be done to ensure inclusive approaches in the House of Commons. And I think that that's a really important issue here. From my perspective, I think inclusivity it should absolutely be the way to go forward. I would say in terms of inclusivity, though, and I was dismayed that the Bloc rejected the NDP amendment to ensure that we include Indigenous people and we recognize them, that this is their land to which we do our work in. All of us who are non-Indigenous peoples are settlers in this country, and we should, in fact, recognize that. It's not about politics, but in fact, that is our history, and we must own it. So to that end, I'd like to ask the member, through you, Madam Speaker, if he would agree that, in fact, the proceedings should be changed to ensure that Indigenous peoples are recognized in this very chamber.
Honourable member for Mount Royal in 15 seconds.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And as I mentioned in my speech, yes, I believe that we should be finding a way that would include the recognition of Indigenous title within the way we open the House of Commons. I do believe in respecting traditions. I don't believe just in throwing out traditions, but I believe we have to find a more inclusive way of continuing with traditions and modifying them to be respectful, which is, again, why I'm not 100% sure on how I'm going to vote. Thank you.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I would like to start, as I do often, Madam Speaker, by making this subject accessible to those who are watching this evening. We have a youth council in Lac-Saint-Jean, and we have a little messenger group. We send each other messengers when I have a speech to do, and I say to them, do you want me to say anything in particular? And they really appreciate this initiative. So... And, the members of the Youth Commission represent different religions, and they're from my riding, and they've suggested, and Madam Speaker, I have to say that I will never repeat this again once I've read it. The member is reading the prayer that is read in the House every day at the beginning of the session. Now, Madam Speaker, I know you read that better than I do, but you'll not be surprised, Madam Speaker, to know that the members of my youth council were surprised that we read that at the start of each day. And what they suggested was that Parliament should belong to everybody and not to any religion in particular. And they systematically insisted, and I'm sharing their opinion, that they respected the faith of each and every person. The liberty to believe or not to believe is a basic foundational principle of our democracy, Madam Speaker. It's something that we can all agree on. To paraphrase two authors who are well-known in Quebec who have explained this in greater detail than me, religious and moral diversity is a structured and permanent characteristic of democratic societies. So today we're not discussing anybody's personal beliefs, quite the opposite. What we're discussing is the preference that this institution shows to one religion in particular through this prayer. Our motion is not emotional. It is not irrespectful of anyone in particular or anyone at all, and it is not dogmatic. It is meant to respect the growing religious and cultural diversity of our society, and we want to make sure that's reflected in this Parliament. Whichever the party in this House, cultural and religious diversity amongst the members of this House is not only obvious, but it's important. And going beyond the beliefs of members, it's also important that we represent the people of Quebec or the rest of Canada. And given all of the cultural and religious diversity, state neutrality is an important issue that must be discussed. Given that there are diverse religious beliefs and those who do not have any religious beliefs, society is changing, and we need to adapt our institutions from time to time to reflect that society, and that's a perfectly acceptable thing to do, Madam Speaker, and it's important because, things have changed since 1867. You and your predecessors, most of them having been men, have been reading a prayer since the beginning of each day in this House for over 150 years. Some would say that that's a tradition. Yes, but if we were to simply follow that argument, well, Madam Speaker, you would be wearing a Napoleonic hat with a wig underneath, Madam Speaker. And, certainly I would be ready to put that tradition back in place just to be able to take a selfie with you, Madam Speaker. But many things have changed in Canada since speakers wore that particular hat. And like I said, the members of the Youth Council were very surprised that we still had a prayer. And so we need to adapt this place. And if we were to pass this motion, members of this House would have the opportunity to reflect in a quiet way, in a way that is most important to them. And that's why we're calling for a minute of reflection, Madam Speaker, because I think the best way to represent state, a separation of church and state, is to allow all members to follow their beliefs in a private way and to not include those religious beliefs ostentatiously in a public way within the institution. And I say that because there are those who suggest we need to bring in every possible religious belief into our institutions in an ostentatious way. And I think it is dangerous if we were to start to judge each individual faith in an individual way. If we want this moment of reflection to have some real value, well, then it has to be done in silence, and members have to do it for themselves in a way that is important to them. The best approach, in our opinion, is not a one-size-fits. There is, in this case, a one-size-fits-all. 2 minutes of quiet reflection for everyone. So, I believe, very frankly, that we are all equal in this place, in this Parliament. And by having a silent minute of reflection, we can do what we wish without showing our religious beliefs in an ostentatious way. And, members are not designated by a supreme power, but rather they are elected by the people of Quebec and of Canada for our friends from the other provinces. I believe in the people who've elected us to be here. And, I have a post-it that I look at every morning, Madam Speaker, and it says on it, "Who do you work for?" Well, Madam Speaker, I would answer today the way I answer every day. I work for the people of my riding and all the people of Quebec. And that's where our role begins. Our role is to represent all of the voters and to reflect their beliefs. And so that's my daily ritual, but it's mine. It's troubling for me and for the Bloc Québécois to see that, on the one hand, Parliament says that it wants to respect the multicultural and multi-religion aspect of Canadian society, but at the same time has a very specific prayer at the beginning of each day that it sits. And I would suggest that that is detrimental to some religions as compared to others. And we don't want to create barriers for people of certain faiths to participate in this place. Changing to a moment of quiet reflection would allow us to properly respect all beliefs, and I would also note that we are praying to the Queen, who is the leader of the Anglican Church, and that's without mentioning any other religious leaders. And that's something that the young people in my riding, in my youth council, noted. We want to be more inclusive, but we continue to pray for the leader of one specific religion every day. It's important that we look in the mirror, Madam Speaker, but, there are examples that we can follow. In Quebec, since 1976, the National Assembly no longer has a prayer at the beginning of each session, and that was done as it was said at the time, in respect of members of that assembly who come from various faiths. And this is something that isn't questioned anymore in Quebec. In Nova Scotia, there's a moment of quiet reflection before the day begins, and that was something that was decided amongst the various parties there. And that's a prayer that had been in place for hundreds of years. And this issue has also been debated by the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court in 2015 indicated that the prayer in question went against the beliefs of the person who raised the question. And the Supreme Court said that the prayer in question was privileging one religion over another. And the Supreme Court recommended that the prayer not continue to be used. And so I will conclude, Madam Speaker, with a few following points. I agree that given everything we've discussed, the state has a duty to show religious neutrality. And that neutrality means that the state must not interfere in the area of religion, and it should not privilege one religion over another. And how much time do I have left, Madam Speaker? 1 minute. All right. So if we want to pursue the ideal of a free and democratic society, that means we need a society that will allow everybody to participate in the public sphere, no matter what their religious beliefs might be. So, in my opinion, the prayer might be important for some, but it is not neutral, and it privileges one spirituality over another. Those who would say that it's just a tradition, well, they're saying that, words aren't important. And I'll conclude on this, Madam Speaker. As a society, we are no longer a colony that is managed by just a few men under God and the Queen. This is a democratic society, and we need to respect that. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to reinforce something that I had said earlier today. And that was that at the end of the day, there are other opportunities, whether it's through the standing order changes that will be coming up in June, whether it's bringing it up. And I understand the Bloc have not brought the issue up before Procedures and House Affairs Committee. And when I think in terms of, as I pointed out, my Quebec members of Parliament colleagues here in the Liberal caucus, I often hear about issues in the province of Quebec that are raised. I have never heard this issue raised. In fact, Madam Speaker, in my 20-plus years as a parliamentarian, I have never heard this issue being raised. Everything going on in our communities, whether it's in Quebec, Manitoba, wherever it might be, why would the Bloc see this as the most important issue when we have pandemic, war, so many other issues that could have been discussed?
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Well, let's make something very clear, Madam Speaker. They're not going to make me believe that an opposition day is important. And the proof of that, Madam Speaker, in January 2020, the Bloc Québécois moved a motion that would bring EI coverage for serious illnesses up to 50 weeks. And we had a vote on that, Madam Speaker. And that motion passed. The only party that voted against that was the Liberals, the Conservatives, NDP, and the Bloc, because it was a minority government at the time. We passed that motion. 2 years later, Madam Speaker, this government has still not respected that vote. So they can't make me believe that for them an opposition motion or an opposition day is something that's important. The only reason they don't want to debate this today, Madam Speaker, is because they're too chicken to do it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Tobic-Mactaquac.
Merci, Madam President.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Question.
My question is this. What is next?
Today we're discussing removing a custom that has happened and took place within this chamber for over 100 years. It has been here from the time of our founding. What is next? Our national anthem, because it says, God keep our land. What is next? The Charter of Rights and Freedom that talks about the supremacy of God. What is next? I think there's been an absolute rise in secular fundamentalism to the point of excluding people of faith from the public discourse. Let us be respectful of one another, and in that time of reflection, those who choose not to participate need not, or they can sit in silence. And those who choose to express their faith through prayer at that moment of silence should be able to do so freely and be embraced. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Well, what's next? What's next? Well, with what I'm hearing from the Honourable Member, the next thing that's coming is Quebec independence, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Brief question. The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I don't know why the member would object to praying for the Queen. He might want to use the prayer from Fiddler on the Roof. May God bless and keep the Tsar far away from us. That might be the kind of prayer that he would prefer. But in seriousness, Madam Speaker, he made this general argument against tradition, saying that, well, some things have changed, other things can change too. Of course things can change, and there have been some changes that have been good changes. But that doesn't absolve us of the responsibility to critically evaluate the reasons why a tradition might have been in place previously, and if there are downsides to removing that tradition. In this case, we have a brief prayer followed by an opportunity for reflection. And that seems to me to be an inclusive formula, because people have an opportunity to engage in secular reflection as they may wish, and there's also, I think, what is a very kind of open-ended monotheistic prayer that really anybody from a monotheistic religious tradition can buy into. Does the member at least accept that making this dramatic change to tradition in one opposition day isn't the best way to proceed?
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean in 45 seconds. Well, listen, we're talking about traditions, Madam Speaker. If we had decided to never dust anything off, well, there'd be dust up to here, Madam Speaker. But, you know, in the past, as I said, the Speaker wore a wig and a Napoleon hat, and we got rid of that. And, you know, if you look outside, nobody's walking around in a Napoleonic hat anymore, except for maybe a few people on Halloween. Apart from that, it's not something that exists anymore. So, listen, logically, if we want to be as inclusive as possible, and my colleague mentioned this prayer is not inclusive, the prayer that we have right now before each sitting. Now, Madam Speaker, I'm not baptized. It's not my fault. I was raised by somebody who was a communist at the time. Of course, he's changed since then, and he eventually came and sat in this house. But so, Madam Speaker, I don't feel included in that prayer before each sitting, Madam Speaker. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And so it falls to me to be the finer speaker from the Bloc Québécois in the context of our opposition day. And, Madam Speaker, it's particularly ironic because this is also the last time I will speak in this House having the age, the same age as Jesus Christ, given that my birthday is tomorrow. So, yes, thank you. So let's remember the Bloc Québécois motion would abolish the prayer that opens each sitting of the federal parliament, and would keep the moment of private reflection. And this prayer has a phrase that is a very monarchist to the glory of Queen Elizabeth and the Governor General. For many Quebecers, it's a surprise. Many people have gotten in touch with me since this morning, since we announced we were going to be talking about this today, to tell me how surprised they were that this prayer still existed. And I have reassured them I never participate in the daily prayer. I wait for that to end to come in and sit down in my seat here in the House. Why? Well, for two reasons. First of all, faith is personal. And secondly, because I represent thousands of people who represent all faith and many who are non-believers. When I'm here, I'm not here to promote my personal identity. I am in my personal convictions, my political convictions, yes, because I'm elected to do that, but not to represent my political, my personal beliefs. I'm here to do a job, and it's the same for my colleagues here. And so, for that same reason, I would never answer the question, do you believe in God? Well, I would answer privately. My friends and family can ask me that privately, but publicly, as a member of this House, I would never answer that question. Throughout the day, there seems to be a bit of a consensus in the other parties to condemn our choice of moving this motion today in the context of one of our opposition days. They've told us that we could have spent the day talking about real issues, quote unquote. The economy, housing, health, environment, the decline of French, etc. These are examples that we've heard throughout the day. You know, this criticism was raised at 10:30 this morning when, you know, then that's fine. But, you know, it's after 5 o'clock and that's still the only thing we hear, or almost the only thing we hear from the other parties. So, you know, this is what we call in good French, whataboutism, which is to deviate criticism by referring to other issues. It's saying, oh, you know, you can talk about this, but there's other issues. Why aren't you talking about these? So what they're doing is they're trying to avoid having to discuss the real issue in front of us today. Let's be clear on one thing. You know, we will take lessons from nobody on what to do with our opposition days. Let's be very clear on that. And we'll take no lessons from any of the other parties in terms of our political and parliamentary actions. Our record is something that we are very proud of. We talk about the important issues every day, whether it be in committee or in the House, whether it be in the media. We are there to discuss the important issues of the day. And it was the government of René Lévesque which eliminated prayer in the National Assembly of Quebec in 1976. And the Lévesque government was very proactive, and that did not prevent them from being one of the most proactive governments in the history of Quebec. This minute of secular reflection is the best way to respect freedom of conscience. 7 members of this House have already also been members of the National Assembly. 4 from the Bloc Québécois, 2 from the Conservatives, and 1 from the Liberals. And what they do and what they think about what's going to inspire them to the day when they stand in the National Assembly, or at least which they did at the time, you know, well, I wasn't interested in that. I'm not interested in what they did. I don't want to know. I don't want to know their faith or their lack of faith. Now, let's talk about the real issue here. What is secularism? Well, there are a number of clear texts on secularism, but let's begin by quoting the Bible. Render to Caesar that which is to Caesar, and to God that which is of God. So in other words, separate the two things. We need to go back to the basis of secularism to understand that. We can meet, as we have today, we can meet as deciders to discuss the best future for our community. But there's one subject that we'll never agree on because there's no rational argument that can be used, and that's religion. Given the absence of consensus, given that we can't prove anything that is religious by doing 1 + 1 = 2, you know, or that sort of thing, that issue is not on the decision, is not on the table for a decision. It's something we set aside, and that's the very basis of secularism. Because if there's an issue like which God to honor, for example, that's not something that can be decided here. So that needs to take place in the private sphere, where each and every one of us has the right to believe what we want and to express that. But no religion must be imposed on the political arena. So, as we've said, elected officials can follow the faith that they wish, and they're also free to dislike one religion, some religions, or every religion. That's also part of the religion of freedom of conscience. All of us can pray as many times as we want and read the sacred texts that we want. But Parliament is not the place to express those beliefs or to discuss them. Faith should not be publicly expressed in an ostentatious way by political by politicians, by those who make decisions, because we represent people from all different beliefs. You know, there are those who would say that maybe secularism worked in the past, but now we're a multi-faith society. Well, that makes secularism even more important now because we live in a multi-faith society. Secularism is the only way to allow all of us to live together.
That was the Age of Enlightenment's idea. Back in the 17th and 18th century, Voltaire said, in fact, that discord is the greatest ill for man. In Quebec, many people in my riding were on the forefront of secularism in our society. Can we think of the seniors of Saint-Hyacinthe, Louis-Antoine Dessalles in the 19th century? Mon Mère Ministre, who fought against the excesses, or in the 20th century, an elected official, Michaud, who fought against this as a director of an organization in my riding. Quebec recognizes today the major role that religion has played. It still has a big role. However, we know where it should not be found, where it must not be. In 1960, the Quiet Revolution began a long process of secularizing schools. It's a process that is ongoing. It continues. More recently, there was the question of visible religious signs for those who are in positions of authorities or all representative of the states. This is a debate that's healthy to have. It was only in 2018 that the crucifix above the Speaker's office at the National Assembly was taken down. And it was put up under the government of Duplessis with the express intent to unify church and state. It's not a problem when people are showing visible religious signs when they're in the private sector, but not in the public space. There are 19 municipalities out of the 25 municipalities I represent have the word saint in their name. That's okay. The prayer was taken out in the 1970s. In Canada, it's of course more complex. The supremacy of God is in the preamble of the Constitution, and the head of state is also the head of the Anglican Church. But we could, with the adoption of the Bloc's motion, move forward. It would be an important step forward, and I would again invite this House for one final time to move towards secularism, to ensure that we stop this practice. I could paraphrase Jean Charest. Secularism is important. Let's fight for it. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I find what this motion does is it amplifies the irrelevancy in terms of the bloc today. Because, you know, we've had since 1993 presence from the Bloc Party here in the House of Commons. Today is the day in which they want to designate, in the last 20 years, a debate on this particular issue.
Speaker after speaker outside of the bloc has gotten up and talked about the importance of issues that Canada is facing today. Whether it's healthcare, housing, seniors, the economy in general, and so much more. Yet the bloc is so focused on this particular issue. Why today? What's the urgency today? Does the bloc have nothing else that they believe that the people of Quebec are concerned about, that they raise this issue? Not one person in 10 years has raised the issue with me.
The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. I was talking about earlier about this issue. We talk about these issues every day, and we never get an answer on housing, on health, on everything that we get. Given as example, there's no answers. We've been here since the 90s, and so, you know, this is important. The Liberals have been here for a long time. They haven't resolved this issue. They're saying, why not today? I'm saying, why not today? It could have been resolved a long time ago. If not now, when?
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I guess just for those watching tonight in this important debate, it really brings in some of our traditions that I previously spoke to that started in 1877 in this place and were codified in 1927. It's been around this place for a long time. Tradition matters to Canadians. But I don't know if Canadians out there know that the bloc doesn't come into the chamber until after the anthem is sung and after the prayers have been prayed. And I think the question is begged to be answered is, where are they on singing? What about the national anthem that recognizes God in the national anthem? Are they saying that they want that struck from the national anthem? Are they saying that they want it struck from our Charter of Rights and Freedoms that recognizes the supremacy of God and the rule of law? I guess the question that again was asked by a previous member of our party is, what's next?
The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Well, the Canadian national anthem was a French one that was stolen from us. That said, we must remember now that the national anthem is something we don't take part in because it was appropriated. This is an example of cultural appropriation. We don't take part in that, and it's simple because we were so elected as sovereigntists. It's not the case for the other members, and they can sing it, so no problem. That said, the next step is the question that was asked, is there would be Quebec sovereignty. We'll continue to fight for that. We will continue to feel that this is the best solution. I feel that there is some assumption in that statement because we don't take part. This means that it doesn't bother us. But we're here for politics. We're here because we are thinking that this does not have a place in this Parliament.
Member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford, a brief question, please.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, I'm a non-religious person, and I've let the daily prayer continue as it is. But I guess on the principle of the thing, I do have to ask the question, you know, if I'm a non-believer, why, as a fully, duly elected representative of this House, why do I have to accept that I have to endure a reference to an almighty God that I don't believe in? So I think the principle is a valid one. But what I want to ask the member, because I am going to vote for this motion, but I want to ask him about the reference that we attempted to make to Canada's relationship with Indigenous peoples, because we have a very long and colonial history, and I believe it is a secular acknowledgement of the way the Canadian state has harmed Indigenous people. So I'm just wondering why the Bloc was not prepared to accept our amendment to their motion today.
Une brève réponse.
A brief answer, the honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. I want to thank my colleague for his question. His speech in the beginning said that I was right. As a non-believer, you shouldn't have to do that. And we shouldn't even have to question whether he is a believer or not today in this Parliament because it should not be part of the political debate. But in fact, he is right. With regard to the role of the Indigenous peoples, I am 100% in agreement for us to have this debate. It shouldn't just be mixed in with this. It's two separate things. That's the only reason why we rejected the amendment. But for the rest, it's legitimate. Let's debate it. I apologize. There is no more time, and there are a few other speakers.
The honourable member for Perth Wellington.
Here, 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 here. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and certainly it is an honour to rise in the House today to discuss this Bloc Québécois Opposition Day motion. Actually, I must admit, I've been actually pleasantly surprised about the debate today. It's actually been a meaningful debate of an important issue. I would argue that this might not be the right time and place to debate this matter, but it has nonetheless been an informative debate on this matter. One of the great advantages of a parliamentary system is that we can honour our traditions while also adapting and modernising with the times. But that adaptation, that modernisation must be done together as a House of Commons and ideally with a consensus approach to the House of Commons. Indeed, if you look at examples of our provincial colleagues, in 1 minute or less, Madam Speaker, British Columbia and Ontario both undertook changes to their daily prayer. In Ontario and in British Columbia, it was both done with the unanimous consent of those provincial legislatures. In Ontario, the very first non-Christian prayer that was delivered was an Ojibwe prayer, recognizing the importance of Indigenous peoples in Canada and Ontario's history. Certainly, when it comes time in June for the review of the standing orders, where we have an entire day in this House to debate, a day I like to refer to as Christmas morning. I'm sure the member from Winnipeg North would agree with me because it is an opportunity to discuss these matters, have them referred to the House of Commons Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs to actually have a meaningful, in-depth conversation about this issue, including the opportunity, as the NDP mentioned earlier, to have a land acknowledgement and to look at the opportunities and potentials to have other non-Christian, even secular opportunities within this place. Now, Madam Speaker, I know my time is at an end, but I do thank the opportunity to participate in this.
It being 5:54, it is my duty to interrupt the proceedings and put forth with every question necessary to dispose of the business of supply. La question est...
The question is as follows. Is the House ready for the question? And the question is as follows. Mr. Champoux, seconded by Ms. Gill, moved that. May I dispense?
Oui.
If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes to request a recorded division or that the motion be adopted on division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair, the honourable member for Drummond. We wish to have a recorded division on this issue, Madam Speaker. Pursuant to order made on Thursday, November 25, 2021, the division stands deferred until May 11th, Wednesday, 2022, at the expiry of the period provided for oral questions.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government, the House Leader, happens to have a point of order.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I suspect if you were to canvass the House, you'd find unanimous consent at this time to possibly call it 6:10 so we could begin private members' hour.
All those opposed to the Honourable Member, Parliamentary Secretary moving this motion will please say nay. Agreed? La Chambre a entendu l'énoncé de la motion.
The House has heard the question. All those opposed to the motion will say nay.
Adopté.
Carried.
It being 6:10, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Private members' business, resuming consideration of motion M44, permanent residency for temporary foreign workers in the name of Mr. Sarai and of the amendment of Ms. Kwan.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It certainly has been an interesting day in the House of Commons. The Bloc Québécois defending the idea of freedom of religion and conscience. Never thought I would see the day, Madam Speaker. And members saying that it was an offence that they had to spend 30 seconds listening to something they didn't agree with. Imagine all the time I spend in this House hearing things that I don't agree with, Madam Speaker. But nonetheless, we are now on to debating something else, motion 44. And Just as rhetorically, at least, the Bloc were adopting the idea of freedom of religion or conscience, which is normally something we hear championed by Conservatives. We have a motion from a Liberal member that I think borrows considerably from the Conservative platform in the last election, and on that basis I'm pleased to support it. Although I would generally like to encourage members of the government, when they have private members' bills, to consider putting forward legislation that fixes the problems that are in place. Motions are a good way for the House to express itself on general issues, and I think implicit in this motion is an acknowledgement by the member of the government of the failure of the Liberal cabinet to actually move forward on addressing these issues in the 7 years that they've had up until now. There are significant problems that persist in our immigration system that have not been resolved. But nonetheless, the ideas behind this motion are, I think, good ideas and ones that Conservatives are pleased to support. My understanding is that this motion will have the support of all members in the House, and I hope then it will light a fire under the government to really confront some of the big and persistent challenges in the immigration system. In particular, this motion calls on the government to put forward a plan that seeks to support a pathway to permanent residency for temporary foreign workers. Recognizing, first of all, that people who come as temporary foreign workers, they often establish attachments here in Canada. They develop Canadian connections, Canadian experience, and often those who come here in temporary work positions, they're filling jobs that are not temporary jobs. They're filling jobs that are permanent. So it doesn't make much sense, even from the perspective of the interests of Canadian employers or the Canadian economy, to have people come here temporarily to fill jobs that are in reality permanent jobs, and then perhaps get the benefit of Canadian connections and training, but then be forced to go back and be replaced in sort of an ongoing way. I mentioned the synergy, if you like, between this motion and things Conservatives put forward in the last platform. I want to just note that our platform said that we would create pathways to permanence for those already living and working in Canada, so long as they are prepared to work hard, contribute to growth and productivity of Canada, and strengthen our democracy. It does not make sense to attract the best and brightest, provide them with training and knowledge, and then force these people with all their potential to leave. And so I'm very pleased that we were able to put that forward. And I want to add as well that when Conservative parties put forward ideas in a general election, very often those ideas don't just come through the platform development process, but they come from our member-driven policy declaration. And our Conservative policy declaration calls on the party and government to examine ways to facilitate the transition of foreign workers from temporary to permanent status. So these are ideas that really came from the membership of the Conservative Party in terms of supporting these pathways to permanence. They were supported in our platform, and now they're in a private member's motion proposed by a Liberal member. So clearly there's no monopoly on good ideas, Madam Speaker. More broadly, though, we need to recognize that there are some significant challenges in our immigration system. And the biggest challenges that I hear about in my office are the challenges around backlogs, significant delays that people have to deal with in making applications for things that are so fundamental for themselves, their lives, their families, and the delays cause increased hardship, increased cost, and all kinds of different challenges. So I want to use this opportunity as well today, Madam Speaker, to just call on the government to do more and to work with us to address the issue of backlogs in our immigration system. One example, those seeking to privately sponsor vulnerable refugees have to wait often up to 3 years. And so I know of community groups, faith groups, and others that are looking to sponsor vulnerable refugees that actually are stuck providing that financial support to people who are in another country, perhaps in a refugee camp, perhaps in a vulnerable situation. They're providing financial support to them overseas while they're in that vulnerable situation for 3 years until they're able to come to Canada and begin that transition to a permanent life here in Canada. And it's only because of a backlog. It's only because of bureaucratic delays. And if only they could come here right away and begin that life here in Canada, begin that transition, it would actually be less costly for those involved in private sponsorship, and it would be so much more beneficial from a safety and security perspective for the family. We have people waiting very long periods of time to be reunited with family members. It's hard for me to imagine being away, needing to be away from my spouse for months and months and months on end simply because of bureaucratic delays. We also have delays, by the way, in people's access to citizenship, and this is important because it impacts people's ability to participate in our democratic life. Someone might have been in Canada for long enough to be eligible for citizenship, and the Liberals actually, one of their first acts with respect to immigration was reducing the amount of time a person has to be in Canada before they apply for citizenship. And yet they've extended the amount of time in the form of this backlog that it takes for people to actually be able to get that citizenship application. So we've got an election campaign happening here in Ontario right now. And we had a motion actually put forward on this issue at the Immigration Committee by the member for Dufferin-Caledon, recognizing that the significant delays in citizenship processing application are effectively disenfranchising people who might want to vote in this election, who might have applied and be in queue waiting for the processing of their application. So we have the significant impacts of delays and backlogs. And we put forward some ideas in the last election on how to address these. One of them, for instance, was to allow people to pay money for expedited processing, effectively allowing the process to be speeding up by increasing capacity. We need to see expansion of capacity to process this and providing people, because I think people that are waiting a long time for a spouse or family member to come might be willing to invest in that system of processing. It's one possible solution that we had put forward. We also proposed other solutions in terms of making the system more efficient and doing kind of efficiency reviews of how that process happens. Here's another way we could address the problem of backlogs, by the way. Let the people who are on unpaid leave because of their personal vaccination choices come back to work, right? That doesn't seem like it's that difficult, right? If the government says they're putting people on unpaid leave because of their personal vaccination status, even if they're working from home, it would be absurd to assume that that doesn't have some effect on government services. Unless some of these folks were doing absolutely nothing, putting them on leave has an impact on government services that are available. And that will impact across the board. It'll impact the various services that Canadians receive. One of them is immigration, because we have this huge demand for passports. We have this huge demand for people to see applications around family sponsorship, refugee sponsorship, other things processed. And yet it's so important for an ideological reason for the government to put people on unpaid leave, take them out of the workforce working on those issues, and have them forced to not participate in this work, even if they're home. So this is another issue, Madam Speaker, of backlogs, and I think we need to have an immigration system that works well, that works efficiently. I know just in general with this government is of course the Liberals have this philosophy of big government, right? They want government to be doing more and more things, to be involved in more and more areas of our economy. But even the areas that are core to government responsibility, they can't do very well, right? Immigration is core to government responsibility. No one's suggesting that anyone but government be the one that that do the processing part of immigration applications. And yet they're not able to do this well. And I think we've seen in many cases, in the case of the situation in Afghanistan, in the case of some of these other aspects of immigration, the government not being able to deliver. Now, one of the other issues that we've taken up at the Immigration Committee as well is the situation in Ukraine. And Conservatives have been united with the other opposition parties in calling for the government to have visa-free travel for people coming from Ukraine. And we put forward a motion on that passed the committee, that passed this House. The government opposed it and hasn't acted on it. So I commend the member for Surrey Centre for having adopted one Conservative idea in this motion. I want to just encourage him to adopt more Conservative ideas on immigration. We've put so many good ideas in this party, so it's a great start, Motion 44. I'm proud to support it, and I would invite other members of the Liberal caucus to take up more of these great Conservative solutions that we're putting forward. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Well, last week, given how late we were debating C8, and I think people were falling asleep a bit, but I hope that this week it'll be a bit lighter, so don't worry. I think I'm going to be very optimistic tonight. I think that this motion M44 is arriving at a great time when the spring is just starting, and more, we see the summer coming. Quebecers are looking forward to vacation season. We're going to have a very nice, very sunny time in Lac-Saint-Jean. We're going to have visitors from everywhere around Quebec, Canada, and the world. And do you know what makes us so famous around the world? Well, we have breathtaking landscapes, beautiful beaches, but more importantly, perhaps, are incredible blueberries or strawberries. If you can get a hold of a little punnet of those fruits, you'll understand why Quebecers are so proud of their regional products. Many people are looking forward to going picking or buying them throughout the world in grocery shops. And all of that is possible thanks to temporary foreign workers. As you know, the labor shortage is giving our producers a lot of problems. The complexity and cost to bring new workers to the region is reminiscent of the 12 labors of Asterix for our poor agricultural producers. Of course, this is not a problem only in agriculture. It's in every sector, but immigration is part of the solution. That's why I understand why the member for Surrey Centre has tabled this motion. I agree with him. We need to make it easier for temporary foreign workers to access permanent residency. Companies in the broader agriculture and agri-food sector have serious problems facing the complicated and costly process of bringing temporary foreign workers. So it's a great idea to give more weight to workers' acquired experience in Canada. To make it easier for them to have permanent residency might make it easier to retain these workers in our regions. And this motion could give some hope to companies in the rest of Canada who are hoping to be able to get workers more easily, given the lack of workers in their own businesses. And I think it's not a bad idea to adapt the criteria to move from a temporary visa to a permanent one based on the needs Quebec and Canada are facing, especially if we want the sector to be able to recover from COVID, among other things. But at the risk of sounding like a broken record, the Bloc Québécois is opposed to all decisions that will affect Quebec's jurisdiction clearly. And that's why I would like to remind colleagues that the Bloc Québécois will agree with this on one very simple condition. The motion needs to respect the Canada-Quebec agreement. It's very simple, and I think that the wording here is very general. After all, the motion simply asks the government to examine evidence and data, to incorporate data, to define mechanisms, and to consider certain professions. That's clear, but for the more binding parts of the motion, we need to ensure that Quebec's responsibility for selecting economic immigrants and various criteria, well, we need to respect that in order for Quebec to be able to decide whether a temporary foreign worker is eligible or not for permanent status in Quebec. And in Part A of the motion, we see something about amending eligibility criteria under economic immigration programs to give more weight, etc. But it's not up to the federal government to determine what these eligibility criteria are. So my reading is that this motion wouldn't apply in Quebec because of immigration jurisdiction sharing between the federal government and Quebec. As I mentioned earlier, immigration is only part of the solution because there are two problems in the Quebec and Canadian labor market: a labor shortage and a lack of skills in certain areas. So immigration can be attractive in all of this. Temporary immigration sometimes enables to fill jobs that Canadians are not filling. But this is not something that's going to surprise anyone, but immigrants are human beings, not inputs in our production lines. Exactly like the people who elected us and who want decent working conditions. It's human to become obsessed with the idea of efficiency, but we need a real discussion instead on working conditions for some jobs that are less valued. We need to do more. Even though it takes a long time in certain cases, we need to consider environmental assessments. It may not be simple. We need to move more quickly to digitization. I mean, sometimes even we still use faxes. There's still a lot to be done. So we need quick, simple solutions. But I'd invite all of my colleagues to discuss long-term solutions. And I'd also like to come back to the Quebec-Canada agreement. We don't just need band-aid solutions. But coming back to the Canada-Quebec agreement, this motion is just trying to make it easier for temporary workers to have permanent residency. So we're not talking about thresholds. But the increase in immigration levels announced in February is concerning for the future of Quebec, especially its cultural and linguistic future. Because we should not increase the Canadian thresholds, which are already too high. It's okay to make things faster and easier, but more to have higher thresholds? No, Madam Speaker. The idea of raising immigration rates from 4,600 people in 2020 to 431,000 new permanent residents in 2022 and 451,000 in 2024, that means having 1.33 million new immigrants over just 3 years, an 80% increase from the thresholds before the Liberal Party came to power in 2015. On a per capita basis, Canada is already one of the Western countries with the highest immigration rate. And that's only for permanent immigrants, those who get permanent residency. Section 2 of the Canada-Quebec Agreement has an important objective for Quebec, which is to maintain Quebec's demographic weight within Canada and integrate immigrants to the province while respecting its distinct character. According to the agreement, Ottawa needs to consider Quebec's opinion on the number of immigrants that Quebec will welcome when Canada is determining its pan-Canadian thresholds. Was Quebec consulted before these thresholds were set? I'd be surprised to hear it. The federal government is not respecting the Canada-Quebec agreement when raising these thresholds. The arrival of so many immigrants in such little time has consequences for Quebec. It's one of the reasons that French has been decreasing so much for 15 years. And then by having more people arrive than the capacity can manage, we're exacerbating the housing crisis and the increase in housing prices, which affects the poorest among us, including new arrivals, which the Liberals may not care about, but I do. And also, Ottawa discriminates against Francophone immigrants who want to settle or study in French in Quebec. And so Canada, whether on purpose or not, is sabotaging Quebec's efforts to attract Francophones, according to Frédéric Lacroix. And the result of all that is that Quebec's relative weight within Canada has decreased for an 11th census in a row. It went from 28.9% in 1966 to 23% in 2021, and that's going to continue accelerating. We will be told to dogmatically accept an X number of immigrants, a certain number, again, treating them like numbers and not human beings. The decrease of French in the metropolitan area of Montreal, the housing crisis, and harmonious integration will suffer once again. So on that very light note, as I promised, I'd like to wish you a good evening, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is a pleasure to rise today to speak to this motion and its proposal to strengthen support for a pathway to permanent residency for temporary foreign workers and international students. I want to thank the member from Surrey Centre for bringing this motion forward and for helping to shine more light on such important issues in my home of British Columbia, as well across Canada. I want to start my speech with a quote from Alex, a constituent in my riding of Nanaimo Ladysmith who came to Canada from Zimbabwe. Alex recently wrote to me seeking support for his application for permanent residency. He said, "It has been 6 months since IRCC received my application and I'm still waiting. I would love to get back to work as soon as possible, mostly so I can provide for my family, but also because I see how desperate employers are getting to find people and I want to do my part." He continues, I quote, "I'm unsure if you have ever been in a position like this, but as a parent yourself, I'm sure you can understand the stress I feel being unable to provide. This is heartbreaking, and Alex is not alone in this experience." New Democrats have recognized for years that individuals who are qualified to work or study in Canada should have an opportunity to stay here. We know that workers who are identified by the government to have what they determine to be low or medium skills are still making real and meaningful contributions to Canada. The value of the important roles being taken on by those entering Canada as temporary foreign workers became very evident to us all during the pandemic. From their roles in agriculture to work in the care economy, it is clear that the skills temporary foreign workers bring with them to Canada are not only valuable, but are essential to each of us. When we talk about the temporary foreign workers programs, we often ignore the human stories of these workers. When speaking to this bill, I think of Renelyn, a constituent who recently wrote to my office looking for assistance with her permanent residency application. Renelyn has been in Canada for 10 years, first arriving in Canada as a temporary foreign worker. She is currently working 3 jobs in my riding of Nanaimo Ladysmith to support her family that she had to leave behind. Her daughter was 14 when she first applied for permanent residency. Her daughter is now 21. When Renelyn wrote to my office, she just finished her 13th day of work in a row, working almost 16-hour days. To ensure that she could continue her path towards permanent residency, she has only been able to return home once in the past 10 years to visit her sick husband. Tragically, she was not even able to get home when he passed away. Madam Speaker, Renelyn is someone who has worked tirelessly since she arrived in Canada. She's done everything right to create a life here, but instead of supporting that dream and recognizing her years of hard work, she's faced every delay and setback imaginable. We need to fundamentally rethink our approach to supporting hardworking individuals like Renelyn, who are committed to contributing to Canada and making Canada their home. There are important reasons why all individuals who come to Canada to work should have access to a clear and timely pathway to permanent residency. For years, we've seen systemic abuses of temporary foreign worker programs. We've denied temporary foreign workers basic rights that should be afforded to anyone working and living in Canada. It has allowed predatory employers to exploit and abuse workers with little fear of recourse. Successive Liberal and Conservative governments have created a vacuum in the Canadian economy, one where jobs filled by the Temporary Foreign Workers Program are often filled by those most desperate and vulnerable to exploitation. Unsurprisingly, once these highly exploitable jobs are created, there is a vicious cycle that continues over and over. This is shameful in a country as wealthy as Canada. Canadians expect better, and temporary foreign worker programs need to be designed to ensure that those working in Canada are treated with dignity and respect. I think back to the Auditor General's report in 2021 on health and safety of agricultural temporary foreign workers in Canada during the COVID-19 pandemic. The report highlighted that Canada's inspections under the program provided little assurance of protection for workers during the pandemic. This is despite this Liberal government's promise to address the blatant violations of workers' rights we saw during the beginning of the pandemic. Instead of ensuring that temporary workers were protected the next year, this government taxed the system even more without improving the inspection system. This under-resourced inspection system got even worse, and vulnerable foreign workers were the ones who suffered because of it. But the agriculture sector isn't the only area where we've routinely seen abuses in Canada's foreign worker system. That's why I'm in full support of my colleague from Vancouver East's amendment to this motion to include caregivers in this plan. Ensuring that individuals working in domestic spaces have access to the same level of protection from harassment and violence is vital. I'm happy to hear the mover of this motion is in support of this important addition. Canada's system to facilitate the transition from temporary to permanent status is also broken, unfortunately, for companies trying to do right by their workers. I think about Maria, the owner of Pro Stitch Alteration in my constituency of Nanaimo Ladysmith, who recently reached out to my office to get assistance for one of her staff members. Maria has a qualified seamstress working with her, but because the seamstress is still working on her language skills, she can't secure permanent residency. Moreover, because this profession is not considered a priority of this government, the path to permanent residency is lengthy and unclear. Maria's only solution to keep her valuable employee is to apply through the Temporary Foreign Workers Program over and over again. One of the great ironies of Maria's situation is that she herself is a proud immigrant, moving from Romania to Canada many years ago. It speaks volumes that someone who was able to move to Canada and start a successful small business is unable to pass along those opportunities to others because of Canada's broken immigration system. I also want to give a special mention to the Central Vancouver Island Multicultural Society, also known as CVIMS, in my riding of Nanaimo Ladysmith, which does incredible work to support new Canadians and temporary foreign workers. Last year, CVIMS provided services to over 300 temporary foreign workers and international students, helping to make Nanaimo Ladysmith a more welcoming and supportive place for newcomers to Canada. Every day, CVIMS is working to help individuals, but their work is made so much harder because of the systemic challenges built into our temporary foreign worker program. Individuals they are working with struggle to meet language goals for permanent residency because they are being forced to work impossibly long hours. They also struggle to help report abuse because temporary foreign workers are often too fearful to come forward with stories of mistreatment. These workers understand that any misstep could mean no longer having an opportunity to stay and work in Canada. I've seen firsthand the incredible work that CVIMS is doing, and I truly believe that we need to create a system where groups like CVIMS can focus on the work of welcoming and supporting individuals who are new to Canada, with less concern that the people they are trying to help are being exploited. Madam Speaker, Canada is facing a labour shortage. Welcoming people to Canada to help meet the full range of our labour needs is vital. As we move forward, it is also important that we have a compassionate approach, which takes into consideration the unique stories of people like Alex, Frenelyn, and Maria. We need to make sure that jobs filled by temporary foreign workers are not excuses for abuse and exploitation. As we move forward, we need to make sure that people are excited to work in Canada and that they have a clear pathway set out for them. We all benefit when Canada is welcoming and supportive. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, just give me one quick second. I almost forgot this.
I have the honor to note that the House has sent a message to the House to inform it that it has passed the following bills, and which will be sent to the House: S-219.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Mississauga East Cooksville.
Right on. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, I know I speak for hundreds of thousands of temporary foreign workers, students, families, employers, and communities. Hard-working, industrious, community-minded people that long to be part of our magnificent country of Canada. And my friend, my colleague, the hard-working member for Surrey Centre, and his motion 44 is the hope that all of these great people need, that our economy needs, that our country needs. We have an economy that is leading the G7, a strong plan to continue that growth. Budget 2022 is all about economic growth, jobs, about community and country building. That is why motion 44 is vital at this time. Every week at my office in Mississauga East Cooksville, I have employers coming to let me know how much they're growing, how they're scaling up, and how they need more workers. These employers are from all sectors: manufacturing, transportation, logistics, hospitality, healthcare, construction, trades, and I can go on, Madam Speaker. Statistics Canada shows us that our unemployment rate is the lowest we have seen, well, forever, Speaker, forever. Since we started measuring unemployment in 1976, our unemployment is the lowest today at 5.2%. Canada has always been a beacon of hope for people fleeing from wars, persecution, fascism, dictatorships, totalitarian states. Waves of immigrants have come to Canada for its democracy, peace, freedom. Speaker, I have a Ukrainian intern that just arrived a couple of weeks ago here in Canada. She's working in my office, Ola Louise Bolin, a courageous young woman, 22 years old. February 24th, when Putin started this illegal, illegitimate war against Ukraine, a sovereign state, this woman's world changed. All of a sudden, her family had to flee. Her house, her building, was hit by a missile. They lost power. She knew she had to move her family. Her mother and 3 siblings have gone to Poland to find refuge. Her father is still in Ukraine, and she has come here to Canada. Having helped her family find some safe haven, this young woman speaks English, French, Ukrainian. I thank our Minister of Immigration, our Prime Minister, our Deputy Prime Minister, and all the parliamentarians here, because I know we all stand together strong for Ukraine and here to help those Ukrainians find safety and help and to build a better life. There's a legacy of Ukrainians coming to Canada that have, farms right across our prairies come here. I can tell you, Madam Speaker, that from my wife's family, her name Christina Yeremchuk, from Ukraine. Parents had to flee World War II, went to a displaced persons camp, then were brought here to Canada. Grandfather worked in a factory. Mother worked in healthcare, helping again to build our country. Her father went to school here, Trinity citizen, became a dentist. But Speaker, those stories, like my wife's parents' story, or I'll tell you a little bit about my story and my parents, but be it Portuguese, Italians, Filipinos, Polish, Ukrainians, Asians, South Asians, the entire world, outside of our Indigenous people, Canada has been built on immigration. It has brought people from all over the world, given an opportunity to succeed, hard-working, industrious people. This is all true for our temporary foreign workers, our foreign students. So many of them have come to my office, as I am sure they have visited many of my colleagues' offices. They love their adopted community, country, that they want to stay in. Their employers want them to stay. But Speaker, they have barriers in front of them, and they are looking for and need a pathway to permanent residency. And that is what Motion 44 and my colleague from Surrey Centre has brought forward. Permanent residency for temporary foreign workers is the comprehensive plan to address many of our labor shortages and continue to build our country, build Canada. M44 builds on the success of our Atlantic immigration program, our temporary resident to permanent resident pathway program, rural and northern immigration program, agri-food pilot, and provincial nominee programs. All of these programs, we have learned a lot from these programs. What works, what doesn't, how to best address our labor shortages, working with our partners, our provinces, employers, businesses, stakeholders, communities. Temporary foreign workers know our culture, our work environment, our standards, our health and safety standards. They have enough language proficiency to do their job, be it when they're driving a truck and understanding our rules of the road and being able to get their licenses that they require, on construction sites in terms of health and safety, or working in food processing and agriculture and understanding how to work on a farm, Madam Speaker. They have settled. They have already contributed. They pay taxes. They want an opportunity to grow roots, deep roots, to raise their family, become a part of the Canadian family, not just temporarily, not just, for the season, not just for a couple of years or 4 years or 6 years, or having to renew their permanent, their temporary foreign permanent status year over year. They want to stay here permanent, and we want them to be here, and that is M44 is the roadmap to that. Speaker, I've spoken to so many temporary foreign workers, and their eyes come to tears. They come to tears because you know what? They so want to be here and be part of Canada and grow their families here. But there are barriers. There are barriers when it comes to the language proficiency. There are barriers when it comes to formal education, high school or higher education. Speaker, and some may say, oh, those are low-skilled jobs. Well, Speaker, you try, or I should say this to PhDs that we have, I know many of them, many maybe even in this chamber, try to go to frame a home or put a brick wall together, do the masonry, be able to put up a piece of sheetrock, of drywall. Speaker, these are skilled professions. It takes a lot of work. This takes a lot of skill, and all of these workers are able to do it so well, and we need them so much. We talk about what we are achieving here in Canada. As we continue to grow with our population, people need a place to live, a place to call home. Well, it takes these construction workers and those transporting all of those construction materials to make it happen. So as we build over these next 4 years, next 3 years, 100,000 more new homes, Speaker, we do it through many of our temporary foreign workers. But why wouldn't we want to just keep them here permanently? This is what M44 is all about. It is about continuing to grow our country the way it has from its inception, through waves of immigration. And now with people that roll up their sleeves, that are here to work hard, have the spirit of Canada, of building our country. I thank my parents, Maria and Joaquim Fonseca, for coming here. Mom worked in healthcare. Dad worked in a factory. He came as, they left a fascist dictatorship in Portugal. And Madam Speaker, I'm so proud that they worked hard. Unless M44 gets done, people like my parents would not have been able to come to Canada. So let's all support M44 and make sure we help our great country and those that want to be a part of it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member of Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm pleased to rise today on Motion 44, which seeks to force the government to, and I quote, develop and publicly release within 120 days following the adoption of this motion a comprehensive plan to expand pathways to permanent residency for temporary foreign workers, including international students with significant Canadian work experience in sectors with persistent labour shortages. Furthermore, we're debating the amendment put forward by my colleague from Vancouver East, with whom I sit on the Immigration Committee, and which seeks to strengthen this motion. First off, let me start by saying that this is my first opportunity in this Parliament to speak during private members' business. So I've had the chance to speak to multiple government bills and budgets since my re-election by the good folks in Saskatoon West, but it's always a pleasure to discuss ideas that originated from MPs outside of the Prime Minister's inner circle. And I would remind my Liberal colleagues across the road that they have the actual power to implement these things right now. So I'm glad to hear them talking positively about this, and I encourage them to actually implement this. In Saskatoon West, like all parts of Canada, our economy is driven through job growth. As our population ages and the boomers retire, we need people to fill those jobs and continue to grow our economy. Like many Western nations, Canada's demographics play against our economic survival. Birth rates in Canada are at a historic low of 1.47 children for every woman. An economy needs a replacement of 2.1 births just to keep the population stable. And that assumes that all people want a job and want to work. And unfortunately, as we now know, some people, for one reason or another, would rather take a government check than work. And don't kid yourself, I get emails from constituents demanding that they and the NDP, what they and the NDP term as universal basic income, gets implemented. And this social experiment replaces working with a government paycheck, allowing people to stay home and watch Netflix all day. So not only are we short citizens, not all able-bodied citizens want to work. So, how do we fix this problem? Well, for the last 20 years or so, the answer has been immigration. Bringing in people to do the work so-called old-stock Canadians no longer want to do. We pick our vegetables, drive our taxis, serve our coffee, drill our oil, mine our lithium for electric cars, drive our big rig trucks, take care of our children and elders, perform our surgeries, fly our planes, become our members of parliament, and so on. There's actually no limit to the skills that immigrants bring to our country.
Hear, hear.
Madam Speaker, many of my constituents in Saskatoon West know that I support immigration. Conservatives are proponents of immigration. I sit on the Immigration Committee, and I believe in the values and hard work of our immigrants. I take the opportunity when I'm back in the riding to meet with Canadians of all backgrounds. Two of the main complaints that I hear about is the issue of backlogs and the pathways to permanent residency. Both of these systems are broken. Let me start with backlogs, Madam Speaker. On Sunday, the latest figures reported by the government put the immigration backlog at 2 million people. These are Afghans and Ukrainians waiting, fearing for their lives. These are wives, husbands, children's brothers, sisters, parents, waiting patiently to join their families already in Canada. They're waiting for IRCC to shuffle through the paperwork. Our citizenship backlog sits at almost 500,000 people. These are people that are now in Canada. They have gone through the immigration backlog, successfully applied for and have been accepted for Canadian citizenship, but they're waiting for the day to give that simple oath which will give them the rights and privileges to call themselves a Canadian citizen. Can you believe that? 2.5 million people waiting for the nod of approval from the Liberal minister. Clearly, there are major problems in the systems we use to manage immigration in our country. We've highlighted some ideas like having the entire process online, complete with notes and reasons for decisions to allow for complete transparency. Our system badly needs to be modernized and updated, and Conservatives will continue pushing for that. It's the folks on temporary visas that are most vulnerable to the whims of the minister and his backlogs. Immigrants come to Canada on a wide variety of temporary visas, such as study and work visas. Imagine that we've just spent 4 years educating someone as a doctor, an engineer, accountant, or something else, and then we send them home. Or a company invests months to train and provide experience to a worker, and then we send them home. Now, sometimes these folks want to return home, and that's just fine. But very often, these people want to stay in Canada. When we send them home, Canada loses out on their talent and skills just when they're blossoming into productive workers. In our last Conservative election platform, we promised to create pathways to permanence for those already living and working in Canada, so long as they are prepared to work hard, contribute to the growth and productivity of Canada, and strengthen our democracy. It does not make sense to attract the best and brightest, providing them with training and knowledge, and then force these people with all their potential to leave. Permanent residency is the best way to achieve this. Yes, the Liberals have played around the margins of many immigration programs, such as the temporary resident to permanent resident pathway, Atlanta immigration program, etc. But what have they accomplished? I don't know. Hopefully this motion will pass and force the government to report back and tell us. But here's an easier answer. Permanent residency, Madam Speaker. But permanent residency for which classes of immigrants? Let's tackle that one. Many immigrants come to Canada with credentials in their country of origin that allows them to practice medicine, to be a nurse or a lawyer, drive a big truck, fly a plane, engineer a road, be a plumber or electrician, a boilermaker. But when they come to Canada, either the federal or provincial regulatory body that controls their licensing says that no, you do not meet our standards. Sometimes that's fair. Perhaps if you're a lawyer coming from India and you speak English and you expect to move to the Gaspé to practice law in French, you need to meet certain requirements specific to that province's law association. But in other areas, training is training. An easy example to understand is aviation. If you're qualified to fly a Boeing 737 in Indonesia, you are equally qualified to fly that same plane in Canada. It's substantially the same. So therefore, a pilot coming from Indonesia should be able to pick up routes, move to Saskatoon, and start flying for WestJet or Air Canada with very minimal training requirements. And in cases where there is some Canadian-specific training required, we need to simplify the process to achieve that education. Indeed, in our election platform, we promised to launch a credential recognition task force to develop new and timely appropriate credential recognition strategies. And I will be introducing in the House my own private members' legislation soon enough to accomplish this very task, so I encourage all members to look out for that.
Hear, hear.
Madam Speaker, let me touch on the amendment from my colleague from Vancouver Centre. Her amendment is adding the caregiver program to the list of programs that needs to be examined. In the last 2 studies we have done on the committee, I have asked multiple witnesses about this very program, about caregivers. Many of these folks come from the Philippines and settle in Saskatoon West, and what I hear is unsettling, no pun intended. MD Shervazuman, who's an immigration consultant from my riding of Saskatoon West, appeared at our committee and said, quote, "Let me focus a little bit about the caregiver program that can be an example of mistreatment to those foreign workers who work hard to protect the vulnerables in our community. This program was offered in 2018, but unfortunately what happened is the priority of the IRCC has shifted to the other programs," end quote. Mr. Gupitap Kals, another immigration consultant from Saskatoon West, also commented on the caregiver program and said, "The processing time has been an extensive amount, and because of the lengthy processing, the majority of the applicants' relationship stress are often causing breakdowns in their relationships, with marriages falling apart, children reaching the age of majority, and other areas. In some cases, employers have either already passed away, or the person to be cared for has already reached the age of majority, as is the case with child care providers," end quote. These immigration consultants are on the ground dealing with the failed caregiver program. And I point this out because I had asked the Associate Deputy Minister of Immigration Canada when she was at committee about her thoughts on the caregiver program. She told me that, quote, "The caregiver program is one that is a priority for the department," end quote. If a program that is a priority for her as Deputy Minister is such an abysmal failure, I hate to imagine what a non-priority program would be doing. Madam Speaker, I want to conclude my remarks by reflecting on the need for compassionate immigration, our refugee program. The wars in Afghanistan and Ukraine have driven home the fact to many Canadians that we can and should be there to welcome people displaced by war. This is a role our country has taken on time and time again. Many immigrants come to Canada in the wake of the First or Second World Wars. We know that Hungarians fled here in '56 and Eastern Europeans throughout the Cold War. Japanese, Korean, and Vietnamese all fled from conflicts. Hong Kong, Chinese, and practitioners of Falun Gong escaping China's basic dictatorship. Stephen Harper brought boatloads of Lebanese over during their war with Israel. And the Syrians were after that. Canada must continue to be open for refugees. But for that to happen, we must fix our immigration system. Eliminate backlogs, implement new technologies, modernize our bureaucracy. Madam Speaker, let's get this motion passed and see what the government says in response, and hopefully we can get on our way. Thank you very much.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. I must inform him that I will have to interrupt him at a certain point in order to allow the bill's sponsor to speak. So about 7 minutes, Madam Speaker? 2 minutes. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to speak to this motion. With elements to increase pathways to permanent residency for temporary foreign workers, the bill focuses on occupations in critical sectors that are underrepresented in current economic migration programs. I'm certain that many members of the House are wondering if there's a way to compel departments such as Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship Canada, IRCC, to provide timely and predictable services for small and medium-sized businesses. I am also convinced that the immigration process needs to be streamlined to help mitigate the devastating effects of this labor shortage. There are steps the government can take to make immigration to Canada attractive for jobs in sectors critical to our economy. And I must give credit to an analyst and policy analyst who we heard last week as a witness before the Industry Committee. We should enshrine the delivery of work permits in the Service Fees Act and make IRCC accountable for delivering work permits on time and reimbursing applicants when they fail to comply. The second point is what we call the Labour Market Impact Assessment. This is not required in the province of Quebec because Quebec already does it. This is an example, a classic example of government duplication and waste, where Quebec already provides the service. Why do it again? You pave a road once, not twice. So these labor market impact assessments are not necessary in Quebec. With today's technology, there are ways to ensure that small and medium-sized businesses, A, do not duplicate their time and effort by sending the same information to two levels of government, and for government to share that same information common to both levels of government at the same time. IRCC has always been reluctant to give up the power and control over its processing time. Well, it's time to hold it accountable to service standards that meet the needs of businesses, particularly when we're talking about a labor shortage. There is no reason why processing times for applications from Quebec should be any different than elsewhere in Canada. The federal government must modernize. The federal government must modernize the Immigration Act and reflect labor needs and objectives of the strategies established by the provinces, for example, the regionalization of immigration in Quebec. There is no reason why we can't think outside the box, especially in the area of immigration, and take risks. There is so much competition worldwide for the same people, so I don't understand why we would put so many barriers in the way of Quebec's selected candidates. Young, skilled workers are going to want to immigrate to countries where there is less paperwork to do. It's time to be efficient because many communities depend on workers coming to the different regions of Quebec. The motion by the member for Surrey Central is a legitimate and humane way to provide a pathway to permanent residency that supports the integration of these workers into the communities where they have been welcomed. The Temporary Foreign Worker Program is a very costly and complex solution to address the issue of labor shortages. However, small and medium-sized businesses have no other choice but to opt for this program. We need to get out of time-consuming immigration programs quickly. And, Madam Speaker, I would like to quote an article that is written on CBC Radio Canada from last April and says that a qualified or skilled worker has already been selected by the Quebec government, has to wait 31 months on average to get permanent residency. And it's about 6 months in the other provinces. Recently, it went up to 27 months based on information from the website. This is a huge discrepancy. You know that a worker in my region has to wait 27 to 31 months, and in other regions they could do it under a year. It's unacceptable to see this kind of discrepancy, and more than 29,000 files are waiting. In a brief tabled in federal court obtained by CBC, IRCC has more than 29,000 permanent residency applications that are waiting to be processed for qualified skilled workers in Quebec. 10,000 of these were sent to Ottawa before 2020. There are questions about security and criminality, and these are issues that can hold up a file, but it's unacceptable to see this lack of consistency from the federal government and perhaps a lack of resources, and perhaps it's explained by the labor shortage, which is also hitting hard Service Canada's data processing centers. And our regions are showing creativity, Madam Speaker, in order to attract workers. And we're talking about universities and college. There's an article in the Devoir newspaper from 18th of February that mentioned that the regions hardest hit by the lack of temporary foreign workers are being creative. There are many students that are getting refused access to go to these universities. Perhaps people will want to settle there on a long-term basis if they come in as foreign students. We have to change this situation. When we see the refusals, 73% in various universities in the Outaouais, 68% at the National School of Public Administration, even in the cégeps in Témiscamingue, Abitibi-Témiscamingue, 75% refusal. So some groups, institutions, educational institutions want to attract students from around the world, but they're being denied this possibility. And this is a problem because in Abitibi-Témiscamingue in particular, this is part of our strategy to fight against the labor shortage. That is to be attractive, to give good living conditions, but also to attract people and help out our entrepreneurs. So you can understand that this bill can go further, and it's an interesting bill to think about it, but Ottawa needs to take rapid action. Thank you. I believe that the honourable member mentioned the name of a minister. He is not to mention the name of any minister.
The right of reply, the honourable member for Surrey Centre has 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank all the members that have spoken on this today. Conservative member from Sherwood Park, our bloc members, the NDP member from Nanaimo, Ladysmith, and many others. And I also want to thank my colleague, the Member of Parliament from Vancouver Kingsway, who made an amendment to I'm very supportive of. So hopefully it goes as planned very shortly. So again, I want to very pleased to be here today to speak to you on for the second hour of debate on my private member's motion M44, permanent residency for temporary foreign workers. I'd like again to extend my sincere gratitude for all the support I've received from my colleagues for this motion. And thank you to all the individuals, the organizations, and industry groups who I've met with or have corresponded with me and voiced their support for M44. A group of constituents in Surrey Centre have even started an e-petition to show their support for the motion. In fact, because of them, I want this motion to be referred to as the New Hope motion, as it gives new hope to those who have little. I chose to bring this motion forward for private members' business to address ongoing challenges with our immigration system and to help find ways to fill critical gaps in our labor market by creating more accessible pathways for permanent residency for temporary foreign workers. This includes important sectors like agriculture, transportation, manufacturing, trades, health services, and many others which are desperately trying to fill persistent gaps in the labor market. The implementation is even more important and vital today as we deal with inflation and acute labor shortages resulting from the pandemic, a retiring and aging labor force, and low birth rates. Not a day goes by when I don't receive a call or email from an employer stating that they can't find workers for their businesses. From restaurant owners, produce packers, logistic companies, to IT groups, everyone needs workers. In fact, the labor shortage is so drastic that the Quebec government is looking for 170,000 workers and is losing over $18 billion over the next 2 years because of sales due to a lack of a workforce. And no one wants temporary foreign workers, they want permanent workers. While the temporary foreign workers program has evolved over the years in order to address the challenging demands of the labor market, we must continue to update Canada's immigration system to be more flexible. As we saw during the COVID-19 pandemic, things can change very quickly. And work that the temporary foreign workers do to support our economy is vital to Canada's success. Despite the delays in the temporary foreign workers have and continue to experience in renewing their permits, the uncertainty of their status, and sometimes precarious employment, their hard work keeps our country functioning. According to a 2020 research publication from the Library of Parliament on temporary foreign workers in Canada, temporary foreign workers face exclusion from society, experience a lack of access to important settlement services and other services because of a common viewpoint that their work is for short term and they will not be in Canada long, despite the fact that many work, live, and contribute to the communities they live in over many years. This leaves many temporary foreign workers in a vulnerable position as they are not eligible for federal settlement services and must rely on individual employers to support those needs. This motion would address some of these vulnerabilities faced by temporary foreign workers and giving temporary foreign workers more access to resources, safeguards, and pathways to PR for their contribution to our country. As I mentioned in the first debate back in February, with an aging population and domestically low birth rate, Canada is seeing a decrease in population. Some estimate that by 2030, our population growth will come exclusively from immigration. Fortunately, Canada has a great recipe for growth and to fulfill that labor shortage, and that's immigration. So I urge those in this chamber to remember that and commit to always keeping a healthy discourse on this topic. Immigration already accounts for almost 100% of Canada's labor force growth and 75% of Canada's population growth, mostly in the economic category. Since 2016, we have seen a continuous increase in the number of labor market impact assessments approved as Canada's unemployment rate fell. LMIAs ensure that there is a need to hire TFWs in positions where there are not Canadians or permanent residents available to fulfill those positions. Last month, we saw the lowest unemployment rate in record. So I was pleased to see Budget 2022 introduce proposed investment to support temporary foreign workers programs. While we have a great pathway for many TFWs, we do not have pathways for those that do not possess prescribed education and language skills required for permanent residency, despite the prerequisites to fulfill the job they have been hired for. Therefore, we must carve paths.
Unfortunately, the member's time is up. I've been trying to give him that signal for a bit. I apologize. It being 5:56, the time provided for debate has expired. Accordingly, the question is as follows. Mr. Saray, seconded by Mr. Scarpalagia, move that in the opinion of the House, should I dispense? Yes? Second? Okay. Ms. Kwan, seconded by Mr. Julian, move that the motion be amended by adding after the words comprehensive. Should I dispense? Yes?
If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes to record a recorded division or that the amendment be adopted on division, I would invite them to arise and indicate it to the chair.
A member for Surrey Centre?
Recorded vote, please.
Perfect. Conformément à l'ordre d'adoption.
Pursuant to order adopted on Thursday, January 25th, 2021, the vote is deferred until the end of oral question period tomorrow.
Order. In accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I rise today to follow up on the questions that I had brought to the government's attention and my concerns with their lack of action with ensuring that Afghans who are fleeing and hiding from the Taliban would be able to get to safety. I also raised with the government during this period that there are over 300 former Afghan interpreters whose families that have been left behind. They have made an application, done tremendous amount of work in guiding the government in bringing forward the necessary immigration measures to support their loved ones so that they can get to safety. Unfortunately, even with all of that guidance, the government has not been able to move forward in bringing their loved ones to Canada. The problem rests with the government's inability to process these applications in an effective and efficient manner. They're requiring individuals to provide documentations to which many of them would not have because they've had to burn them. Because if they are found to have these documentations where they are supporting the Canadian military, working with the Canadian military, of any links to the West, the minute that the Taliban finds such documentations on them or in their residence, they would actually be targeted. This cannot be allowed to happen. And so the Afghan interpreters have made these applications following the government's rules, and of those 300 applications, only 35% of them have been processed. 65% of them have yet to still even receive a G number. They have not received acknowledgement from the government. And this is the reality, and the urgency is getting so grave. And in fact, Madam Speaker, we found out yesterday at the committee, the Special Committee on Afghanistan, that the Department of National Defense has submitted 3,800 applications that they have approved, that they have vetted to immigration. And yet, of those 3,800, only 900 of them have been processed. 2,900 of them is sitting somewhere to which nobody knows where it is or what's happening with them. In the meantime, we're getting media reports of individuals, these people, the Afghans who supported the Canadian military, and they are being hunted down by the Taliban, being tortured by the Taliban. That is the reality. There is such urgency in this situation that I really don't get what the government is doing. They can get up every day and say what a great job they're doing, but the reality is that they're not doing a great job. There are so many family members who've been left behind, and their lives are in danger every minute of the day as we speak. And this cannot be allowed to happen. So I want to know from IRCC, I want to know from the Minister of Immigration, what's happening to those files? Why can't they find them in the system? GAC has also made referrals to IRCC, and I'm learning that those referrals that has been sent to IRCC have also vanished into thin air. In fact, IRCC is now asking the families or the representatives here in Canada to go back to GAC and ask them to resubmit those referrals. What on earth is going on with IRCC? Have they lost these files? Do they not realize that every minute of the day matters in the lives of these individuals? That we as Canadians owe these families to bring them to safety, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health and to the Minister of Sports.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And let me start by thanking the member for her deep concern about the ongoing crisis in Afghanistan and for the people that are affected there. We, as a country in Canada, remain deeply concerned about that ongoing crisis, and we take this very seriously and remain committed to do all that we can to support the Afghan people. Canada is also unwavering in our commitment to defend the fundamental rights of all Afghans, and this is an important part of who we are as Canadians. This is a personal thing for me, actually, Madam Speaker. My mother arrived here as a refugee in 1956. It is also important, it's an important part of how we engage with allies and how we contribute to global stability around the world. Since the Taliban forcefully took over Afghanistan, the world has witnessed the steady deterioration of social and economic systems in the country, leading to the largest humanitarian crisis around the world. We've also seen violence and the erosion of fundamental rights, including those of women and girls and religious and ethnic minorities. C'est pourquoi le Canada n'a pas longtemps.
That's why Canada does not intend to recognize the Taliban as a legitimate government of Afghanistan. But Canada is also aware of what this crisis can mean for regional security.
Our obligations. We've committed to welcoming at least 40,000 Afghans to Canada under our special immigration measures and humanitarian immigration programs. We're doing everything that we can to help the many who supported Canada's efforts over the years but still remain in Afghanistan and neighboring countries. We're helping them resettle in Canada. And Madam Speaker, I would say that a couple of former Canadian Armed Forces members in my riding of Milton have been in touch with my office, and we've successfully resettled a couple of dozen in Milton. I'm proud of that work. We've also responded quickly and expeditiously to bring Afghan citizens and their families safely to their new homes. We are ensuring that we bring new arrivals and they're being managed in a way that sets them up for success, and that communities and service providers have the capacity to integrate those individuals and families successfully. In addition to our immigration programs, in 2022, we've allocated $143 million in humanitarian assistance to support the humanitarian response inside Afghanistan and in neighboring countries. Canada is doing this through the United Nations agencies which prioritize the provision of life-saving food and nutrition assistance. It's essential that humanitarian support remains principled, needs-based, and separate from political and security objectives. Canada, along with other like-minded donors, are also carefully weighing how to address basic needs beyond humanitarian needs, while following closely the Taliban's actions towards protecting the fundamental rights of all of its citizens. This includes maintaining an inclusive and representative government and the rule of law. It's true that the Taliban's takeover of Afghanistan has made it more complex to carry out activities in the country without risk of contravening Canada's criminal code. The Taliban remains a listed terrorist entity. Departments from across the government are seized with this issue and are actively working to identify a solution. Madame la Présidente, en conclusion.
Madam Speaker, in conclusion, Canada's commitment to Afghanistan and the Afghan people is there. It is demonstrably clear, and we are working in close coordination with our international partners to deliver support that is yielding results.
To explore mechanisms for assistance beyond humanitarian means to support basic human rights, we will be guided by our long-standing values. It will not include a course of action that deliberately or inadvertently legitimizes the Taliban regime. Thank you, Madam President.
The Honourable for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The Liberal government just don't get it. They are not acting with the level of urgency that is required. They're not waiving the burdensome red tape that's been foisted on the families to ask them to fill out application forms and then only to layer more application forms. And even though all of that's been done, and even though the Department of National Defense has verified these individuals, that they have an enduring relationship with Canada, that they are at risk, and that they have serviced Canadians, that the government can't find these files that has been referred by the Department of National Defense or from GAC. How is this even possible? Do they not realize, Madam Speaker, that when they delay in the processing, when they delay in action, that they're putting lives at risk? I am calling on the government to waive those documentation requirements and to issue them immediately with single travel journey documents so they can get to safety now.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Canada is committed to Afghanistan and the Afghan people, and I've outlined tonight a series of concrete actions taken in response to the humanitarian crisis caused by the Taliban regime. We recognize that there remain vulnerable people in Afghanistan and neighboring countries, and we are doing what we can to assist them. The only viable way to improve the situation in Afghanistan is through continued collaboration with our international partners. Nous continuerons à demander le passage en tout.
We will continue to ask for the safe passage for vulnerable people as well as for the principled delivery of humanitarian assistance.
Representative government and the protection of fundamental rights, including the rights of women and girls and religious and ethnic minorities. Let there be no doubt, Canada's commitment is demonstrably clear. We have allocated financial resources and taken concrete action through a whole-of-government approach, and we are changing lives every single day. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
Well, thanks very much, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise this evening and to take the opportunity on behalf of Canadians who are wondering and to ask the government, when are you going to end the mandates? Now, I've asked this question a few times in here, Madam Speaker, and I knew that my remarks this evening would draw a big crowd in the government benches. And rightfully so. There should be a lot of attention from government members, from backbenchers of the governing party, because we're 2 years into this pandemic. We know an awful lot more about COVID now than we did in March of 2020. And what we're looking for from the government is the same thing that we've been calling, and we formalized it in motions in this place, is for the benchmarks that needed to be hit for federal COVID mandates to be lifted. So this is an entirely reasonable position for us to have taken several months ago. And the government has failed to do that. And so now our position is for the government to catch up to the science and to end the mandates. The opportunity to furnish Canadians with the information that they're using to keep the mandates in place, well, that opportunity has come and gone. And now the government needs to catch up. They need to catch up with the chief medical officers of health in the provinces across this country who have put in place plans and lifted mandates. They need to catch up with our allies, like the United Kingdom, like Sweden, like Switzerland, like Norway, like Denmark. And the list goes on. And some of the mandates that we have in place here were never put in place elsewhere, but they remain in place. And they're extremely restrictive, including domestic requirements for flights in this country, to take a train in this country, to be able to continue your work in a federally regulated job or working for the public service. The vaccine mandates that the government put in place, we've heard from the minister on more than one occasion, it served its purpose. It drove vaccine rates up. Well, if that was the raison d'etre and it's been successful, well then hang up the mission accomplished banner and end the mandates. This is what we've been looking for. What are the epidemiological factors that the government has been relying on to keep the mandates in place? Is it based on wastewater surveillance? Is it based on vaccination rates? Is it based on regional or provincial case counts? We don't know. And when we've asked, They don't seem to know. We've even heard from the top doctor from the Public Health Agency of Canada that it's not her decision when to lift the mandates. So I have a couple questions, and I expect that my honourable friend, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health, is going to offer a response, Madam Speaker. So my questions are as follows. Whose decision is it to lift the mandates? What are the benchmarks that are being evaluated for them to arrive at their decision to end the mandates? And on what day or date does he reasonably expect that the mandates will be lifted? Canadians deserve to know. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health and to the Minister of Sport.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And before I start, I'd like to thank my friend and colleague for his ongoing engagement and collaboration on the Health Committee. And I'd like to thank him for the opportunity to talk about what the government is doing to protect Canadians' systems and transportation systems and its employees and its users. Tout au long de la pandémie, le gouvernement du Canada.
Throughout the pandemic, the Government of Canada has taken clear and decisive measures to protect the Canadian transit network, its employees, and users. The Public Health Agency of Canada will continue to monitor vaccination strategies both in the short and long term, including ways of strengthening trust about vaccines and reducing obstacles.
The agency needs to take several factors into consideration when considering vaccine mandates. They consider both the global and domestic epidemiological situation, vaccine effectiveness against circulating variants, as well as the benefits and longer-term consequences of these measures. In the fall of 2021, vaccine mandates were implemented for federally regulated air, rail, and marine transportation sectors to pursue key objectives, including to ensure the safety and security of the transportation system, passengers and transportation employees, and the public, delivering protection from infection and severity of illnesses in workplaces and for travelers. Second, to increase uptake to provide broader societal protection and to play a leadership role in protecting the health and safety of our workplaces, our communities, and all Canadians. Vaccination is one of the most effective tools we have to protect our transportation system and to combat the pandemic. Vaccination is also an important layer of protection. Even though it does not give us full immunity from infection, it can prevent us from getting very, very sick and from having unfortunate outcomes. And in addition to that, it can reduce the potential need for hospitalization. The incentive for vaccines is evident as data from recent weeks shows. Across the country, the most recent data indicates that unvaccinated individuals are still 4 times more likely to be hospitalized than individuals who have been vaccinated with the primary series. Also, unvaccinated individuals are 6 times more likely to be hospitalized than those who have received a third or a booster dose. We will continue to monitor the spread and impact of COVID-19 in Canada, and we'll continue to take the emerging evidence around the vaccine effectiveness into account to inform our vaccine strategy. En attendant, nous savons que plus...
Meanwhile, we know that several layers of protection, including vaccination, protect people against serious problems that can be caused by COVID-19. We hope the largest possible number of Canadians will be fully vaccinated with a booster dose, and we will continue to respect individual public health measures to help us get through this uncertain phase and in order to help Canada manage COVID-19.
To add to that, Madam Speaker, I was recently looking at some numbers with respect to deaths in this country. In 2021, approximately 15,000 Canadians died from COVID-19. In 2020, it was 15,000. In 2021, it was 15,000. And up until now, in 2022, just 3 months into the year, a little more, it's almost 10,000. This looks like it's going to be the worst year yet in deaths for COVID-19. It's not time to lift all of the mandates, unfortunately. It's time to look for new ways to protect each other and protect the lives of Canadians from COVID-19. And I hope that Conservative members start offering some specific ways that we can continue to support each other. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Our member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
Well, thanks, Madam Speaker, and I'll thank the member opposite, the honourable gentleman, for his comments. I guess I would just say that, Canadians are looking for some certainty. I appreciate that there was uncertainty 2 years ago when we didn't know, but now we know an awful lot. And we also know, and the parliamentary secretary knows, that I come from a community that has a higher vaccination rate than nearly any other place in this country. The people in my community are looking for some certainty from the government. Are they reading the tea leaves or are they reading the numbers? Is one of the factors that they're using to keep these measures in place the number of fatalities that they're attributing to COVID-19? If that's the case, be transparent and tell Canadians. Is there a set number of booster doses that need to be administered before they're going to lift the mandates? They need to tell Canadians that. In the absence of that, it looks like they're just throwing darts at a dartboard and guessing on what they're going to do next, or worse, making decisions based on political factors instead of based on scientific factors. So again, I'll ask the parliamentary secretary, and I genuinely am looking for an answer here. When does he think that they're going to lift the mandates?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to thank the member for his ongoing advocacy, and I'd also congratulate him on the high vaccination rate in his riding. I think that's excellent. So I've got to presume that he's advocating for a very small number of individuals in his riding then, because no federal mandates apply to people who are vaccinated, even with just 2 doses. I have 3 doses, and I know some members of this House have received a 4th, and they are incrementally safer from COVID-19. And I think it's worth pointing out that none of these mandates apply to those who have received 2 doses of COVID-19 vaccine. And I've also heard from members of my community who can't receive a vaccine or who are allergic, and I think it's important that we take those into consideration. But it's also important for Canadians to stay up to date on all the vaccination requirements for which they're eligible. And this means a COVID-19 booster for all adults over 18. And doing this will help protect themselves and others against severe infection. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Kenora.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm rising this evening once again to talk about the important issue of housing, which is something that I think all members are aware of in terms of their own ridings, and it's something that we're seeing really a crisis across the country, Madam Speaker. Today, over 80% of young Canadians don't believe they'll ever be able to afford a home, Madam Speaker. And that's, that's something I don't really blame them for, considering that it will take young Canadians on average now 13 years to save up enough for a down payment. And that's comparable to only the 5 years that it took for folks to save up back in 1976. And Madam Speaker, of course, that's only if they're able to actually save up enough money after paying all their bills and having other expenses. So this housing crisis is something that I think is touching a lot of people in a lot of different situations from different walks of life. But I think it's hitting young Canadians disproportionately harder. Many in my generation that have completely given up, frankly, on their dream of home ownership. Now, in advance of the recent federal budget, the government promised to release a plan to address this crisis, but with respect to the parliamentary secretary, with respect to the government, they've unveiled a plan that really just contains more of the same failed policies that have exacerbated the housing crisis to date over the last 7 years of their government. And just to sort of put it in perspective, Madam Speaker, the finance minister had noted in the budget that the government was going to double the number of units, housing units that they've built. But when our finance critic, the honourable member from Abbotsford, rose to ask the minister how many units they've built, she couldn't answer the question. So they're going to double a number that they don't actually know what it is, Madam Speaker. And that's definitely concerning. I think it shows that this government is great at making announcements and allocating funding, but when it comes to delivering results, there's certainly a gap there. And I think that the fact that we are seeing this housing crisis today just shows that they've failed to incentivize enough development, they've failed to build enough units and adequately address this. The government has announced a new special savings account. They've announced, I believe it's a $500 benefit to help Canadians. But again, with respect to the parliamentary secretary, my friend and colleague from Milton, with the fact that the housing prices are now 5 times the average household income, I think that these sort of boutique policies are missing the mark. They're not addressing the root issues, particularly around the supply of housing, Madam Speaker. So I'd like to ask the parliamentary secretary if he can explain why his government refuses to admit that their policies to date have failed on this file, why they refuse to change course and bring forward a real plan to address this housing crisis, and particularly around the lack of housing supply. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health and to the Minister of Sport.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my friend and the member from Kenora for his question and for his continued advocacy for young people, particularly those who would like to buy a house. You know, he's correct that buying a house is indeed out of reach for too many Canadians, but unfortunately he's wrong to say that our government's policies aren't having an impact. He mentioned that this government's good at making announcements. Well, Madam Speaker, we're also good at building houses. Since 2015, we've invested over $30 billion with real results for Canadians. These investments have created and repaired nearly 440,000 units across this country. That's a big number. That's 440,000 places to call home, especially for the most vulnerable Canadians. Many of these homes have been created through our 10-year National Housing Strategy. Programs that make up this strategy are making a huge difference to families across the country, including in my colleague's own riding of Kenora and in my riding of Milton as well. We just finished a new housing project for vulnerable seniors. For example, in Kenora, our Rapid Housing Initiative is quickly creating 85 permanent affordable housing units for First Nations in Kenora, and much more is coming with Budget 2022. As he acknowledged, Budget 2022 is a housing budget, and we're proposing even more measures to make housing more affordable for Canadians. These measures are designed specifically to get keys into the hands of first-time homebuyers, but not only just homebuyers, but I'll get to that in just a moment. For example, we're proposing a tax-free first home savings account. As home prices climb, so does the cost of a down payment. So with this program, first-time homebuyers can save up to $40,000, like an RRSP. Contributions would be tax deductible, and withdrawals to purchase a first-time home, including investment income, would be non-taxable, just like a TFSA. In other words, it's tax-free, tax-free in and tax-free out. But we're also proposing to double the existing first-time homebuyers tax credit to $10,000. This enhanced credit would provide up to $1,500 in direct support to homebuyers. But, Madam Speaker, on the other side of the House, they simply do not believe there's a role for the federal government to play. In fact, prominent members of the Conservative opposition are on record saying that the federal government should do less and pull back from investments in housing, that should we simply leave it to the provinces to do it on our own. This is a disastrous approach that we simply don't agree with. And finally, we know that buying a home is often the most significant financial decision that a young Canadian will make in their life, and our proposed Home Buyers Bill of Rights will help curb unfair real estate practices like blind bidding and asking buyers to waive their rights to a home inspection that make home buying more stressful. But our housing plan doesn't stop there. We're also addressing head-on the single most important issue affecting housing affordability, which is a lack of supply that just hasn't kept pace with our growing population. Budget 2022 proposes measures that will put Canada on the path to double our construction of new housing and meet Canada's housing needs. Madam Speaker, these measures will help make a difference for Canadians that are looking to buy a home, but not just those who are looking to buy a home, because in addition to that, we're also proposing $1.5 billion in the budget for the Rapid Housing Initiative, which has been fantastically successful. In addition to that, $1.5 billion for 6,000 new co-op units. And Madam Speaker, I've spoken often in this House on co-op housing. I'm a proud co-op kid. I wouldn't have had access to a lot of the things that I did as a young person if it wasn't for co-op housing. And when you take a market problem, like a lack of available supply and the fact that people's wages just haven't kept up to the price of the rising costs of homes, you can't always just rely on a market solution. And housing co-ops and non-market housing is a non-market solution to the housing strategy, and that's something that we could never count on the Conservatives to propose. They don't believe in things like cooperatives. They don't believe in non-ownership. They don't believe in non-market solutions. So Canadians know that they can count on our side of the House, to the Liberal government, for support, because 440,000 people in this country have a place to live because of the National Housing Strategy, and we're going to double that number in the coming years. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Laura.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague across the way for that response. I was pleased he was actually able to provide some figures in terms of the housing units built. I think that's relatively new for this government. It's something that we haven't heard quite yet. But Madam Speaker, the fact of the matter is, since this government took office, housing prices have doubled, and the member mentioned a number of programs that they've brought forward, a lot of dollars that they want to spend, and I think that that is important. And I think absolutely the government has a role to play in co-op housing, in direct affordable housing, but they also have a role to play in helping the market and helping create a situation where we can incentivize more development. Madam Speaker, I think it's clear that many regions are different, and a one-size-fits-all solution isn't going to work. I think we need all hands on deck here. So I'd just like to ask the member respectfully if he can comment further on what his government's going to do to help incentivize private development of housing, because I think that is also a very important aspect of this, and I'd just like to get his thoughts on that. Thank you.
Mr. Secretary?
Madam Speaker, specifically, I think my friend and colleague was referencing the Housing Accelerator Fund, where we'll incentivize municipalities and regions to build more homes. Not an expert on that, but I'm sure our government, somebody can get back to him on it. And Madam Speaker, young Canadians deserve the same opportunities as generations before them. And the member's a couple years younger than me, but I think we have a similar sort of outlook when it comes to many years younger than me. But when it comes to to our sort of mutual generation, I think we know that we've got to do more. Our government is here to help them. We're here to ensure that Canada continues to be the best place in the world to live, to work, and to raise a family, and we are truly making it easier for Canadians to save for a down payment. We're proposing to get rid of unfair real estate practices that would make the home buying process more stressful and more onerous than it should be, and we're building more supply to bring down housing costs across the board. But just in closing, Madam Speaker, my friend from Kenora said that it's an all-hands-on-deck situation, and I couldn't agree more. And that's why I'd ask the member opposite and his colleagues to provide solutions rather than just the blame game that we've been hearing from across the floor with respect to the housing crisis.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 2 p.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.